Welcome to the ERF channel, the YouTube channel. And today we have an amazing race coming up. And it's not just an hour, it's not just 8 hours, it's the 24-hour classics of Le Mans. We're going to be driving amazing old cars, 4 different cars. And as I said, it's going to be for 24 hours long. This is going to be stint number 1, and I'm probably going to be joined by Jager himself, and maybe Shikuka as well. Yeah, so far, as you can see right now, we're going to start around 4 o'clock. We're going to have the green flag, or 3 o'clock BST, and yeah, of course, we're going to have an formation lap. We're going to run you through the qualifying order. We're going to tell you the rules about safety car, which is possible. And yeah, let's have fun with this one. And as you can see right now on screen, immediately we have the qualifying results of yesterday. And we can see that the Sauber Mercedes C9 of Cross made it out in first with a 302.349. Just 3 tenths behind it. Just 3 tenths. I must mention that because it's the Le Mans circuit. It's a long track. About 12 kilometers long. With the Porsche 962. Driven by Max Out Finn. And yeah, we've got a spotter's guide as well. We'll show you a little bit later. And in third, wow, this is ridiculous because we got all 4 different cars in the top 4. So in third we have the XJR9, driven by Barab G1, and he came only half a second short of the number 1. In fourth we have the Nissan, the 390 CP, driven by Razor. In fifth we have another Porsche, driven by Eric's Slim. And these two are really close together, number 4 and number 5. Both just about 9.5 tenths. And in sixth we have the Jaguar XJR9, driven by LA Cruz 89, with a gap of 1.6 seconds, so that is a bit of a gap over there towards the number 5. 3 tenths behind that we have the first Mazda, so it's 5 different cars. Sorry about that. The 787B with that famous rotary sound that you can hear screaming everywhere, all over the shop. Meanwhile, we're starting the parade lap. It's going to be the in lap, by the way, at the moment. And yeah, let's run you through that order again. So in first, we have the Sauber C9. That is the number 63 car, driven by Sticks, Cross, Tim Lour, and Fausto Aris. They're all from a different country. This one is Korean. Fausto Aris is going to drive the first stint. Then in second place we have the Porsche, the number 9 car, if I'm correct it is, driven by 3 Finnish guys, Snowman, Eric Slim, and Cookies. And Cookies is going to do the first stint. And then in third we have the number 3 car, the Nissan 390 CP, and driven by the AMS guys. And then we have Dud Drenzo Super S2K, who's going to drive the first stint, and Rodriguez, that are Canadian, American, and Austrian. Then in fourth we have a Mullet. You can see the spotter's guide, by the way, on screen right now. And Mullet is driving the Mazda number 65, if I'm correct. Yes, it is. It's driven by Distinct Filo, Mullet, Vario Legacy, Mario Bauer, starting in 5th, we have the first Jaguar, the XJR9, the number 3 car. First stint is going to be driven by Barabjean 1, and the other drivers are Millers, Cinnamon, and Ghost Driver. In 6th we have Razor, and the second Nissan, the number 24, and his teammates are going to be Battle Goose and Juno. In 7th we have the number 1 XJR9. The first stint is going to be driven by Alacus. And let's see, his teammates are Asriel, Smedin, and Deems, and CTRK. So, there is one reserve driver, I believe. Behind that we have the Mazda, and Oscar B997 is going to drive the first stint. And I see that we have Sean, Welsh, and Iceman, his teammates. In 9th we have yet another Sauber, 1 of 3, and this is the 61 car with Pastina Calda, Zero Fight, Caporaman, and Francisco. And Incredible is going to drive the first stint for them. Behind that we have the 61 Sauber. Oh, sorry, that's the teammates. You have Caporaman, Francisco, Zero Fight, and Pastin Calda. So the first of the 62 Sauber is going to be driven by Titan GT. Wow, these names are difficult. Chico Blasi, Gnu Caria, and Incredible. And Incredible is going to run this one of this stint. In 11th we have the next Porsche. It's going to be run by Paper Family, a Madelon R200, Frantic, and Coq-UFO. The first stint is going to be done by Hyper Coq-UFO. In 12th we have Max Out Finn, also driving a Porsche, and his teammates are Jelly, Mispala, Irtux. They're starting from place number 12. In 13th we have the last Jaguar. Razor is going to run stint number 1, and his teammates are gonna be Yupe, but Yupe is replaced by J-Wax, if I'm correct, but he's not gonna drive this stint. And then we have Mastersin Yut from Brazil, and Legacy Music from America. And then in 14th and last place we have a Porsche, all driven by Italian guys. The first one is going to be Finto Adulto, and his teammates are going to be Matteo, Mojo, and Devil X. Very name. So there we have the full grid, guys. Wow. And look at that. We're already nearing the Porsche curves. With that being said, this is going to be an in-lap, if I'm correct. After that, we're going to have the out-lap. And after that, we're going to have the start. Let me double-check everything to make sure it works. It does. And Legisite says, good luck, guys. I'm about to click into work. I'll be in the car 12 hours from now. Nice. Nice, good. Average driver says, let's go MRL. Good luck, Oscar. Again by average driver. And Boku says, good luck to everyone. Yes, guys, this is going to be an exciting one. And we're going to see already different strategies. Because who's going to start on the soft tire, who's going to start on the medium, and maybe even hard tires. And we're going to be fully fueled up, of course, the first stint. Hopefully everybody will stay out of trouble, because that's the most important thing. By the way, a big thanks to ERF for letting me stream this one and do stint number 1. I'm gonna do stint number 9 and of 8 and 10, I believe. I'll have to check into that. I know the times, but forgot what kind of stints we're gonna do. But as soon as we're ready and we get the get-go, then they're probably gonna change the tires and refuel. Let's see if everybody's in. Everybody is in. That is a tire change already for Max Out Finn. He's refueling. There's everybody else doing it. Nope. Yes. Yes, they are. You can see it on your left hand side. Everybody one by one is refueling how far they want to refuel. Forza number 8 and number 10 by Zio Fernando. So he's cheering for, let's see, this is the number 8 car, the Porsche of Heures Racing, and then the number 10 car is the other Porsche. Here we are. Here we go with Hyper Coqueufo. And as you can see, everybody's slowly getting out of the pit. And this is going to be the parade lap. Of course, at the end, we're going to bunch up. Max Out Finn in second. In the Leighton-House Porsche. Then in the Silk Cut number 1. We have Alcuz. A Mullet. And here is the starting order. Official starting grid. And number 1, we have the Sauber Mercedes 63 car with Fausto Aris at the wheel for stint number 1. And number 2, we have Max Out Finn in the Leighton-House Porsche. Then in third place, the number 3 Jaguar of TWR. Tom Walkinshaw Racing, and Barib G1 is going to drive that one. And in fourth we have the first Nissan, the 24 car with Racer at the wheel for stint number 1. And then in fifth place we have the Porsche of Heures Racing with Cookies at the wheel. And I think we're missing somebody, or somebody came out of the pit late. And in sixth we have the number 1 Jaguar. And Al Cruz is at the wheel of that one. Here comes some cars forward. Oh, a bit of trouble over there. In number 7 we have Immulet in the Mazda, the 56 car for stint number 1. And in number 8 we have the Sauber Mercedes, the 62, and VRT Incredible is driving that one. Behind that we have the number 9, slot in the grid, the Sauber Mercedes 61 car, and Capero Man is driving that one. In number 10 we have Oscar in the Mazda with that beautiful rotary sound. In 11th, the number 2 Jaguar, driven by... who's that behind that? I'm still sorting out the grid. There it is. Razor. And number 12, it's going to be Hyper Coquufo in the Porsche. The Porsche number 10. With an iconic livery. All of them have an iconic livery. And here at the last 2 grid slots, number 13 we have the used number 8 Porsche, driven by Finta Adulto. And in number 14, the last Nissan, the number 23, driven by the AMS guys. And that's going to be Super S2K. Who's going to run it? Let's get all the way up front again. There we can see Fausto Ariz leading the pack, warming the tires, fueled about 80%, just about 80%. And we've got Max Out Finn, also on the racing softs, fueled up completely. Now behind that we have Barib G1. Oh, he already has rear bumper damage. Did somebody crash into him? What happened over there? And we've got Razor. Well, let's see who has front bumper damage, because then we know who crashed into him. There we have it. Immulet. He already passed it. Is this going to be an issue for the start? Let's see if there's going to be any red flag, or what do we have to do? Are we going to start? Or is this going to be a restart? But let's see, they're forming up 2 by 2 already, and we're going to go towards the 4 chicanes. Are we going to get a green flag? Because we have 2 cars already with damage, and everybody is side by side at the moment. I think it's still going to be a green flag. Here we're going to go. Sit tight, hold tight, buckle your seatbelts. Here we're going to go. And let's see when the leader is going to go, when it's going to be green, and still side by side. And he already tries to pull away. Here goes Fausto Ariz. And is it going to be green? It's green, 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 green. Let's go. Here we're going to go for the 24 Hours Classic Le Mans by ERF. And Fausto Ariz already pulling out a gap, and there is a bit of a look over there. And here comes the Nissan to the outside. The racer is regaining 3rd place, as far as I believe, because Barib G1 was behind. Here comes the Porsche of Cookies. And let's see a little bit further back. Are there any other big fights? Oh, somebody goes wide over there. They're still fighting for places over there. And the Master goes a little bit wide. And there goes one of the Porsches way too wide towards the Mulsanne Straight. Let's go a little bit further forward. Let's see if they're going to be huge slipstream battles. Yes, of course, because it's a full straight. There are no chicanes in this one because it's the classic of Le Mans. And Max Out Finn still in second place, just behind Fausto Aris. Here we have Razor still in third place, and here comes that slipstream battle, and we can see that Jaguar. Oh, they're going to bump draft each other. Is that allowed? I hope so. If not, there's going to be penalties. And they're pushing each other on towards the number 3 place, and here goes immediately Cookies. He passes Max Out Finn. Take a look at those speeds. They're nearly ticking towards 400 kilometers per hour, and here they're going to go side by side. Take a look behind as well. They're weaving all over the place. Let's see this battle for 4th place, for 3rd place, I must say, in the race. And it's Razor on the inside of Cookies. Here it comes, still in 3rd place. And oh, somebody went a little bit wide. It was Max Out Finn. No! And let's see. Well, we're not going to go to the replay because we want to see if there's going to be any shenanigans a little bit further behind that. All over the place. If this is going to be 24 hours of this, then it's going to be absolutely crazy. But we know this is the race start, of course. And Racer still in 3rd place, closely followed by Cookies. And Cookies in the Porsche just behind Racer in the Porsche. So we sandwich between the Porsches. And just behind that we have Incredible. VRT Incredible. And that is a move for 6th place, 7th place, I must say that Bobby of Barib G1 regained that spot from Alekus. No, he lost that place to Capero Man. Let's go a little bit further up front. Let's see the lead. Fausto has a really, really good lead. A dominant lead of 1.5 seconds, 1.6 seconds, about that. But we know he fueled up a little bit lighter. Then we have Racer in 3rd place. Cook is behind that, and everybody starts to settle a little bit. And let's see who's faster. Is everybody on the soft tire? Let's walk you through that. So far it is from place number 1 to place number 6. And place number 7, as I said, that rear bumper damage of Barib G1, and that's probably going to cost him a lot of time on that straight. It doesn't do much in the corners for your downforce, but it does on the straight. It slows you down massively. Then we have Alekus also on the soft tires, and we can see Racer. Wow, all over the place. And Finto Adulto in the Porsche number 8. Also on racing soft tires. I think everybody started on the racing soft tires, and here comes a move onto the Mulsanne Straight. Oscar, can he hold it together versus Super S2K in 12th spot. Here they're gonna go, and there was a bit of a mistake of Finto Adulto, and he got passed by the Master, and a little bit of a push over there. Be careful, guys. Keep each other in life. There we have Kokyufo in the Porsche, and as I said, a mullet with that front bumper damage. Was he the one? Or did he pit already? I think somebody had front bumper damage. It was a mullet. He did make a pit stop because he's way behind all the other guys. Let's go a little bit further up front. Let's see that battle for place number 10 right now. Place number 9, I must say. Any other big battles up front? Let's keep an eye on that mini-map. I see no changes in the order from number 1 to number 3. Oh, there goes Super 2K. No, who's that? Let's get on board. That was Racer. Went way too deep over there. Let's see that again. Ay. That's going to cost you a lot of time. Dirty tires as well. Let's go to the lead, and we can see that Max Out Finn. He's gaining. He's gaining on these guys. Is he going to make the pass? And we can see that fight in the background as well between Racer and Cookies. Racer back in 3rd place. Cookies demoted to 4th. A little bit further back we have Caparoman gaining on the guys in front of him. A little bit further back we still have that rear bumper damage for Barib G1. Alakus still in front of Incredible. Incredible still in front of Super S2K, who's gaining a lot. And Oscar just behind that in the Mazda. Finto Adulto in 11th. Cook UFO. And did somebody went wide over there? Racer. And in Millet all the way at the back. 26 seconds already. Ridiculous! Ooh. Oh, Barab G is on racing medium tires, I see. Is he the only one? Mullet was brake checked. Mauer Power says. Ooh. Hey Hank, welcome to the stream as well. But he got hit in the rear. Yeah, thanks. And I think we saw that on the parade lap because they were sorting out the order. But let's keep an eye on this battle. Are they going to bump draft each other to make sure? No, here comes the overtake from Max Out Finn for the lead. A change for the lead. Max Out Finn in the Porsche. And immediately in the slipstream is Fausto. Tries to regain that position. Is that possible for him at the end of the Mulsanne straight? It's ridiculously long, we know that. Hey, thanks, Peter. Hey, Rick. Go, Jaden. Yes. Grazie, ragazzi. And he regains that first position. It was a bit too early for Max Out Finn to make that pass. And a little bit further back, we have to look at Racer and Cookies and Caparaman making... Oh, and here comes the dive at the end of the Mulsanne straight. Oh, what a dive from Max Out Finn. Beautifully executed. Let's see that again. Take a look at that. Let's get on board. Here it is. Brakes way later. Goes to the inside. And perfectly driven. Meets his apex. Nicely done. But here we have another huge straight. But Fausto couldn't make it into Indianapolis. That means Max Out Finn in the lead right now, in front of Fausto. And then behind that, still Racer and Cook is fighting for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place with Il Caperoman. And yet again, yeah, on that racing mediums, as you said. Thanks for that, Iraf. Barab G1. But still with that rear bumper damage. And there is a huge fight behind that. For place number 7 between Alakus, Super S2K, Incredible, and Oscar. Oh, guys, keep it together. And some of these guys soon have to pit because... Whoa! And Alakus goes a little bit wide over there. Loses a lot of momentum and time in the Porsche curves. Ooh, and Super 2K, oh no. Barab G1 goes a little bit wide. I think we're going to see one of the first pit stops already. Nope, not yet. Oh, yeah, Alakus goes a little bit wide over there. Is that going to be a penalty? And that is going to be an overtake for Oscar, or for Incredible. Everybody bunches up behind Alakus. Let's see if the lead is still the same. Yes, the number 1, 2, and 3 are still the same. I don't see any changes here. They're going to go side by side. Alakus and Finto Adulto. And on the outside, we have... Kokiofo as well. Wow, what a move. What went on over there? We want to recheck that one. Take a look at this. Here they're going to go side by side, the Jaguar and the Mazda. And here comes the Porsche on the outside, drifting into the first corner. Alakus goes a little bit wide and too early on the throttle. What the hell is going on, guys? Come on, it's a 24-hour race. Take it easy. Take it easy on me. Let's go all the way up front again. Here we have Max Out Finn still in the lead and pulling out quite a substantial gap. 1.5 seconds already. So Fausto is not in the slipstream anymore, so we cannot benefit from that. In third, of course, we have Razor and Cookies working together. So we have a Nissan and a Porsche working together for third place at the moment. And they try to catch number 2, Fausto. Because they dropped Il Copperoman. He's not in the slipstream as well anymore. We can see that. He's a 1.5 seconds behind those two. The two Finnish drivers. And let's look a little bit further back. There we have the number 6 all on his own for AMS in the Nissan Super S2K. Behind that, a fight for 7th place. Here comes. Oh, somebody goes off. No, what is happening to the Porsche over there? No, 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 no. Somebody jumps. What the hell is going on? What is this? Let's get aboard. Let's go a little bit further back. Sorry, I have to search for this. Oh, where is the yellow Porsche? Here it comes. Is there going to be a push? No, he outbrakes himself. He spins. What is happening over there? Wow, what the hell? And then we saw the other Porsche jump as well. Was that something on the track? Was that a disconnect? What happened? There is at least front bumper damage and left front suspension damage for Finto Adulto in 12th place. Wow, wow, wow. And Kokyufo dropped back all the way to 11th. Whilst he was passing Alekus, of course, the last lap. Wow, that must be a pit stop for Finto Adulto, because this is too much damage to carry on. Let's go a little bit further up front. There is still a fight with Oscar and Barab G1. Let's go a little bit further up front, and that's a good mention, a really good mention from ERF. Super S2K is already in 8th. Do remember they started last. And let's see that fight for 3rd place. They're helping each other out perfectly. Cookies and Razor, both Finnish drivers. And is there going to be a move? Is there going to be a move soon? No. Still following each other. A 360 with some airtime. Yes, it is. Storm CW says that's one way to skip the apex of Mulsanne. It definitely is. It definitely is. Well, let's see these guys move on to the Mulsanne straight again. And we can see Caperoman is catching up a little bit further back with the 61 car. Is in the slipstream of Cookies and Razor right now. And that fight for 1st place is spread out way too far. Oh! He's losing out massively right now, or not? No, he's not. Let's see a little bit further back. Are there any slipstream battles further? Yes, between Barab G1 and Oscar. And of course, let's get all the way up to 4th place again. And Cookies did pass him. This time he did. He thinks he has the faster pace compared to Razor. And is Razor saving compared to Cookies? Yes, he is. And he was in front. So is the Nissan better on fuel uses? We'll have to see. And Il Caperoman, he's gonna go for the move immediately and wants to follow Cookies. He made that pass for 5th place stick. We're going to go to the end of Indianapolis. Don't know how this straight is called, but we're going to go to the Porsche curves. Any other big battles behind? It's difficult to see on the mini-map because the Le Mans is quite a big circuit. There are some guys really close together, but I think finally everybody is settling down. Finally! Still we have... Yeah, Cookie's got P3. And Il Caperoman has P4 right now. And Razor in 5th. And we can see Reeser is probably trying to save some fuel and some tires compared to the guys in front of him, because he's dropping back quite significantly. And there is a 1.7 gap between Cookus and Caperoman. So I think Cookus is pushing at the moment. Now let's look at the lead right now. We can see that, if I'm correct, Cookus is even catching Fausto Aris, our Korean driver, South Korean driver. Let's look all the way in the lead, a 3-second lead for Max Out Finn, and let's run you through the complete order at the moment. So Max Out Finn in the lead in the Porsche 11 car, and then we have Fausto Aris in second place in the 63. There we can see it, the 63 car, and then Cookus catching up quite fast in the Porsche number 9 car, 1.1 seconds behind Fausto. And then in the 61 Sauber Mercedes we have Caperoman. Just behind him we have Racer in the Nissan number 24. Pushing each other on, and is there going to be a move for 4th place? So far no. And just behind that we have the number 23 Nissan with the AMS guys, and Super S2K doing stint number 1. Behind that the 62 Sauber Mercedes, driven by Incredible. And behind that we can see him go a little bit deep, a little bit wide, still with that rear bumper damage in the number 3 Jaguar Barib G1. Behind him Oscar in the Mazda 787B with that amazing sound, but we can see that the Mazda is not the ultimate car in this race so far. But he's going to go for the move for 9th place or for 8th place into Indianapolis. Oh, that's going to be a difficult one, especially with these cars. They look as if they have a lot of downforce. They do, but they have so much power that these cars are really difficult to drive. But Oscar couldn't make it for 8th place. Maybe before the Porsche curves he can. He's driving the 202 Mazda. And just behind them we can see in 10th place Hyper Kokyuvo in the Porsche number 10. And here they're going to go 3 wide in the Porsche curves. Kokyuvo should be the best over here because these are the Porsche curves. Capero goes off. Oh! Did he? No! What happened? Let's see. Can we see it? Did it happen already over here? I think it did. They pit it. Who pit it? Cook is still in 3rd place. Racer, Super AK. Ah, okay. I can see some guys did pit. There they're gonna go. But if G1. And Alcuz did pit already. But if G1 is in right now. And still with that front bumper damage. Finto Adulto. And the left front suspension damage. Right suspension damage. Let's get all the way up to number 1 again. And as we can see right now, Cookus is fighting for 2nd place with Fausto. And Cookus is pushing Fausto on. He wants to get to the number 1. Super S2K is battling Racer for 4th. That's a little bit further back. Here comes Cookus already on the Mulsanne straight, and a little bit further back there we can see that fight between the 2 Nissan cars. There's going to be some bump drafting, and we can see that fight first of all for 2nd place. Here comes Cookus, and we see that Sauber is quicker in a straight line. Here they're going to go at the end of the Mulsanne straight. Here comes the hairpin. The right-hander, and there's not going to be any moves, and here comes Super S2K, and he makes that move stick on Racer. Beautifully done at the end of the straight. And I think Razor is going to slot in just behind him. And maybe they're going to do some teamwork since they both Nissans. Let's go a little bit further up front. Now we have Cook is still fighting with Fausto for second place. And a little bit further back. Are there any other big battles? No, there is not. Well, let's keep a close eye on who's pitting and who's driving where. Super S2K already in 4th place after starting 14th. That is ridiculous. These guys are fast. Risa just behind, you can see immediately a gap of a full second already. And a little bit further back, El Capero Man, who spun out or went a little bit deep as far as I believe. And where is re-racing, Alex? Good question. Let's get all the way back. And we saw that he already made a pit stop. Yes, I have second penalty right now. Re-racer didn't make any pit stop. Oh, and here he goes. No, nearly losing it in... Oh, he did lost it in Indianapolis. Wow, let's see that again. That was heart in mouth moment. Well, we went a little bit too far back, but already has that half-second penalty. Probably got it from cutting the chicane somewhere. But you can see it goes a little bit deep into Indianapolis and has to make a half spin over there to get back on track. Wow. Well, he didn't make any pit stop yet, but he's in 12th right now, Alex. And Barab G1. Well, let's get all the way up front again. In the lead right now with a 6.3 second gap. Wow. Max out Finn in the Porsche. And still close behind. Fausto fighting for second place is Cookies in the Porsche and Fausto in the Sauber Mercedes. And this is going to be a huge battle that I know. Slipstream along Mulsanne Straight. A little bit further back. Let's see if Super S2K, he gained 3.4 seconds in less than a lap over Racer. Racer in 5th right now. Il Caporaman, no damage because of that mistake, in 6th place. Then Incredible in 7th. Oscar 8th. Imulet made that pit stop at the beginning because of that front bumper damage, because he had that collision with Barab G1, who's in 11th right now. There we have him. He fixed the damage. He's one of the guys who made a pit stop already, and there goes Kokiovo in the pit. I can tell you, Rick. Rick is asking how long is a stint and when do they swap drivers. It's going to be stints of 2 hours, so that means 12 stints in total. And this is going to be the first stint. We're half an hour in, well, 40 minutes I must say. We're going to end about, in an hour and 20 minutes. And then they're going to do a driver swap. Cookers gets P2. Let's get all the way to P2. There he goes. Nicely done, Cookers. Beautifully driven. And now he tries to make a gap towards Fausto. And it is the perfect moment for him. After Indianapolis, you have a short straight, and after that, the Porsche curves. That's going to be beneficial for him, because you don't want to be in the dirty air. And hopefully, he can make that gap over a second, so Fausto won't have the benefit of the slipstream on the Mulsanne Straight. Let's see a little bit further back. Well, let's keep it over here so far. And this is one of the things that works right to the lead. As you're gonna get every single time that they have to refuel when they come close to the pit. Let's go a little bit further back. That is already a 1.4 gap between Kukis and Fausto. Understood. Let's go a little bit further back, because I can see a battle over here. Anybody pitting? Nope. Whoa. Oscar nearly losing it, coming out of the 4 chicanes. So we have a Finn in the lead and a Finn in second and one on 6th place. They're doing really good. And I do remember that Racer was driving the ZGTL competition last night. So he's racing all over the place. The leader right now, 6 seconds in the lead. So he didn't gain anything last lap, but he's on a purple lap right now. We see that Super S2K has the fastest lap of a 3:05.1 at the moment. Let's go to place number 2. There we have Cookies. So we have a Porsche and a Porsche in the lead. And we have that Sauber, and here comes Super S2K already on 3rd place for just behind Fausto. Wow, 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 wow. These guys. Here he comes. Is this going to be place number 3 for Super S2K? Yes, it is, at the end of the Mulsanne straight. Beautiful move, beautifully executed. And does he have the exit? Yes, he does, but we can see that Fausto wants to fight back. Here he comes. Are they going to go side by side? Let's get on board with him and take a look at that. You have to manually shift these things. This is ridiculous. And they go nearly 400 kilometers per hour. A brutal battle in real life. Whoa, he tries to get out of the slipstream into Indianapolis, and we can see that. Whoa, he goes a little bit deep over there. What happened? What is happening to Fausto? Oh, is that a safety car? What is happening? What is happening to Fausto? What is happening to everybody? What is going on? Is that a disconnect? What is happening? Oh, no, 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 no. The host has ended the game. No. Is that me? Red flag, red flag, red flag. Oh dear. What has happened? What has happened? Suddenly there was no connection for anybody anymore. We have a red flag. Oh dear. This is new. This is new. Well, we're gonna get that. Okay, understood. That is a disconnection. Don't know if it was the host or that it was somebody else, but there was a disconnect. So that is a red flag right now, and we'll have to wait until the lobby reopens so we can restart. Yeah, these things happen. Technical difficulties, unfortunately. Well, this is a good moment to everybody to shout out who you're cheering for and what do you think about what happened so far, and what do you think of the lead, who's in second right now, who's in third, what do you think the strategies are going to be, who has done the best job, and what happened on the parade lap as well, where of course Barib G1 and a Mullet, if I am Mullet. We're gonna start soon again. Hopefully I'm still hopefully you can still hear me. Rick is cheering for the J dent. Thanks, man. What kind of dent? A J dent. Oh, thanks for that, Rick. Let's see if it's reopening already. We're just gonna babble on. Why not, right? Let's keep everything open. So yeah, guys, I open the floor up to you. Tell me. So yeah, during red flags, I must say I've seen the moves from all the guys. Oh, give me 1 second. I'll have to check something, and let's see if I'm still. Oh, this is really good from the number 2 car. Martushinho says. And the number 2 car is the Silk, the Jaguar XJR 9. And yeah, it probably is, because he already, of course, I think there was some sort of a mistake or maybe a little bit of trouble here and there, and we saw that spin, of course. Yeah, he's going to catch up, definitely, for sure. Yeah, and that's it in 24-hour races. You have to be prepared for everything. It can happen to you or to somebody else, and you can drive as best as you want, but it can happen that it doesn't benefit you at all. Give me 1 sec, guys. Oh. Hey, Super S2K. Wow. You did an amazing job going from 14th all the way to 3rd. That was a ridiculous stint. Yeah, definitely unfortunate. Yeah, what a stint, man. And that's beyond. Hopefully, oh, luckily for you, even if you've pushed that hard and that much, yeah, you can probably do a pit stop right now at this moment, and yeah, make sure you got fresh tires and a lot of fuel yet again. But this is gonna bunch up the whole field yet again. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Really looking forward to the restart. And we'll have to see what it does to the race and the race time, because I think the timer stopped as well. Yeah, it could be possible as well, Rick, for Inferno next time. And Super S2K says, yeah, have a good one, Super S2K. And Super S2K set as well. That's one of the drivers, by the way. He was driving the number 3, or he is driving the number 3 car, the Nissan. Went all the way from the back to number 3, place number 3, I must say. And he said, I wasn't necessarily pushing, but being consistent. But thanks for the help, boss. Well, don't call me boss, but well, you can. Why not? Sure. Same start procedure is yes. The lobby is open again. I can see. Thanks for the notification, Jaga. And yeah, hopefully soon we're gonna start. I see that everybody is. Max out. Finn is hosting. Yeah, I'm in the lobby already. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, something happened. Don't know what exactly. But we can see that everybody is back so far. Yeah, we've got 14 drivers again in the lobby. Everybody is getting ready. There we are, back with the stream, and now we'll have to see. Yeah, same starting procedure. They're asking, are there screenshots? We have to resend them. This is a bit of a difficulty when you have a red flag and you have no definite certainty where everybody was at the moment of the disconnect. That's going to be difficult. Mostly, that's why they do that in Formula 1 as well. They go back one lap at least to make sure there is no, halfway the lap, a pass, or, I was a tenth in front of him at that corner. Yeah. No. Just as you pass the last lap or the lap even before that, is going to be the next starting order with a red flag. That's why they go back. Wow, you guys. Yeah, and as you can see, we've got the schedule as well. The 14th and 15th of February, we had round 1, the 12 hours of Bathurst, and the 14th of February was the Bathurst Legends. And right now we're on the 11th and 13th of April, that weekend, with the Le Mans Classics. To be prepared in June for the Nürburgring 24-hour and the DTM Legends, and in August we're going to have the 24 hours of Spa and the Legends of Spa. After that, the Suzuka 10 hours and the JGTC Legends. That's going to be an amazing one as well. And to end the whole season, we've got round 5 at Road Atlanta for 10 hours in November, and in October we've got the Camel GT Legends. So keep tuned to us. Keep tuned to ERF sub on my and their channel. And yeah, we're going to do way more. Way more. Would it work if everyone just pressed the SS button per every lap? Here you can see it, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring from the 6th until the 8th of June. It's written in German, so that's why it's Juni. Yes, Rick, you can still sign up for every race after this one. Definitely. And as far as I believe, Inferno already scheduled all of them in the Discord. Do check it out. All races with mandatory livery. No, MXC Studios. It's not. Only the Legend are, as far as I believe, with mandatory livery. And if you sign up as a team for one of the normal races, so yeah, as you see from the Endurance Racing Federation, only the historic ones. Now we can see we enthusiasts Rick to drive this. Yeah, we can definitely. By the way, team owner Rick from Inferno, he wants to be in for one of these races, and we definitely are gonna. So hopefully that's your answer, MXC Studios. All races with mandatory liveries, no, only the historic ones. So this one is, and for example the JGTC Legends, the historic of Spa, then there is a mandatory livery. And of course, you get an option of what kind of car you can drive. That comes with a certain livery and a number. And just the same as this one, we have the Jaguar, the Nissan, the Mazda, the Porsche, and the Sauber. All with the historic livery, of course, and then the different numbers on it. The Jaguar, of course, in the Silk Cut, the Nissan in the Calsonic, and the YHP. And then we have the Mazda, of course, in the Renown livery, and the Classic, and I believe that's the first one from, was that 87 or 88 when they first entered with the white livery? And the last year, of course, was with the Renown car. And you see the Porsche cars with the Leighton House, the Kenwood livery, the Blaupunkt livery, and the Taka Q livery. All different liveries. And the Sauber with the classic silver one. Yeah. And we know these cars are legendary. They're so beautiful. Ridiculously beautiful. Let's see. First of all, starting session prepare of screenshots. Starting session prepare for screenshots. Speed on this lap. Oh, are we driving already? No. I think everybody's gonna get 10% of fuel, and the old tires that we're starting on. Let's exit and let's see what they say. Speed on this lap, then pit for fuel and send screenshots. Okay. Max out fin, start. So yes, we can see that we're gonna go. Max out Finn is gonna drive out first because he was the leader, of course. After that, we're gonna have cookies. Oh, there we go. Off all. Let's see who can go first. Yeah, a bit of a weird situation. We had that red flag, and right now we're gonna have a parade lap, an in lap towards the pit, and after that we're gonna have a refueling, I think an out lap and a restart. That's the most logical one for me. As we can see right now, they're going to push on towards the pit. After that, refuel, do the tires. Yeah, we're going to restart. Whoa! What a race so far already. But only 23 minutes in. There goes Cookus. Oh, sorry, Imullet. He's speeding on right now. Oh, I love that sound of that Mazda. Gives me goosebumps every single time. Ridiculous. What a car it is. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, I still want to hear that one, see that one in real life, but especially here. Keep it together, guys. Don't fight that much. Unnecessary right now. It's an out lap, and there is no need to push each other on. As you can see right now, the timer is coming down. Oh, there is only 23 minutes left in this thing. That's it. Wow. Did it went by that quick? Because I see lap number 1 of 29. That's a lot. That's 4 minutes times 30. 4 minutes times 29. Minus this one, minus the next lap. So times 27. a lot. Yeah, let's see. Super S2K nearly in the pit. Be careful, don't get any penalties. Pushing on, getting into the pit. Is gonna get fresh tires and the fuel lovely ones. I am Mullet or Immullet coming in as well. Whoop! Fausto has a little bit of lag. Cook is coming in. Barip G1 coming in. Alakus coming in. Razor nearly there. Coming in right now. Oscar in the renowned Mazda. El Caperoman. Here comes Incredible. Re-Racer is already in. Coquiufo. And Finto Aldutto. And Max Out Finn. And we're gonna go again. That's a good description, Matusinho. It was disconnect from the host, so the whole lobby got kicked, and now we have to do a restart. So this is a red flag situation. Now everybody had their out lap. They're gonna come in. Well, this is the in lap. One by one, they're gonna do the tires, refuel to the level what they want, and then we're gonna do an out lap and a restart. Thumbs up from MXO Studios. Thanks. There you go, the number one in the race. Who was leading the race, Max Out. After that, we have... Who was a number two? Oh! Fausto was already out. Yeah, sure. Now we have Oscar going out as well. Getting reset. There we have Super S2K. And now what? We can see Cookers refueling. Oh, this is new for me as well. AMS Super S2K refueling. We can see some other guys refueling as well. There we have Barip G1. El Caperoman refueling at the moment. And you can see on the left hand side of your screen who can refuel him and who cannot. Here goes Reza. 62 car right now. That is Incredible. Refueling, new tires, and everybody driving out so far. Let's see a little bit further up front. Be careful, don't go too fast right now because there are guys still refueling at the moment. And if you drive out way too far, your tires are going to be too cold at the beginning of the first lap. And we can see Fausto has a little bit of lag. Hopefully that's not going to be too bad during the restart. Super S2K out, El Caperoman, Barip G1 out. There goes Oscar. Racer already out. Incredible out. We still have Immullet. Alcus. Re-Racer. Coquiufo. And Finto Aldutto. And refueling. There goes the number 10 car. And then the last car, the number 1 Jaguar, can go as well. Let's get all the way to number 1 right now. Already halfway through the Mulsanne Street. Hazard lights on, of course, during a restart. Oh, Fausto doesn't have his hazard lights on. I don't think Super has 2K as well. Or does he? Difficult to see. Nope. El Cameraman, put your hazard lights on, please. Oscar, do as well. Perfectly from Razor, has his hazard lights on. Incredible. Hazard lights on, please. Razor joining the queue of cars. Barab G closing up to the pack. And Finto Alduto and Kokiofo and Alcus. Yeah, this is going to be really beneficial for the cars who made a pit stop already. Already has his hazard lights on. Good. It's going to be really beneficial for the guys who made a pit stop already and or spun out, had some damage. Simply where something didn't went to plan. And the least beneficial, of course, are the leaders. Now we can see that all these guys, they're sorting out the starting grid right now. Everybody tries to keep their tires warm. They're weaving all over the place, allowed during a formation lap. Here we are. Let me see. I want to search for something. Wow. Let's move some coal. Yeah, we're coming out of Indianapolis and we're gonna go into Arnage. Search for some of the corner names. Yeah, that's better. So here we go, guys. Into the Porsche curves. Slowly getting there again. And we're going to have that restart. I don't think we're going to do the full 29 laps. But let's see how far we can go and how far we can drive. We see that we still have 23 minutes and a lap, about that, on the clock. And after that, yeah, they're gonna come in. They're gonna go for stint number 2. native traditional set. Is it too late to join? Unfortunately, yes. All is sorted out. There was a pre-qualifier. There was a sign-up time for it, and yeah, you have to do it with at least 3 drivers at minimum. Here we're gonna go. Here's the restart already. Here goes Finn out, max out Finn immediately into the 4 chicanes, and we can see that Cookers was awake as well. Here they're gonna go, and Cookers is closely following max out Finn. They're both on the racing softs and fully fueled up. And let's see if there are going to be any big changes. We see that Fausto was a little bit of a sleep. Super S2K as well. A little bit further back. Then we have Il Copperman. Then we have Razor in 6th place. Then we Incredible with a half-second penalty already. Oh, that's not going to be helpful for him. Oh, and he goes a little bit deep as well. Well, no, that was Imullet who went a little bit deep. And there goes Finto Adulto. No, Ray Razor went a little bit deep. Let's see a little bit further back. Any other big fights? And Barib G1 pitted again. Wow, why? Okay. Max out Finn, still in the lead. Doing an amazing job, pulling out a 1.7 gap in that first part. Dunlop curves in the S's onto Tetre Rouge. We went already over there. Then we've got the Mulsanne Street right now. Fausto in 3rd place, it's only 6/10 behind Cookers. And a little bit further back there we have Super S2K doing a really good job. Well, hello, Dr. Droste. Dr. Droste. Welcome to the stream. And on the Mulsanne Straight, no chicanes of course in the Classic Le Mans, and here comes the fight for 2nd place between Fausto and Cookers. Who's gonna be the bravest over here in the massive braking zone of the Mulsanne corner? It is Cookers, who's still in 2nd place, in front of Fausto, but closely behind we have Super 2K as well. And a little bit further back we can see the fight between El Caporaman and Razor for 5th place. This is the most important battle right now, but let's see if we can skip a little bit further back with this perfect camera angle. There you can see that half-second penalty for Incredible. Just behind him it is Oscar, and then behind that we have Imullet, and behind that Razor in 10th. Then we have Kokiofo and Alsus, and behind that Finto Alduto and Barib G1, who made a pit stop already. Let's go all the way up front again, coming out of what is that corner again? Arnage. Is max out Finn with a 1.6 lead, and we can see a move over there in the background coming out of Arnage, and we're gonna go into the Porsche curves. Fausto still really close behind Cookers. Super S2K also following as well. And whoa, Fausto goes a little bit deep, and that's gonna be an opportunity for Super S2K to really close up to the back of him. Maybe gonna make a move into the 4 chicanes. And New Maison Blanche. That's coming out of here. That's where we are right now. And we can see that dirty air is a little bit too much for Super S2K to get close to make an attack into the 4 chicanes. And oh, look at those cars. They're really difficult to drive. Massive slides here and there. Don't forget, these cars have massive amounts of power, but they're from the late 1980s. Oh, full 2nd penalty for Fausto. No! That's gonna cost you dearly. No. But to continue my story, these cars are from the late 1980s, from 88, 87, 89. Had a massive amount of power. But the aero wasn't as great as it is these days. So the aero, it looks a lot, but they're mostly really fast in a straight line with a lot of power. And of course those massive wings do help, but yeah, it's not even comparable to a Formula car from these days. Not even the slightest. So you have to brake way earlier. They go way faster in a straight line, and here comes S2K, and he wants to close up to Cookers. So he's bump drafting on the Mulsanne straight. Is he going to make a move at the end of this one? And we see groups forming 2 by 2 on the minimap. And they're closing up massively. Take a look at that. Nearly going 390, over 390 kilometers. Here goes Fausto, really close to Cookers again. And take a look at that. 3 different cars, just separated by a couple of tenths. Into Mulsanne corner. Coming out of here. And I don't know, this straight doesn't have a name, does it? No way. You have the Mulsanne Kink, the Mulsanne corner. It probably has, but I don't know. Yeah, compared to regular cars. They're definitely MXC studios. They're really tiny compared to regular cars. It's ridiculous. They're extremely low, extremely wide, do not weigh that much. They're really twitchy and have way too much power. Oh, that's really nice, Shaula. I have one of those pink Porsches in at work at the moment. Same livery. Yeah, iconic liveries. And there you go, the number 9 Porsche. Blaupunkt. Yeah, they're amazing. Iconic. Nobody can forget these cars. The Group C cars. Whoa! And Cookers goes a little bit deep over there in the Porsche curves. And we see that Super S2K did pass Fausto for 3rd place. And Fausto is already way behind. At 1.5 seconds. And is he going to go for place number 2 as well? He's fired up. Super S2K. But let's go a little bit further back because there's not going to be any moves in the Dunlop curves and the S's. Well, let's see a little bit further back. There we have Racer, still in 5th place. Il Capodomen in 6th place. In the 61, Sauber. A bit behind that, in the 62, Sauber, we have Incredible. A little bit further back there, we have the Mazda, the 2 Mazdas close together. The 202 Mazda and the Mullet is in the 56 Mazda. Oh, that sound still gives me goosebumps. Said it before, and we'll see it probably a couple of other times. Really close together in 8th and 9th. Then in 10th we have the number 2 Jaguar in the silk cut livery with Racer behind the wheel, and Finto Adulto in the Porsche Taka Q with the Taka Q livery. Blaupunkt as well. Oh, yellow flag. What happened? What happened? Somebody's off. Is somebody off? Who's off? Oh, somebody got reset. No, somebody's in the pit. That's Alcuz. Front bumper damage. What happened? Let's go a little bit further up front again. Sorry about that. I told you that. Racer in 10th. Then we have Finto Alduto in 11th in the Porsche. And behind that in the Kentwood livery Porsche. Kokyufo. Hyper Kokyufo. And Barab G1 made a pit stop already. And is in 13th right now. El Sus fully fueled up on the racing mediums. And let's go all the way up front again. And let's see if Cookers can pull that gap. Well, Cookers is pulling. Oh, it's coming back towards Max Out Finn. And Super S2K cannot get extremely close in the slipstream. Coming out of Mulsanne corner onto this back street. Wow, these guys. This is a fight for the lead. The number 1, 2, and 3 just separated 1.7 seconds at the moment. And we can see that Super S2K is probably the quickest of these guys. Go, buddy, go. Yes, MXC Studios. We're cheering on everyone, but only one can win. Unfortunate. And take a look at that behind. We've got Racer coming out of Arnage. Just behind them, Il Capodomen in the Sauber. Just behind that. And the 62 Sauber, Incredible. And the 2 Masters closely behind. And the 63 Sauber of Faust. What happened to him again? He has front bumper damage. What happened to him? He made another mistake. He's in 9th position at the moment and has front bumper damage. Sorry I missed that, guys. Sorry I missed that. Oi, Fausto, you were in 2nd place. But okay. That's unfortunate, I missed it. But here comes Super S2K for 2nd place. Closing up to Cookies. let's keep an eye on that battle for 4th place as well between Razor and Il Caporaman. Had to adjust a couple of things. And you can see that the Dunlop curves and the S's behind it in the dirty air are not preferable. Rooting for Razor. Hey, Hans Case, welcome to the stream. And yeah, well, if you're rooting for Razor, that means definitely a top 3, maybe even the 1st place, of course, preferable the 1st place. But that means that it's going to be 3 Finns on the podium. Are they going to be number 1, 2, and 3? And here comes Super S2K. Is he going to bump draft? Yes, he is. He wants to close up. He wants to close up to max out Finn. Is he going to bump draft him again? Yes, he does. And take a look at that speed. Over 390 kilometers per hour. They're closing up massively right now together. And is he going to make that move into Milson corner? Here's the king, and the braking zone is already in front of that. He goes for place number 2, but goes a little bit wide. Don't go too deep. That's going to give you a penalty. He is in 2nd place. Wow, what a move, guys. We're going to see that again. Here he comes into the braking zone to the outside. Met the apex, but went a bit deep. Did get a little bit of a push over there from Cookers. And they're in the slipstream of Max Out Finn into Indianapolis. Whoa, what a race so far from Super S2K. And I think that red flag helped these guys out a lot. Because right now it's just a free stint. A free stint. Oh, take a look at that. Racer and Il Caporaman fighting over 4th place. Whoa, side by side here into Indianapolis. Racer went a little bit deep. Take a look at that. Here they're gonna go, and let's see. They're gonna go side by side. Goes a little bit deep himself. Hopefully not a penalty for him. Wiggy wuggy wiggy wobble over there. Ay. Yes, Lincoln Campbell. That is ridiculous. I know. Group C cars, 24 hours on Le Mans. And no chicane. Good luck, right? But don't forget, it's going to be stints of 2 hours per driver, and you have a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 4 drivers, and they're going to rotate all the time. Battle for the lead. Here we're going to go. Here he comes. Yes, Super S2K closing up to max out Finn. Are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? The number 23 Nissan with the Calsonic livery. Starting all the way at the back. Are they going to take the lead after a bit more than 1.5 hours? Don't forget, of course, we had the red flag. That did help. That did help out a lot. Because Max Out Finn was more than 6 seconds in the lead in front of Cookers. And I believe Super S2K was in 4th or even 5th place. No, 4th place. 3rd place. Finto Alduto and Hyper. Yes, Samundo. But here comes the... Oh, another bump draft for Super S2K. He wants to be far enough in front of Cookers before he makes the overtake. Go Porsche 962, go pink and blue Porsche. Yeah, the Leitenhaus and Blaupunkt. It's weird it's pink, but okay. And here comes that move for the lead. Super S2K, he's done it. He's done it yet again into Milson corner. Goes a little bit wide over there. Max Out Finn tries to regain that position. And which one is faster on the straight? They're side by side right now. On the back straight towards Indianapolis. Oh, and Max Out Finn does have to slot in behind Super S2K, but don't forget that slipstream is strong. Here he comes to the outside. No, okay. Goes in a bit deep, bit hard. No. perfectly meets the corners, and I think there was a spin out and a lock up from Cookers. Still intact, but 2 seconds behind the leaders right now. So we have a new leader for the race. Super S2K leading in the 23 Nissan. Just behind we have the number 11 Porsche, the Leighton out Porsche with Max out Finn. Behind that we have the Blaupunkt number 9 Porsche with Cookers on the wheel. Behind the wheel, on the wheel, yeah. He's standing on the wheel. Aye. Indian Stick Racing. Yes, you're slowing yourself down on a straight by bump drafting another car. But if you bump the other car forward and you drag yourself along yet again in the slipstream, you're going to be faster than the car who's driving all on his own and punching the hole in the air on his own. So together you're going to be faster. And at the end of the straight you saw he could make the pass. So by that they both gained. But the number 2 gains the most at that moment. How is the Sauber Mercedes C9 so far behind? Good question, Lincoln Campbell. And I think Cameraman, oh, he makes a move already on Racer. You can see that Sauber is doing good and is as good as all the other cars. But yeah, they were unfortunate, some mistakes here and there for El Cameraman. And we know Incredible. I don't think he had many mistakes, but we know that Fausto did, and he made a pit stop last lap. We can see that because of the tire wear and the fuel rate he has. And we can see that one of the re-racer with a half-second penalty. The Jaguars aren't doing that well as well. And here we have the Porsche of Kukiovo. But let's get all the way up front again. Let's see. Let's run you through the order, then we can see. Oh, Fausto had a moment after the Dunlop chicane and got damage. That's why. He had to pit. That's a rule as well. When you have damage, you can't just simply continue on and on and on and on and on. As far as I believe. And if you make a pit stop, you have to repair it. That is definite. And it's going to slow you down a lot if you have any aero damage. And of course in the corners, if you have damage on one of your suspension parts or even your engine, it's going to slow you down in the corners. With engine damage, you can't just simply drive on. You're going to lose way too much. Let me see. We're going to run you through the order. Yes. Let's see. Okay, Super S2K in the lead right now, all the way from the back. Then Max out Finn in the Porsche, number 11, Lichtenhaus livery, and number 2. Then we have Cookers on the Racing Softs in the Porsche number 9. And then we have Racer, still in 4th place, fighting together with Il Cameraman. Over 4th place, he in the 24 Nissan, and he in the 61 Sauber. Then in the 62 Sauber we have the Incredible, then in Mullet in the 56 Master. In 7th place, then with the 202 Master we have Oscar, and then Barib G1 in the number 3 Jaguar. Had to make a pit stop, or made a pit stop, I don't know exactly why, just after the safety car ended. So the first lap after the red flag, when it was green, he made a pit stop. Finto Valduto in the number 8 Porsche in 10th. Then we have Kokiovo in number 11 in the number 10 Kenwood Porsche. And then Re-Racer in the number 2 Jaguar in 12th. And then we have Fausto, who was competing for the lead of the race, in 13th right now in the Sauber number 63. And then all the way at the back we have the 3rd Jaguar, the number 1 Jaguar, with Alcus behind the wheel in number 14. So let's get all the way up front again. The 2nd, 3rd, and I think that is pretty settling down pretty well. So the biggest fight we have right now is for place number 4 between Racer and Il Cameraman. Behind that, a half-second penalty for Incredible. then a mullet, and Oscar dropped behind quite a lot. He was just behind a mullet, but he was even in front of a mullet. And no other big fights going on. Yeah, the fight between the two Porsches, the yellow and the Takakyu and the Kenwood one. But let's get the place number 3, 4. No, here is the fight. Is he still in the slipstream? El Caperman. He is. Ooh. Wow, I'm looking at the timer. The timer is in hours, minutes, and seconds. I thought it was minutes, so excuse me. Excuse me for that. Still have 43 minutes to go. Barry already gained 2 positions, and it seems he's catching P8 soon. So that means Barry. Okay, he's called Barry. That's good to know. I called him Barry. Barry BG1 in the number 3 Jaguar. Teammates are the German Milus and the Englishman GT Ghost Driver and Italian or Mexican? I think Mexican. Cinnamon OD. Well, that's quite a variety. I think he's from Belarus, if I'm correct. Mexican, German, and an English team. Wow. That's international. All over the place. Literally. An hour and 8 minutes into the race. And we can see some gaps forming up, of course. Logically. Well, let me reset this for a second. Else you're going to see that all the time. That they have to refuel when they come close to the pit. Oh! And there we go. A bit of a hiccup. Excuse me. We're still live. Good. Ah, Bulgaria. Oh yeah, of course. Sorry. Yeah, Belarus is different. Sorry about that, MXC Studios, and sorry to Barry. And I think one of the, let's see, Cinnamon OD is Mexican. It's a bit small there. Let me zoom in. Yeah, he's Mexican. Yeah. I was correct about that one. That's quite an international lineup. But here he comes, Barry on Oscar. The Jaguar versus the Master. Is he going to bump draft? Is the Master of a Jaguar going to be faster? He should be, especially in the slipstream. And his Mulsanne straight is long. It's long and he's bump drafting. We can see that. They're not going to get over 290 of 390. Yes, they are. What? Suddenly went 400. That was quick. Here he comes. Barry makes the move just before the Mulsanne kink. Into the braking zone, into Mulsanne corner. Nicely driven. Perfectly done. What a move. Wow. Well, let's see that fight for 4th place again between Racer and El Caperman. Still just behind each other. A little bit further back. Incredible on his own. A mullet. And there we have Barry in front of Oscar right now. And Oscar is dropping back. Maybe he's saving a lot of fuel. Oh, he's on the medium tires. compared to the racing softs of Barry. And Barry even purple. Yeah, the closest fight we have right now, I think, is for place number 4 and 5. Let's go. Yeah, we've got the leader, Super S2K. Max out Finn, 3.5 seconds behind, 1.9 seconds behind Cookies. Then we have Razor, Daniel Copperman, Incredible, the Mullet, Barry, Oscar, Coquiofo finally passed Finto Aluto for 10th place. Then we have Racer and the number 2 Jaguar and Fausto Aris. Yeah, with that difficult restart for him, a lot of things went wrong. Yeah, Barry is now P7. He can get P7, definitely. Here we have Barry. Well, that's 10.6 seconds. He'll have to drive really fast if he wants to get to place number 7. And we can see that Imullet is also on the racing medium tires. So that's going to be a difficult one to catch him. And I think Imullet is closely closing up to El Cobramen. Is he driving faster? Let's compare lap times. Because we have a 3:07.777.87, and we have a 3:06.666.8. So the last lap, he did gain a lot. Oh, quite closely matched. But El Cobramen made a mistake, didn't he? He's suddenly behind. Incredible. Can we see what happened to him? Nope. Yeah, sometimes that works, but unfortunately not this time. But he's in 6th place right now. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 caramba. Mamma mia. A lot of drivers on the racing mediums, says ERF. Well, we have the leader on the softs. 2nd place in soft. The second guy on the soft tires. And the third one, oh, Cook has made a mistake. He has front bumper damage and right front suspension damage. Oi, 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 Dit went wide somewhere. Hit a barrier. I think Indianapolis. Most likely. Oh, that's going to cost him a lot of time. And then you have, as I said, Razor. Also on the racing softs, the number 4, the number 5 is on the racing softs, and then we have the number 6 on the racing softs, then we have the number 7 on racing softs, then we have the number 8 in racing softs, and then we have all the medium drivers. So it's Oscar on the mediums, Coquiofo on the mediums, then we have Finto Alduto with front bumper damage as well on the racing mediums, and then the racing softs for Racer, and then we can see Cook is in because of that damage he has. And you'll have to when something like that happens. Oh, that's gonna be really, really painful for him. It's gonna take him quite a while. His tires were not gone, his fuel was still good, but if you have front bumper damage and suspension damage, you'll have to come in. So El Cobramen, Incredible, and Imullet will pass him, and maybe Barry as well. Here comes Barry. There you go, MXC Studios. Yep, did pass him. Oscar will pass him as well. And when will he come out? There he comes in 9th place at the moment. Yet again on the racing softs. Fuel 3/4. Nice. Ay.
Also a warm welcome from my side. Hope you can hear me, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's nice. So hopefully the stream can hear me as well. So I'm getting ready for stint number 2. Let's hope this great race continues like that. we don't get any more disconnects or stupid stuff.
Yeah, let's hope. Let's hope we don't get any disconnects anymore. So far, so good. All good. And yeah, let me know when we're gonna switch from one stint to another.
You will finish that race. So on lap 28, the drivers will head into the pits and do a driver swap. Then we have a nice little sequence on this stream with a picture-in-picture kind of swap sequence, and then
Yeah.
when most of the drivers have pitted, then we will switch over to my stream. So it's a seamless transition for you viewers. So they can't hear me clearly, okay?
No, yeah, you have to speak up a little bit. I already put you really loud, but
Really loud.
wait, just give me a second. I'll put your volume up a little bit higher as well.
No worries, it's still your show. So I have 2 more hours coming up very soon.
Ah, nice. So to give a quick transition or a quick update what has been told, it is that soon we're going to switch over to stint number 2, and that means they're going to be picture-in-picture, and as soon as the new commentator is ready, we're going to switch from one stint to the other. And what lap was it again?
At the end of lap 28 on your
Oi.
lobby.
Well, still quite a
couple
lot.
of minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to take quite a while still, so...
You're not getting an early rest. No way, you do. At least the 2 hours.
Hey, you have to count in the red flag as well.
Yeah, I know.
No, all good. We're gonna continue. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, have a good one. So yeah, let's catch up from number 1 all the way to the back. We have Super S2K.
It's the 23 car leading. They started P14, right?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's beyond. Seriously beyond. Now 5 seconds in the lead, and of course the red flag did help them out to catch up to the leaders, but yeah, the pace was already there to catch up anyhow. So yeah, doing an amazing job, being really consistent, especially if you take a look at the laps. They're not even separated by half a second. Ridiculous. Every single lap at 3:05.2 to 3:05.7. Yeah, it's beyond. And then max out Finn in the Leighton House Porsche number 11. In second place, 4.8 seconds behind the leader. And hey, we're missing somebody. Oh yeah, Cook has already made that pit stop, of course. Now we've got Razor and 80.4 seconds behind the number 2 in the 24 Nissan. And in number 4 we have Incredible in the 62 Sauber, and just behind them Il Copperman and the 61 Sauber Mercedes. Behind that, the first Mazda. Oh, the 56 car with the white livery. In Muller behind the wheel. In 7th we have Barry, and as you said, MXC Studios, he's in 7th. Well, that's mainly because Cook has made a pit stop because he had damage. And then you have Oscar behind that. Sorry, Barry is of course the first of the 3 Jaguars, and he's driving the number 3 Jaguar. And Oscar fighting together with Cookers right now. Oscar, of course, on the racing mediums, and here he's going to go to the outside. Cookers on the racing softs in Indianapolis to Arnage to the inside. Oh, be careful over there. Oh, a little bit of a touch. Oh, yo, guys, keep it together. It's 24 hours, not a sprint. He makes the pass, I think. I want to go to a replay, but I want to see this move as well. Here they're going to go to the Porsche curves. Oy, and the Mazda is quicker on that straight on his own, but we can see the soft tires are supreme compared to the medium tires of Oscar. So Oscar had to let it go. And it should be wise to let him go because you're on different strategies. Just let it go. Now, okay, we've got Cookers back in 8th, and we've got Oscar in 9th in the renowned 202 Mazda. Behind that, in the Porsche number 10, we've got Hyper Kukiovo. Behind that, in 11th place, we have Re-Racer. And number 2, Jaguar. And Faustu in the 63 Sauber Mercedes. 1 minute and 33 seconds behind already. Wow, that's a lot. And Finto Aluto made that pit stop, of course, as well. Repaired his front bumper damage he had and is in 13th at the moment. And Alsus also made a pit stop on the racing mediums all the way at the back, 3 minutes and 25 seconds behind the leader. So soon is gonna be lapped, or is already lapped. Yep, is already lapped.
Are we expecting more scheduled pit stops for some of the drivers? Ah, okay.
But with front bumper damage, so I think that's combined.
That's
right
yeah,
now.
not scheduled probably, but fuel a bit low. Yeah, but
yeah, I think it's going to be a run towards the flag for most of these guys, or to the end of the stint.
even more crazy to see than the here Super S2K, like from last to first challenge. The badge unlocked. Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's ridiculous.
Will he get a trophy for that? I don't know.
Well, I can give him a trophy because that's ridiculous. It is.
Yeah. So usually, like, we do like a driver of the stint. This has to be Super S2K. No doubt about that.
We can ask the viewers if they like to. Yeah. Who's going to be the driver of the stint? Minus the red flag, of course. Am I going to be the the driver of the stint? No, I'm not as fast as Super S2K. Maybe I can compete in the midfield, but boy.
You're driving in sympathy with all of the drivers, so that's why the commentators are always drivers of the stint. You know, we can pretend to be as quick as those drivers.
Yeah, I can imagine it.
They can't prove us wrong.
True.
Right.
Well, then they have to challenge us.
Yeah, I know.
So let's see if there are any battles. I can see a couple of guys close together. Yeah, the two Saubers. And number 4 and number 5 of Incredible and Kapperman. Really close. Kapperman, of course, made that mistake and dropped behind Incredible. But is catching up. Both on the racing soft tires right now. And let's see who of the Sauber drivers is faster. Do they have different taillights? I want to see. Yeah, they have different colors as well. Yeah, that's good. Perfectly done. Here he comes, Kapperman in the slipstream. Had a way better exit coming out of Tetra. Did he hold that one again? Tetra Rouge. Here he comes into the Mulsanne King on the long Mulsanne straight. Still bump drafting. Is he going to make that move into... Oh, coming out of the slipstream. Really aggressive. But did he make the move? Are they going to work together to catch Razor again? And you can see that everybody's pretty spread out at the moment, logically.
It just takes a little safety car to bunch up that grid.
Yeah, true. Oh, he's all over the place and all over the back off. Incredible. And we can see that Il Caproman is quicker than Incredible. Oh, it goes a little bit deep over there. A little bit of a wiggle coming out of Arnage towards the Porsche curves. And is he going to let him go? He does. You can see the little lift from Incredible, and he knows he has to let his fellow countrymen go. And Super S2K is in. The leader is in right now. A scheduled stop. Finally. And Max out Finn as well. The number 1 and number 2 are in. And his race are going to come in as well. Let's see what is beneficial. And somebody's driving really slow. Is that... Oh, SC. Safety car in 30 seconds. That's why they're in. Oi.
They double checked race control, so we had a scenario for a safety car.
Okay.
Told you, it just takes a little safety car.
So everybody's coming in right now. We can see Racer coming in, Il Caproman coming in, Incredible coming in, and Barry BG1 is coming in as well. Here comes Cookies. He pitted already because of that damage, of course. Oh, unfortunate for him. He has to make a double stop right now, and everybody else gets a free stop. Oscar, is he going to come in as well? He comes in. Sorry for that. And let's continue on TV cam. Can you take over quickly?
I can...
Then I can take a little tour quickly.
Yeah. It's perfect opportunity now with the safety car.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we won't be missing any racing action at the moment, of course.
Exactly.
But yeah, safety car procedure has been applied now. So what causes a safety car? So we have either engine damage, we have 2 cars with at least 1 damage point that occurred in the same lap, or many cars with the damage at the same time on track by race director's judgment. So if multiple drivers get damaged, then at some point it's just too many cars with damage. This will be a safety car. And also if you have a sudden change of climatic conditions, something like everyone is out on slick tires and suddenly it's a downpour. So this could also lead to a safety car. But I think it was number 2 cars with at least 1 damage point because of an incident they had together. So that's why. Oh, and engine damage. Number 8 had engine damage, okay? That was confirmation from race control. Still. So yeah, now the safety car procedure. So the lead car has to take the role of the safety car. The drivers behind, they can close the gap, of course. It is full course yellow, no overtaking allowed at that point. And then there will be an announcement by the race director when the safety car ends. Something like safety car ends this lap. But I also think like we have a unlapping scenario. So the car that was running in P14, they were a lap down, so I'm pretty sure they are allowed to unlap. Here we go, we see the announcement. So the P14 car is allowed to unlap themselves. Here we go, just saw them plastic past the leader down the Mulsanne straight. So I guess we will have probably 1 more lap behind the safety car now, but we will find out very soon. I think the call will be made the latest when we come into Indianapolis. See?
I think they're sorting out already.
Yeah, well, we had the 1 car that could unlap themselves. Mm-hmm. So they are now on the hunt to catch the back of the grid, of course. We also have a big gap on that Mulsanne straight between the top runners and the cars that pitted, if I'm not mistaken. So there's
I
a
see.
couple of cars there.
Let's see.
So yeah, so we will definitely have to wait for the grid to be bunched up again. Not sure about that car that can use the unlapping procedure. Don't think we wait for them.
Here come
But yeah.
the number 12 and number 13. Both closing up really close.
Yeah.
They're going to make
And,
the queue.
And there is a safety car speed. Too many series to remember. I don't know, maybe it's 130 kph. Not sure, 80 miles per
Yeah,
hour.
130. I can see everybody
Yeah.
around 130.
Okay.
So, okay. Thanks for filling out and, yeah, giving me that short toilet break, Jager. And you're going to be the next one doing the stream, right? Okay.
Yep.
Now let's see if we're going to get a notification if we're going to restart or not. Let's do an immediate. So everybody out on fresh tires, and I think everybody on soft tires. Let's see, so far the top 9, top 10, 11, 12, 13, and the number 14 is the only one on the racing mediums. Everybody else on soft tires. So it's going to be one big blast to lap number 28. Oh, Lincoln Campbell says 130 kph is a speed that is too high. Lower it to 90. And car number 8, oh dear. Yeah.
So
The yellow Porsche.
Safety car speeds won't be adjusted during that race, so we have like this running for a couple of years now, and I think 80 miles per hour, 130 kph is a decent safety car speed.
And I think we're going to do another
It's
lap.
not too slow. Yeah, pretty sure about that.
So let's go to number 14 and let's see how fast he's blasting away.
Definitely has some work to do, the number 1 car, but still they got lucky and got back onto the lead lap.
Yeah.
That's the good news.
Good news for everybody, because right now you can bunch up and you can make up places, and all the lost time is gone again.
If you are not the lead car, then I would totally agree with that statement.
Yeah, it's true. For some it's beneficial, for some it's absolutely horrible. But hey, we're nearly 2 hours in, so yeah.
That's racing in a nutshell, yeah. Some are happy, some won't be happy with the calls.
So yeah, another full lap of 130 kilometers per hour or 80 kph.
Blistering racing action.
Yeah, take a look at this.
The Circuit de la Sarthe currently. I mean, it happens in real life as well.
True.
And
Can I ask?
we are trying to aim there for in the ERF to replicate real life racing as close as possible with the options we have in Gran Turismo 7.
And can I ask what the lead was for the safety car?
There was engine damage on car number 8.
Ah, okay. So yeah, understandable. That's one of the things that can happen. And oh, they're speeding up already.
Okay. We are not going slower, we are going faster now. Here we go.
Is it a green flag suddenly?
No, not yet, I think.
They're
Just
going
increasing
300.
the speed. Do we?
I think there is a restart right now. What is going on?
Don't think so. I didn't see the green flag or safety car in announcement this lap. Well, we
Neither
still
did I.
see drivers running with hazard lights, so this is usually the signal. Yeah, so no green flag
Yeah,
or
but yet
safety
again,
car in
increasing
this
the
lap
speed.
announcement. Yeah. Obey to the race director.
Yeah, what is this? What are we doing?
Racing.
Okay,
We
safety
have
car
a
in
tight
this lap.
schedule. We have just 24 hours for this race. We cannot waste any more time. Red flag and all that stuff now. It's a bit of an administrative challenge now with the lobby crash and safety cars.
True.
So we, in the background, the admins, they are figuring out currently the stint length for the upcoming ones. So in the end, the next stints will get a bit shorter in time.
Ah, okay.
So we will
I see,
have like a 24-hour race in total. So and with the setup we have, like we cannot just say after 2 hours the stint is done. So we have it to a fixed number of laps that each stint has to run, and so we need to decrease the number of laps for the upcoming stints now and see, and that's probably why the race director said,
Speed up.
don't want to lose any more time, speed up, let's go racing again. But yeah, but it's still the safety car, still no overtaking, but it looks like we have a compact grid. All right,
Everybody bunched
should
up.
be ready.
Yep. And we're gonna go again. Everybody bunched up after the safety car, caused by number 8. So yeah, oh dear, the number 8. And yeah, let's see. We're gonna go 130 kilometers until the green flag zone, and that is, I believe, around here. And then the number 1 can decide if he wants to go or not. And he slows down below 80, and there he goes. Full throttle at the moment, just before the 4 chicanes. Here they're gonna come. We have the number 1 and number 2, still closely together, of course. Everybody close together. Are there gonna be any overtakes or mistakes? Well, let's see. We're following the number 4 car of Incredible, closely followed by Kukas, who had a really good pit stop, and a short pit stop because he didn't have to refuel that much. He made that pit stop, of course, because of his damage. And behind that, we have a Mullet, Oscar, Kaparaman, and oh, a bit of a shenanigans, and a spin out there. No, a spin for Kukiofo. What happened to him? Let's see. Here comes the restart. The guys in front of them still warming up the tires. Here he comes into the Dunlop curve. Into the Dunlop chicane, dives to the inside. Way too late, pushes one of the Saubers white and spins out himself. Luckily, only himself. Oh. Oy. That was a really bad move. Let's get all the way up front because everybody's still really close together. And a 1.5 second penalty for max out. Oy. That's probably gonna cost him place number 2. Definitely gonna cost him place number 2. Racer behind in place number 3. Cook is already in place number 4. And Incredible lost his place to Cookies. He's in 5th right now in the Sauber Mercedes. They're gonna go in Mulsanne King. Into the braking zone.
Don't want to leave, sorry.
No worries. And still Super STK in the lead, but here after Arnage, Max Out is going to service 1.5 second penalties, and Razor is probably going to go to place number 3. Then we have Cookers, closely followed by Incredible, but Cookers passed him for 4th place. Behind that, we have the 2 master cars of Imullet and Oscar. And just behind that, Kaparaman, who dropped some places yet again, didn't he? And Barry in 9th right now with a 4-second penalty as well. But here comes the place number 2 to the penalty line. And let's see, let's get on board with Razor, how that's gonna look. Because 1.5 seconds is way more than 1.5 seconds. There he goes. And let's see a little bit further back. Can he hold 3rd position to Cookers? Yes, he can, just in front of the Porsche curves. Oh, and Cookers thought about a move. Couldn't make it stick. He's still in, still in 4th place right now. And Incredible just behind that in the Sauber Mercedes. In Mullet. In the Mazda. And that fight behind there between Oscar and Il Caperman. And Mullet went a little bit wide over there. Is that going to be a penalty? Oh. And there is a fight just behind. Yes, that's a 1/2 second penalty. And we can see Il Caperman did pass Oscar for P7. Nice move. Into the 4 chicanes. Everybody bunched up. Still quite close together. And who's going to be faster on the main street? Into the Dunlop curve. Is there going to be a move from Oscar? And Oscar is probably on the racing mediums. No, they're all on the racing softs, remember? Yeah. Only last place is on the racing mediums. Let's go a little bit further up front. Let's see, we have Razor in 2nd. Max Out, Finn in 3rd right now because of that 1.5 second penalty. 1.5 a lap ago. Cookers, yet again, really close to the lead of the race. I think he forgot to... Oh no, he did not. Incredible behind it. 1/2 second penalty for a mullet. We saw that happen. El Copperman immediately pulling out a gap over Oscar. Just behind it we've got Faustu. Maybe he can go back to the front as well. Barry in 10th right now, was eventually 7th. And there we have the number 9 of the number 8 Porsche. Whoa, that braking zone is really tricky at the end of the Mulsanne straight. Really difficult with these kind of cars. Racer, the number 2, and Alcuz, the number 1 Jaguar, and all the way at the back Hyper Kokyovov because of that spin. Cost him a lot of time, more than 10 seconds. All the way up front, Super S2K coming up to the Porsche curves. Just behind it we've got Racer and Max Out Finn, and that fight for second place is on between these 3 guys. Well, we've got a Nissan and a Nissan in the lead. Behind that a Porsche and a Porsche, and behind that we've got the first Sauber with the second Sauber behind it as well. So it's 2 by 2 by 2. Whoa! And Cook is nearly losing it at the end of the Porsche curves. And let's see a little bit further back. We got a fight between Oscar and Faustu for 8th place. Here comes Faustu. Is he going to dive to the inside, or is he going to go the long way around? No, he thinks better of it. Tries to get him after the Dunlop chicane into the S's. Takes a wider line into the S's, which is going to give you a better exit. And Oscar went a little bit wide over there. Is he going to make it to Tetra Rouge onto the Mulsanne straight? Oh, you can see that fighting causes that Barry is closing up as well. Everybody's closing up right now. Let's see a little bit further up front, or are we going to stick with this one? Because I can see a lot of guys close together. These three are really close together. Here they're going to go. Are they going to go three wide? No, Barry is still on the slipstream of Fausto. Fausto passed Oscar, and Barry did as well. Oscar immediately in the slipstream towards the Mulsanne kink. Here it is. And who's going to break the latest? Is it going to be Barry? Is he going to benefit from this and go all the way up to place number 8? Oh, a little bit of a touch over there. And oh, he goes too wide. He goes too deep. No! He lost it. He lost it. Gained 2 positions. Lost 2 positions. And some time. Nearly a second behind right now. Here they're going to go again. Oscar just behind Fausto, and Fausto is closing up to I Am Mullet or a Mullet. Barry in the background cleaning his tires. Whoa! Oscar nearly losing it, coming out of Indianapolis into Arnage. Oh, and there is a mistake from Il Copperman. Can a Mullet immediately profit? Yes, he can. Let's see that. A Mullet in 6th place right now. Incredible. Of Il Copperman just behind it. And Fausto is going to benefit as well from that mistake from Il Copperman. No, he cannot. Wow, these guys are really close together. Ridiculous! Cook is in 3rd place right now. Past Racer. We see that. So we got a number 1. Super S2K, we've got Max Out, Finn in 2nd, then we've got Cookers, and then we've got Racer. So Racer dropped back all the way to 4th place. Let's quickly redo that. And Incredible with half a second penalty, and you saw some guys go a little bit wide coming out of the fortune gains on the main straight, and we see that a Mullet is pulling away from these 2 Saubers. And Il Copperman with a half second penalty. Faucits, oh, with a little bit of lag. Looked as if he's touching one of these guys. Barry's still in 10th position. Oscar in 9th. Oh, a huge slide over there from Barry. Oh, and a little bit wide from Finto Aldulto. Ay, 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 ay. That's going to give you dirty tires and a full second penalty. Oy, 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 oy. Any other big battles coming up? Yeah, a little bit further up front. Oh, you can see that Fausto has quite some lag. He was nearly inside. He is inside one of the other cars. Oy, 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 oy. Hopefully that will continue the right way. Towards Mulsanne kink again, side by side, the 2 Sauber Mercedes drivers, the number 61 and 63. Fausto in number 7 right now. El Copperman is still with a half second penalty. Let's go a little bit further up front. Incredible with that half second penalty. Then we've got Razor, Cookies, and Max Out Finn. The 3 Finnish drivers really close together in the race. But we've got an American in the lead with Super S2K. Let's look a little bit further back because that battle is probably still ongoing. We've got Fausto in 7th right now. We've got Barry in 8th. He gained again 2 places. Behind that, we've got Oscar into the Porsche curves. And Il Copperman, because of the half-second penalty and probably fighting, is back in 10th at the moment. Oh, and they're fighting all over the place. Il Copperman tries it on the outside into the Porsche curves. Halfway through the Porsche curves, coming out of the Porsche curves and makes that move. Wow, I want to see that one again. That's ridiculous to do that on the outside. Take a look at that. Oh. How did he manage this one? That's incredible. Boy, and Oscar all over the shop. Left, right and center. And slowly the field is spreading out again. A full second penalty right now for Incredible. Ay, ay, ay. Half a second last lap. A full second this lap. This way in Mullet is going to catch you. Let's get all the way up front again. Super S2K. Still in the lead. 8.3 seconds. Wow. What a ferocious speed he's got. Max out Finn. Well, there you have your answer, Alan Herrera. He asked, is the stream going to stay the same for the second stint? Yes, it is. But it won't be me speaking, but Jager. And yeah, he's going to continue. We're going to have a break in between the first 8 hours and the last 8 hours of no stream. And in the second 8 hours we're going to stream. I will do 2 stints as well.
The stream ping pong will be real. Trust me, we're going back and forth for the final 8 hours. Yep.
Yeah, nice. I love it. Let's see. Is this the biggest battle we have? I think this is the biggest battle we have at the moment. Already 22 or nearly 22 laps in after the red flag. And at the end of lap 28, they have to come in. Well, thanks, Alan. Keep tuning in, and yeah, we'll keep you updated.
It is, yeah, so a very, very long first stint for the drivers due to the red flag with the lobby crashed and a safety car as well. So usually we should be already live with Stint 2, but then again, yeah, unforeseen things happen, so that's why it is a long first driver stint for those 14 drivers currently driving.
True, because before the tire squeals, before the red flag, we've done 40 minutes already, a little bit more than 40 minutes. That's correct, Jaeger, isn't it?
Roughly, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
So 35, 40 minutes, something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the 40-minute mark already, and then it crashed. Don't know how many minutes after that it crashed, but that means they're driving for 2 hours already right now. And they still have to do lap number 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 before they're going to stop. So it's definitely longer than all the other stints. And we had that safety car as well, of course. Oh, a full second penalty for Razor. Not good, not good, not good. Now the number 1 is absolutely gone and out of sight of number 2, as you can see. The number 2 is 2.6 in front of number 3. The number 3 is 1.8 seconds behind in front of number 4, but that's going to be bigger after the penalty of Razor. The number 5 is 7.6 seconds behind Razor. And then we have Barry being really closely followed by Fausto. And this is the biggest battle we have here. We're going to go into Indianapolis. Whoa! Whoa! Incredible. Sorry. Oh, that's way too deep for Barry. No, 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 no. What a move, but that was Daddy. Way too Daddy to do it. Here they're going to go side by side. Let's see that. Here we're going to go. Did pass him. Had to give the space, but went in way too hard, way too deep into Indianapolis. Then you're going to outbrake yourself. And there you go, into the gravel. Lost 2 places again to El Copraman and Oscar. Back in 9th for Barry. Ay, 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 ay. Crash for Mullet.
We've been hearing this with the Jag for quite some time now. In the build-up for the event, that especially Indianapolis is a tricky, tricky section in that car. We saw that.
Mm-hmm. And that's the second time one of the Jags, had a bit of a snatch of oversteer coming into the Indianapolis and outbraked himself. So yeah, that's a good thing to know and a good thing to keep in mind for all the Jag drivers. Oh, and a huge drift from Finto Valdulto in the last part of the Ford chicane. Whew. But Imullet had some sort of a spin in his set. Crash for Mullet, no damage at the exit of the last turn. Oh. Yeah, come on, Barry, says Feel Good Cater. Head down and concentrate, Barry. Oh yeah, he was gaining places again, but lost it. Let's get a little bit further up front towards El Copraman because he's gaining on Fausto, the Korean driver, also in the Sauber Mercedes. Damage for Max Out Finn. Oh dear, what happened to him? Oh, no damage. Well, there is a fight between Cookus and Max Out. Did he make a mistake? Probably. Cook is in second right now. Max Out Finn in third. And the gap increasing and increasing towards the number 1. Whoa. Cook is nearly going too wide over there. That is a really tricky corner, Indianapolis, because you're blasting in nearly full speed, a right-hander, have to brake, and then turn left, and coming out of that slow left-hander. And yes, Max Out Finn does have that damage, front bumper damage and right front suspension damage. Is he going to make a pit stop or not? Still.
Too late, probably now.
Yeah, still 4 laps to go after this one. Is it worth it? I don't think so. But he's probably going to drop into the clutches of Racer. And yeah, this is not good. Not good for Max Out Finn. He was leading the race. And right now back all the way to third. Not good at all. Now what else do we have? Of course, Racer still in fourth, slowly gaining our max out fin because of that damage. 3 Saubers battling for P5. There we go. Half-second penalty for Incredible. And then we have Fausto in sixth, and Kopperman in seventh. Behind that, any other battles? Yeah, everybody's still really close together because of that late safety car. And yeah, it looks amazing. Take a look at that. 3 Saubers, 5, 6, and 7 in the race. But all of them not really in the slipstream. Kopperman is from Fausto, but Fausto is not from Incredible. What an amazing looking car it is.
Formation. Flying down the Mulsanne straight. Great visuals, no doubt about that.
There they go. One. Number 5, 6, and 7. Information. As Jaeger said. Beautiful shots.
I hope they don't do what the Mercedes CLK did at Le Mans. Nope.
No, don't fly
do the
off.
backflip. No.
Don't fly off into the woods. Stay on track, please. Let's see. Max out Finn. Is he slowly losing time? He does. Quite a lot, because the gap was around 4 seconds. And it's just 2 seconds right now. Half a lap later. And we can see slowly the weather coming in as well. Because the weather is random, isn't it, Jaeger?
The start and the end of each stint is set to a fixed weather slot. Between the start and the end, there are 4 or 5 random weather slots for every lobby. So probably then the fixed weather slot is cloudy. We get that transition, so I think we shouldn't see any rain in this stint. I think there's a little bit of rain on the forecast for stint 2 or stint 3, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, just light drizzle. But then again, the random weather slots, we don't have a clue. Probably also the game doesn't have a clue what to do with this, so it can be torrential rain out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, we had the same yesterday. I was commentating on another stream, and suddenly out of nowhere, rain everywhere, but only for a lap, and after that it dried out extremely quick. So that's the most difficult one, especially in these kind of cars and this long track. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go to intermediates? Are you gonna go to wet tires? And how quickly are you gonna come in again? And if you miss the pit just by 2 or 3 seconds, you have to do a full lap in torrential rain. Yeah. Oh, here comes Kopperman. Is he gonna bump draft? I think he is. Yes, he does. Be careful with that closing speed. You don't damage your rear front bumper and the other guy's rear bumper. Take a look at those speeds. What the hell? 390 kilometers per hour.
Insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, these cars. Nearly no rules. That's what you get. Ooh! El Kopperman nearly outbraked himself, and oh, there goes Incredible! went a little bit too early on the throttle, had a huge snap of oversteer coming out of Mulsanne corner, and loses 2 places to Fausto and Il Copperman. And Il Copperman still with that half-second penalty, but is going to overtake Fausto for 5th place. Is he or is he not? Or they should help each other and not go side by side into Indianapolis. And Fausto goes a little bit wide, a little bit of a bump over there. They're fighting all over the place, all over the shop. No, guys, keep it together, hold it together. No, and El Copperman outbreaks himself. So Incredible can re-overtake him. Oh, and a bit of a bump into the wall for El Copperman. Loses a lot of time, loses eventually that place to Fausto, and didn't gain that one Incredible, and now lost a lot of time. Only 2 guys left in the slipstream, Fausto and Incredible. Guys, keep it together. We're only 2 hours in.
Toto Wolff wouldn't approve that driving
No.
in between the same car T, whatever.
Exactly. Oh, he would smash his headphones right now. 999. Oh, we can't say that. Sorry. A comment from Don't at Dylan. We did see one Porsche briefly go airborne earlier, and that is true. Oh, somebody went a little bit wide over there. That was Barry. In the Mulsanne corner, when the Porsche 8 went too deep, the Porsche number 10, so the Kenwood livery, hit one of the bullers and went a little bit airborne. It was really weird to see. So yeah, we did see a car go airborne by going back to the CLK cars. Now we have still the fight for place number 3, and after this lap we have 1 lap to go, and Racer is only 6/10 behind Max Out Finn, and Max Out Finn of course with that damage, front bumper damage and right front suspension damage, and here he comes already. There goes Racer, easily past Max Out Finn because of that damage, and that damage hurts you the worst in a straight line. Hopefully he can lift along with Racer in the slipstream to make sure he doesn't lose that much time anymore. As I said, after this, half a lap, so after this corner, half a lap and another full lap, and then they have to come in to hand over the steering wheel to the next driver. Let's see where all the other fights are, because there is still a fight between Fausto, Incredible, and Il Copperman. And Il Copperman, the one who lost out the worst out of the 3 Saubers. A little bit further back, we've got Oscar in 8th place with the Master, with that beautiful rotary car of a motor. And then Barry taking Indianapolis correctly right now. Finto Adulto in the Porsche. In Mullet had of course a little bit of trouble with a spin at the last corner. Has a half-second penalty right now, so he's gonna lose time again. Then Kokiofo in the number 10 Kenwood Porsche in 12th. Then we've got Elkus in 13th in the number 1 Jaguar, and Racer already 2 minutes behind the leader at the moment. Front bumper damage as well in the number 2 Jaguar. So here we go, last lap before they have to come in Tetre Rouge. Coming out of Tetre Rouge on the Mulsanne straight. Super S2K in the lead. Cook is in second. Recovered really good after having some front bumper damage and right front suspension damage. with some sort of a spin or a crash. Then we have Racer right now in third. Oh, and have a huge moment over there in Tertre Rouge. And of course, Max Out Finn is going to benefit of that. And we want to see that again. Coming out of... Oh, that's a little bit too far back, but... here into the S's. You got a left-hander, right-hander. Probably goes a little bit wide over here. No. I think he outbrakes himself a little bit. No, he stays in a little bit too fast. Too early. And went a little bit too fast. No overtaking. Oh dear. What is going on? No overtaking anymore.
Yeah, we need to call a safety car. We have technical issues in lobby 2. So we can't get the driver swap ready in time. So that's why we need to call a safety car.
You've heard it first. Over here. From Jaeger. We're going to have a safety car. Yet another one. So we had a red flag. And right now, the second safety car is coming out. Everybody has to slow down. Slow speed. And you can see Super S2K already on the 100 kilometers per hour. And Kukas is right behind it. Then we have Max Out Finn closing up Razor. And Razor with a half-second penalty. That doesn't matter anymore because we have, of course, a safety car. Incredible. Closing up in 5th place. And right now we can run you through that order perfectly when everybody bunches up and lines up. There comes Il Copraman. And here comes the rest. Already bunched up. Really close together. Nice shot from here. And Alcus and Re-Racer are really far behind, especially Re-Racer. Has nearly no fuel anymore. Oh, it goes a little bit wide over there. And his lap times aren't really good. No, not good at all. Sorry about that. Now, let's see. Let's run you through that order. And let's see if everybody can make it. And maybe it is advised to hold it on 80 kilometers per hour because some guys are gonna run out of fuel. So we have the Super S2K in the 23 Nissan in the lead. Then we have Kukas in the Porsche number 9 in second. Then we have Max Out Finn in the Porsche 11, the late in-house livery, in third. Then we have, do remember that he has damage and Racer should be in front of him. He should be in third. And so actually Racer in third, Max Out Finn in fourth. Racer is driving the 24 Nissan 390 CP. Behind that we have Incredible in 5th place. Il Copraman in 6th. Then we have Fausto in 7th. All driving the Sauber C9. Behind that we have the first Jaguar with Barry in 8th place. Behind that the first Mazda in 9th place, with Oscar behind the wheel at the moment. Finto Adulto in 10th with the Porsche number 8th. Then behind that we have Emulet, had some complications, in 11th right now in the second Mazda. Behind that we have Kukiovo in the 3rd Porsche, the number 10 Kenwood livery. And at the back we have Alcus in the number 1 Jaguar, and completely at the back, closing the full grid in one big line is Re-Racer in number 14.
Okay, we have the next lobby sitting in the pits, so we are good. We can then complete the driver swap sequence.
Okay.
But yeah, still sorry for that, but technical difficulties. Lobby nearly crashed again, driver disconnected, so we want to have 14 drivers driving.
Yeah, true.
So that's why the safety car was needed.
Yeah. Understandable. We want all drivers to have a full stint, else you're going to be 2 hours behind schedule just by a simple technical difficulty.
Yeah, and with the fact that you cannot rejoin a lobby if you DC. Well, that's why. It is, but we are good. We are good. we can continue.
Good.
So, a very long 2.5 hours stint nearly for the first part of it. But yeah, now we are
All
we are
good,
getting
all good.
ready for that swap sequence. And then
I'll continue to talk, and you take over whenever you want to take over.
yeah. So we will continue with the safety car for one more lap then in the next lobby.
Now, of course, I'm going to do 2 more stints tomorrow morning and the afternoon. So I will be back. Hopefully you enjoyed what I said. As I said, all the guys are in right now. We have a safety car because of some disconnects in the second lobby. We fixed it. The second lobby is starting up and everybody is filling up over there. Soon we're going to switch into a screen to screen, and there it is already. Then we can see that the second lobby is getting ready to leave. They're going to start behind the safety car. So they got to drive out. The number 1 is going to be the safety car with 130 kilometers per hour around the lap. And after that, we're going to get a full reset and a full restart yet again. And that's going to be the third one of this race. As you can see right now in the second lobby, they are going out. Car for car, car by car.
So yeah, thank you for that. I'll take over now.
Jake.
With the safety car continuing in stint number 2, so we'll get the grid order sorted then throughout this lap. And then we can continue with the race at the end of that lap, hopefully. We're just a little bit of a mess now, but pretty sure we get those positions now ready. So dude will be leading for the 23 Nissan. That's what I could tell from the previous stint. And then the other positions, I don't have a clue. So sorry. But the people in the background, the race directors, they definitely know how to sort that grid now, so that everyone gets to start the race in their position they were running on the previous stint. So a little bit of overcast settings now, and with a slight chance of rain as well. This could spice things up even more. So we'll have to wait for the announcement now to sort that grid. I'm pretty sure those 3.
I can help you out.
Yeah.
With the order.
It doesn't help me, it's like, but I think Mr. T, the race director of Stint 1, is already in contact with the race director of Stint number 2, so they will get this grid sorted. But I'm pretty sure the 3 Saubers, they weren't running P2, 3 and 4, so they probably gained a position.
Oh, that's not correct.
That's not correct. They were definitely fighting for P5, I think. So P2 a bit rich, probably. but hey.
All good.
Yeah, we are learning all the time. So I should just tell them.
I know that the number 3 car of 23 car was the lead, and behind that you had, of course, the Porsche and the other Nissan and another Porsche. So the number 9, the number 11, and the number 24. They were in front of all the 3 Saubers, but they will sort it out later for sure.
So still a bit of a discussion currently happening in the admin group, the race directors. Not sure about the current race order.
I can recheck it where they ended up.
Or maybe it gets sorted throughout the race then, and so.
I can see Super S2K first.
Yeah,
That's the 23.
the 23 should be leading. That is correct. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Then you had the Porsche number 9, so the pink Porsche.
Pink Porsche, where is that car currently running?
Number 9.
Snowman. Yeah, but it's also like difficult now to see because people used more or less fuel during that pit stop. So that's why we have a bit of a different order now during the swap.
Right?
It is still safety car, so I still think we should have the same positions as we left the previous stint. But here we go. I think we are leaving it like that now, and we'll get that race hopefully started now very, very soon. But yeah, I would be a bit surprised if I had lost positions because of that. But nevertheless, we go racing apparently. Did I miss a green?
Oh, somebody in the wall.
And yeah, so I get rid of the safety car now, so let's have a look who actually had the spin. Oh, again, contact into the Dunlop chicane. Bit unsettled, that car, and so we have the 63 AMG with damage. So that's the car that went flying out of the final Ford chicane. The 56 also lost a little bit of time. By the looks, runs wide at Tetra Rouge. Will get them probably ace. Half second to second penalty. It's half a second apparently. Have the number 1 Jack in the draft of the sister car, the number 3. Down the long straight. Everyone's carrying a penalty, apparently, down the Mulsanne straight. The 8 Porsche, and we see Jacks not working together, going for the move. No bump drafting between the two cars. The 10 Porsche in P9, and we have the pink Porsche in P8. That is currently the best Jack in P7, the number 2 car. We have the Nissan around the outside at Mulsanne corner. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he does. Makes the move past the lovely Leighton House Porsche. What a move. The Mazda in P4 for the MRL team, the 202. Good start. And we have the 2 Sauber C9s in P2 and P3, and Dude in that Nissan checked out of that race already. Nearly 4 seconds the gap on that opening lap of the stint. 3.5 it is at the moment, so let's run us through the positions. The 2 Saubers, then the 62 and the 61, P2, P3. We have the Mazda 787B for MRL Sean, the 202 car in P4, then the Jack in P5. Made up some ground, the number 2 car. Good run through the Porsche curves coming out of the karting SS. We keep it within the track limits, yeah, no issue here. Then we have the 24 Nissan in P6, closely followed by the Leighton House number 11 Porsche 962C. Next up it is the number 9 Blaupunkt Porsche. They had a good opening stint and a bit of drama with damage, but still close after that safety car, of course it is. Then the 8 Porsche in P9. a little gap to the next drivers. We have the number 1 Jag in P10 and the 56 Mazda in P11. We see Cross pitting for the 63 AMG that is, and also we have the number 10 with a damage heading into the pits, and 3 Jag lost that position to the Mazda and has a half-second penalty. Now we'll lose even more time. So yeah, different level of fuel during that pit stop. That is correct. But also we had like a different order where the drivers were running on the in-lap, so all of it confused and was hectic with the technical issues we had. I think for now we just continue with the race and focus on what we have, and then we can sort those positions later throughout the event, hopefully. So yeah, the 23 going strong. 5 seconds, nearly that gap after 1.5 laps of racing. So great run early on, great race pace. And the 2 Italians driving for Saubers in the C9. And the 61 got past 62, but it's not over yet. 62 has the inside line into Arnage. They go, they come round Arnage side by side, and they will have a run into the Porsche curves as well, with who gets the inside line for the right-hander. 62 on the inside, 62 on the outside. Wait. And 62 keeps that position for now. Through the Porsche curves we go. A little bit of dirty air through that section. Oh, and Festina a bit wide on the exit of the cutting S's. Was it okay still? Looks like no penalty showing on the edge. And then Titan goes a bit deep into the final port chicane. This gives Festina the run. Now he gives a little bump to the car in front. So not going for a move into the first braking zone. The Dunlop chicane coming out of the Dunlop chicane now. Good run for Festina. He has clearly more speed in my opinion. Shouldn't stay behind for too long. Now lift back onto the power for Tete Rouge. That was wide. Nearly lost it on the curb. And instantly we see that penalty. But gets the toe down the Mulsanne straight now. And will he try to break that toe? Will we see bump drafting once again? Going for the overtake now. Side by side the 2 C9s. P2, P3. Then in P4 it's still the 202 Mazda. We have the Porsches in the slipstream. A second, not really gaining at the moment, because the... Whoa, where does that Jag come from? Out of nowhere, Mateusz with a slipstream overtake to get past the number 11 and wants to get the move done on the number 9 Porsche as well. Braking for Mulsanne. Corner a bit too late on the inside. Gets a penalty. Not sure if he had a penalty already. But this is now bunching up. P4, 5, 6, 7. Really close forecast. We also have in P8 the 24 on the sun. Coming towards Indianapolis. And I heard some tires screaming for help. But all good. Battle. Challenge for position. Mateusz gets unsettled, loses the rear end and loses that position. Now, while serving the penalty, also to the 24 maybe, they have the run into the Porsche curves, and it's the 24 with more speed going into the right-left fast flowing section at the Le Mans circuit. So Mateusz down to P8 in the number 2 Jack's. Still the lead, Jack Philo then for the 56 Mazda MP9, slowly gaining positions. P12, 13 I think, where they were after the restart. Then the number 1 with Saifur Sama. 4 seconds that gap already to the Mazda in front. And then it's Cinnamon in the number 3 Jack. 11th we see damage for the 8 Porsche, so early pit stop it is for Devil. Cross after repairing that car. In the 63 Sauber, P13 it is, and another 27 seconds to the number 10 car. Frenetic, the Greek driver in that Porsche. So dude not slowing down at all. 3:04.0 race pace. That is a hell of a lap already. That's not too far off qualifying, and we had a different BOP for the qualifying session as well. So a couple of, I think, less brake horsepower, so a bit more weight probably added to some of the cars compared to the qualifying session to compensate with the tire wear and the fuel consumption for those cars during the race. So yeah, for those new to the ERF, we are running custom BOPs. So Philo, the mastermind behind the BOPs, did a thing or two with those Group C's cars to get them close to each other. So yeah, running custom BOP per car, and this is also where we have like a bit of an excessive BOP check procedure in place, because we cannot see the car specs in the lobby for every driver. That's why we need to check the BOP manually. We do that with that in-lap, and then screenshots presented by the drivers. So yeah, it's a bit more complicated than it needs to be. Otherwise we couldn't run a per car BOP for those events. And so with that custom BOP, it is set to a fixed amount with the brake horsepower and the weight settings. All other options are totally open with the tuning. The setup options, you can adjust the downforce, the suspension, the gearbox, the differential, you name it. Also like the weight, ballast positioning, up to the drivers to find a good tune for those races. And do it with a 3:03.7, crazy. And we saw the pace advantage here for Pristina in the 61 C9, 2 seconds that gap to the 62 sister car in P3. And the best of the Porsches currently in P4, the number 9, the pink Blaupunkt Porsche 962. The 11, Leighton House Porsche in P5, still somewhat in striking distance, less than 2 seconds. And we have the 24 Nissan trying to close that gap. That Nissan should be a bit quicker down the long straight initially, so we'll see if they will gain some time. It's 2.2 coming out of Tetrarusha now. That gap is slowly coming down. We also have the best of the Jacks, the number 2, Mateusz, in that slip gaining some time. 1.1, 1.2 roughly that. So now we are getting closer to the top end of those cars. It's 380 currently. A little bit of slipstream. Doesn't gain too much. Maybe using a bit more downforce for the race compared to qualifying, where that Jack was just flying a beast down the straight. Also, the Nissan didn't gain that much on that Porsche. Looks like the 11 car with a low downforce setup currently. And Philo for the 56 Mazda in P8. 2 seconds that gap to the Jack in front. In theory, advantage through the fast turns for the Mazda. Especially the Porsche curves. Should be interesting. So still roughly 2 seconds between the two cars. Takes the bump on the inside of Arnage. Didn't get the best exit, so losing 6/7 here. The 202 Mazda running P4 now dropped down to P9, and a bit of a lonely race currently. The gap to Philo, nearly 4 seconds, roughly 8 seconds to the number 1 Jack behind, and then we have a couple of pit stoppers. No, I think Cinnamon wasn't pitting, it just had a poor lap, 3:16, and also is using the medium tires compared to the softs that are being used by the majority of the teams so far. So we had Cross in a 63 pitting to repair damage early on, not trying to get back into the groove. Cross was doing qualifying session yesterday, and what a session that was. Runs wide on the XFD karting S's. Will this be a penalty? Did he just keep it within the track limits? Just capped it. Oh, Devil in that number 8 Porsche in P13, and Frenetic going deep into the Ulsan corner, trying to get into a rhythm on medium tires as well. So don't think we have any close battles currently. Dude increasing that lead, 15 seconds now, improved that fastest lap as well to a 3:03.471. And Pastina in P2 for the 61. Sauber C9. 5 seconds that gap to Titan in a 62 car. And Snowman trying to close that gap. 2 seconds roughly. Number 9 is slowly catching P3, and the same goes for the number 11 Leighton House Porsche with a name that's hard to pronounce. Heures. I have no clue. Come on, guys. Why do you use those names that are so hard to pronounce? Heures. Still doesn't flow at the moment. The 24 got a bit deep into Anash, has to serve a penalty. Opportunity for Philo maybe to get the move. And just before the Porsche curves, yes, he does, up to P7 it is for the 56 Mazda 787B, and opening up that gap already half a second. A good run for the Nissan coming out of the Porsche S's and the karting S's through Corvette chicane, past the Maison Blanche and the pit entry into the final two chicanes, the four chicanes, number one and the second one. The Nissan staying close with the Mazda for now. Let's jump on board and see if Juno can keep up with Philo. Through the first sector we go. Philo, a bit of a weird line into the Dunlop chicane. And still staying close. 6, 7 tenths maybe. Missed that apex slightly. Lost the 10th. Now the also important Tete Rouge. Didn't carry the speed. Had to lift. Now more than a second. The gap to the Mazda. He still should gain a little bit. He slipped now. Let's see if they are picking up a little bit of pace. Not yet, not yet. And Mazda is not too slow. Down the Mulsanne straight we go. Extending the gap to 1.1 seconds. Now we should see some slipstream happening now. Yeah. You see 383, 84. But also good momentum for Philo coming out of Tete Rouge to keep that 1 second gap all the way down into the braking zone for Mulsanne corner, to just before the start of the kink. Heavy braking zone, and then get back onto the power. And still keeping it at roughly 1 second, the gap between P8 and P7. Approaching Indianapolis, the right kink is flat, and then before Indianapolis it is a lift, downshift, 4th gear, 3rd gear as well, early into 1st gear, also with the options to adjust the gearbox and the length of the gears. So looks like going for longer gears, so very long 1st gear that is. And over the course of that lap, Juno lost 6, 7 tenths maybe into the Porsche curves, and a bit too slow on the apex for my liking. Oh, rain? Or was it just a manual windshield wiper activation? I don't know, for a brief moment it was like, will we see a bit of rain? I would be like all over the place if we actually get a little bit of rain drama. It is nice final sector for the Nissan driver. It brings that gap to roughly 1 second again. But that was 1 lap on board with a Nissan. So don't see any windshield wipers going for the other cars. Dude like doing his thing. Nearly 19 seconds that gap to Stina into for the 61 crew, keeping that gap to the sister car, the 62, roughly at 5 seconds. And Snowman unable to close that gap. It was roughly 2 seconds. And now 3 seconds, so maybe a little penalty somewhere. That gap to the 11 Porsche also stays roughly at 2 seconds. That 1 second penalty though, that's gonna hurt, no doubt about that. In P6, our leading Jaguar thrown it down the Mulsanne straight all by themselves. 382 kph, keeping Philo, who has 385. Wow. That monster got some legs. Braking for the Mulsanne corner. No drama at all. Rumbles over those curbs. And the 24, 1.5 dropping out of the slipstream range now. And with that penalty on top, won't help. The 202 Mazda 787B currently running in P9 with MRL Sean driving. The number 1 Jack and a 10th position. 12 seconds that gap to P9 though. That's already quite big. Same for Cinnamon in P11 for the number 3 Jaguar. And we have one of the quickest drivers currently, Cross in the C9 in P12. So keep an eye on that 63 car. And the number 8 on the outlap, fresh tires. And the number 10 being lapped 4 minutes, the gap 2 meters, and I think the same fate now happened to the number 8. Just saw the 23 went past, so we have 12 cars on the lead lap, 2 cars 1 lap down at this stage. What will be the closest on track? Probably between Snowman and Titan. Sauber versus Porsche. 2.2 seconds currently. Still that track map on the top right looks like it is close, but it's a big track. So don't think they're actually that close. But we do see that Mateusz is gaining on that 11 Porsche. We saw it last lap, 1 second penalty. They're under 3 seconds. Philo 4.4 and Juno, after serving penalties, dropped out of that slipstream range, now roughly 4 seconds. So I think we will stay for a little while with the 62, who is apparently still having the hazards lights turned on. So if some of the team representatives or co-drivers see that, could you please inform the 62 car driver to turn off the hazard signals, please? That would be amazing. So, Snowman in that pink Blaupunkt Porsche doesn't really get closer, maybe through the Porsche curves in a Porsche. We'll see. 2.3 now, 2.2, 2.3 once again. So every mini sector we get an update coming out of that segment. It is 2.2, so a decent run for the number 9 before heading into the final 2 chicanes. 2 seconds, good entry, but maybe a bit too hot. No, keeps the flow going and gains a couple of tenths on the car in front. So a 3:07.0 for the 62 versus a 3:05.9. So gained a second roughly. Oh, we have the leading Jack in the pits, Mateusz, with some rear damage. So has to pit a bit too early probably for a scheduled pit stop. So you will lose that position to the number 1 Jack, and maybe also to the number 3 Jack, but he's still waiting for the pit crew to work, refueling. It also means that Cross is gaining another position up to P11 in the 63 car. And now coming out of the pits in P12, that is. 1 minute 30 that gap at the moment to the leaders. And the 2 cars are already 1 lap down, the number 8 Porsche and the number 10 Porsche. Medium tires for both of the drivers, so interesting strategy to use the mediums. Now we're hoping to get to the end of that stint, no doubt about that. Let's have a look at the gap between P3 and P4. Under 2 seconds now. I also spot that the tire wear is increasing on those cars, especially the rears. 1.5, but a half-second penalty, so that gap will go up to 2 seconds, probably. Even more, not know how much you actually lose. 1.2, heading into the penalty zone, and you're up to speed. It is 2 seconds plus, so half a second loses you a second and a bit. So we'll keep that in mind. That slows down the charge for the podium for the number 9 Porsche. What about Pilo? 43 seconds currently in that gap to the leaders. Oh, collected himself a track limit penalty. But it's probably, he won't be the only one and not the last one to see a penalty appearing above the car throughout this race. You will definitely give Juno in the 24 some hope again to battle for that position. The 202 Mazda doing a solid job, consistent lap times, and also looking after the tires. So maybe they can move up the order with that tire saving strategy compared to other drivers on track. They are using way more of the tire life. And we have a couple of medium tire runners. That is Cinnamon in the number 3, the Jaguar Silk Cut Tom Watkins Shaw Racing car. And we have the number 10 on mediums, and we see the number 8 pitching again. Oh, that's unlucky. Damage once again, so in and out again. P14 it is at the moment. 5 minutes that gap already to the leader. That is still the number 23 Calsonic Nissan. 21.6 seconds currently that gap. The tire wear now on the rears more than 50% from what I can tell. That's C9, bit better, not much, but a little bit better. And now we can probably see an overtake new P3 incoming for Snowman and the number 9 Porsche. Titan gets slowed down in the penalty zone, and this is and the golden opportunity for Snowman and Dude into the pits. Probably we go for another shorter soft tire stint or go for a long medium stint. I have no clue about strategy, by the way. But nice overtake. Also Pristina in. So it looks like this seems to be the preferred inlet now. The driver's seeing some rain, maybe. And they change tires. It doesn't look like rain, to be honest. So we'll wait for the leaders now out on a fresh set of soft tires, that is. The 11s staying out. Moving up into P2, that is. Also the 56 Mazda with Philo up to P3. Same for the 24 Nissan and the 202 Mazda. So P2, 3, 4 and 5 are still staying out. P1 pitted. Fresh set of softs. Same goes for Snowman in the number 9 Porsche. And gained massively on the 61 Sauber. Different fuel levels. So they opted for a full tank. The driver swap sequence and the safety car we had compared to some of the other cars. So this gives them a nearly 14 seconds lead. Then a little bit of an off-sync strategy for Cross after an early pit stop for damage. So the 63 is currently running in P8, but they definitely have to pit at some point throughout this stint. And the 62, they dropped down to P9. Also had to put in more fuel by the looks. In P10 we have the number 2. And then bigger gaps to the next drivers. Number 1 Jaguar in P11 and the sister car, the number 3, not too far behind in P12. So 10, 11, 12 for Jaguar currently. And then the 2 Porsches at the back of the 2.5 second penalty. What the hell? And Devil for the number 8 Porsche in P14. So 1 pit stop in hand for the 23 and Dude. Oh. Very well driven stint so far, that is. And in P2 it is the 11 Porsche going for a longer stint than the competitors. What about Philo in now? No, staying out. Still feeling those softs could work for a bit. Let's see, 307. Okay, not too shabby. 310 for Juno, though, that lost him quite some time. Opportunity for the 202. And maybe also the number 9, but they pitted there on a fresh set of soft tires. So while we are having a little bit of gaps currently, let's go with some background information, fact checked by Mr. T. It is. So we are currently running with the 23 Nissan. So it is the Nissan R90 CP. That's chassis number 2. It was driven by Masahiro Hasemi, Kazuyoshi Hoshino, and Toshio Suzuki. Yeah, competed in the 1990 Le Mans 24 Hours. They finished in P5, started in P3 it is. So definitely one of the top runners here back in the days. And let's check on the Porsches, shall we? So we have the Porsche 11. It is Leightonhouse Kremer from Germany. It's a Porsche 962C, chassis number 118CK-3. The 3 drivers that were piloting this car were Chris Nissen, Harald Groß, and George Fouché. So they competed in the 1988 Le Mans 24 Hours. They started in P7 and finished that race in P8. And let's go with the third fact checked for this session. The 65 Mazda 787 chassis 002 56 car. It's Mazda Speed who entered that car, and the drivers. So now it's getting difficult. Now it's still I can do that. Pierre Dieudonné, Takashi Yorino, and Yoichiro Terada. So entered in 1991 for the 24 hours at Le Mans. Started P13, qualified in 30, qualified in P24, and finished that race in P8. Right, so we will get more of those background informations later on during that stint. And we could see a challenge for position. The number 9 on fresh soft tires closed that gap to the 24 Nissan under 1 second. Onto the long straight, Les Unondier, or the Mulsanne straight, and it's also commonly known as, and Snowman picking up the pace slowly in that slipstream. And now losing. So it's not like really strong slipstream down that straight. I would imagine you would benefit a bit more. So currently running at 381, 82 kph, and it's probably the max they can get. Still a bit of rev range available for that car, but probably not much more power. Closer, maybe into the Mulsanne corner, gets a good run, good exit. So 7/10 that gap, good run. And closing that gap now. Should benefit now from the toe. And heading towards Indianapolis. Lift, brake down into first gear for rotations. Staying in first gear for the exit. Arnage, again the same thing. First gear, don't use too much of the inside curb, and gets a good run out of Arnage. Now under 3/10 that gap. Will we see a challenge before the start of the Porsche curves. Oh, interesting. Judo was lifting. Didn't want to fight it. I think the tires are a bit short, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them pitting now. Oh, again, a very smart move to do. It's a long race. We remember it's a 24-hour race, and no, it was staying out, but definitely wasn't like in the mood to fight a driver with better tires at this stage. Still a smart move, in my opinion. Oh, nearly lost that rear coming out of the Dunlop chicane. What about the gaps to the other cars? 5 seconds to the 202 Mazda. And in P7, it's the 61. Christina on also fresh soft tires, closing that gap. And the 23 with AMS Dude with a new fastest lap of the stint so far, 2.6. Let me quickly cross-check that with the actual qualifying time. Where do I have it? I'm totally prepared for that, trust me. Here we go. A 3:02.349 was the pole position time, so we are not too far off. Now during race pace for that 23 car. Oh, okay, so you remember the jet 2 seconds faster than stint 1. Crazy, right? But Christina is definitely catching the Mazda in front, under 3 seconds. That gap now. 308, 311, 309. The last laps for the 202 and 305s after the pit stop for the 61. So clearly on the hunt. And we should see an overtake happening very, very soon. What about Cross, the early pit stopper? 63 still running. 305, 306, still good lap times that is for the time being. And yeah, Cross with pole position yesterday. Oh, he is. What? Definitely a quick boy around the Circuit de la Sarthe. Here at Le Mans in that Sauber C9 knows what he's doing, and he nearly missed that. Christina right up the trumpet of Sean in his Mazda 787B. Through the 4 chicanes we go, and we'll get the run, but early upshift doesn't want to go for a move. Already lifts, plays it smart. He knows like there's a long straight coming, so just play it safe. But then, whoa, yeah. There was a car in the middle of the track, and that car just spun. Oh, we'll go back to that replay sequence. That was a bit of a scary one. So, through the... Oh, damage. Don't exit the lobby, but do we have a safety car? There's definitely damage between two cars. Damage? I don't know. In my opinion, this should be a safety car. Damage between two cars for the same incident. That 8 car had a moment and he was hit. Probably. Oh, he got reset. No, there's a different. This is where it happened. And yeah, so 2 cars receiving damage. Race director, what about a safety car now? What about a safety car? Pretty sure there's damage to the 202 and there is damage to the number 8 car. Alright, having obviously okay, so it is actually 3 cars at Le Mans in the same lap to call out a safety car, not 2 for the longer racetracks like Nürburgring and Le Mans. It is 3 cars that have to be involved in an incident in this during the same lap. So all those little details. So we still a very unlucky moment for the 202 car getting damaged with that number 8 car being reset on track and then being unghosted. I'd still say this is like an incident that should be considered as a safety car. Whatever. It's not black and white sometimes. So for now we continue, we stay green for that race. And we missed the overtake. Or did we miss the overtake? I don't know, I'm a bit confused. Christina got past Juno, and Juno in that 24 Nissan on very, very worn soft tires now, losing some speed. So yeah, no safety car because the rules state that it has to be 3 cars at Le Mans with damage. On the shorter tracks, it is 2 cars. So that was being confirmed by race control and the admins in the background. So finally the number 11 Porsche is pitting for some new tires, going for a scheduled one stop, that is. So we have the number 9 now moving up into P2, and we have a couple of more drivers hitting. So the 11 is in, the 56 will appear now. For the pit stop, and the say for the 24 Nissan. So those 3 cars opting for a one stop on soft. The 23 let out racing and going for a 2-stop strategy by the looks on softs. So then it's the 9 Porsche in P2, the 61 Sauber in P3 currently, the sister car P63 in P4 it is, and the third of the Saubers in P5, and the number 2 Jag running in P6. After the pit stop, the Porsche number 11 in P7, Mazda number 56 running in P8, and the 24 Nissan in P9, which leaves the Mazda 202 in P10, the final car inside the top 10. The number 1, the Jaguar in P11 on medium tires, going for a long stint. The sister car in P12, also running mediums. And then we have number 10 Kenwood Porsche in P13, 7 minutes 27 seconds behind. That is 2 laps, I think, now. And the devil with damage once again. 9 minutes. It's 3 laps down now for the number 8. Come on, hang in there. It's the experience. And a 307 on lap 19, so maybe traffic or whatever. Apart from that, a 302, 302, 303, 302. So blistering lap times from the 23 Nissan. But they have 40 seconds and they will go for one more pit stop, but will keep that lead. And look at our P2 driver currently, 304s. That is very strong pace. Opening up that gap slightly to Pristina, who is also now running 304s. At 15 seconds, so after the pit stop it was just under 14. Yeah, evenly paced, I think, at this stage. Number 9 and the 61 car, that is. So when will Cross and the 63 crew pit? Tires are pretty shot at this stage. expecting them to pit. The end of this lap, maybe one more lap, but then goes a little bit too deep into Mulsanne corner, so I think now he's feeling those tires, and the sister car now getting the run on the 63. We see a pass, Cross trying to clean up the tires, still suffering from the poor exit. We have a yellow flag happening into Indianapolis, so no overtaking. So just have a quick look what happened to Cross when he was coming down the Mulsanne straight braking. Didn't get that car to stop onto the marbles, a little bit playing in the Caddy litter, but still keeping that position. Oh, again, the number 8 car causing some drama for the other cars, so damage for the 62 car again. And that number 8 car is all over the place, only trying to get out of the way for the drivers, but unlucky moment once again. So we are seeing another unscheduled pit stop for this one. There. What happened to the other driver? So we see Cross now in pitting. That was to be expected, at least from the details I have with the tire wear. So he will lose that position, and also we see the 62 now fixing the damage, putting in a little bit of fuel to get to the end. So the 62 and the 63, they swap positions now. What can they do? Another yellow flag situation happening, and that's the number 8 car again, trying to get out of the way. So definitely lost the rhythm. Oh, and the 62 very wide on Tête Rouge, dirty air. And will it be a penalty as well? Probably not. Letting off the throttle, but also losing some momentum. Dropped outside of the slipstream range now. Oh, let's have a quick run down for everyone. The 23 leading, 43 seconds the gap to the number 9 Porsche in second position. That is the 23. Still a pit stop to be made at some point, 2-3 laps maybe. Then in third position it's the 61 Sauber. In fourth position the number 2 Jaguar. But very low on fuel at the moment, so one more pit stop incoming for the number 2 crew. The 11 Leightonhouse Porsche, and in P5 will move up one position after the pit stop for the number 2 at some point, maybe 1-2 laps from now. In P6, it's the 56 Mazda with Philo. Currently will get to the end, or tries to get to the end. In P7, it's the 24 Nissan. So no more scheduled pit stop, from what I can tell. 63 on that comeback drive. So will be tough to close 27 seconds still. A long race yet to go. Just under 4 hours in, 3 hours and 37 minutes to be precise. And then the 62 in P9. Five seconds the gap to the sister car. And last team in the top 10 is the Mazda 202. Currently 13 seconds the gap to the car in front, another 13 to the car behind. Still interesting to see the medium tire strategy for that number 1 Jaguar. And the 3 doing the same, running on the mediums. In P12, 20 seconds, that gap. In P10, then at the number 10 in P13, that way round. Oh, and losing it, avoiding damage, though. Luck for the Creek driver. And the number 8, 12 minutes down. That's 4 laps now. Yeah, we just saw the leaders. They're on the long Mulsanne straight. So with the setup now, the end of lap 37 is where the next driver swap sequence is going to happen. So still some time to go before the drivers in that race stint number 2. A very solid drive for the 23. So far they started P14. They couldn't participate in the qualifying session yesterday, so that's why they had to start from P14. And then in stint number 1 we had AMS Super S2K, who made up some ground early, went up to P4 I think. Then we had the red flag situation, and then after that he was just flying and getting into the lead. Even that second and the final safety car didn't really slow them down. So last to first challenge achieved. A good afternoon.
You better not turn me into Helium Boy tonight.
Let's see how I feel. Nah, I know that I'm causing the issues, so I won't be touching my streaming PC. It's still a weird thing to happen, but yeah.
Yeah, it was funny at least, that's all that matters.
Made you sweat definitely throughout that broadcast, like double, triple checking your setup, what is going on. So yeah, sorry about that.
It's alright, it was fun. I had a blast. It was absolute chaos both on track and in the com box. Best stint I've ever done. I hope tonight's just the same.
I mean, this is like the setup for this race, like the Group C monsters, difficult to drive, and with our safety car implementation, so it can happen every time and can bunch up the grid. This is like the thing that race, even if it's like spread out and suddenly boom, someone totals the cars or whatever, and then we have a safety car or whatever. And also like random weather settings, so maybe also you get the luck and have a little bit of rain in your stint.
Probably have a look over like the rule book and stuff, because I've only now started to understand how IRO works, and that's what like I've been doing commentary for like a year and a half for you lot.
It's not that much of a difference, but still the subtle details that matter.
Safety car sounds interesting.
Yeah, safety car is definitely a. And so we had 2 safety cars already. We had a red flag situation where the lobby crashed, so that's when we also apply a safety car procedure to get that race started. So yeah,
We got a love for listening, not being able to have servers at work.
blame it on the lobby host today.
Yeah.
yeah.
Hashtag blame Jaeger.
No, I wasn't hosting, but always like hashtag
always
blame
your
Jaeger.
fault, mate.
I know, I can handle it. So the wrath of the commentator's curse will strike if you put in blame Jaeger. Definitely. Nah, we just wanna enjoy some great endurance racing, and yeah,
Absolutely.
with a little bit of something different compared to GT3's driving. This time we're having a classic race in our hands. Late 80s, early 90s endurance racing action here with those Group C monsters. Custom BOP, like with full setups for the teams. Don't know if that really helps to tame those cars, but yeah, Trevor's doing a good job so far. It's true, but the 23, look at that, 1 minute that gap now. That team is just flying, and yeah, it's like the quote-unquote alien team that entered the ERF 2025 season. So they're also doing the GT Challenge series, and they dominated at Bathurst, and they had like, yeah, I think 2 former World Tour finalists, 1 current who is trying to get into those events. So yeah, that's just pace, incredible pace for those drivers. But yeah, what happened to the number 9? They were running in P2. They weren't scheduled to do a pit stop, I guess, but now they're down to P5 with fresh soft tires. Oh, but they're close to the number 11, and 11 has a track limit penalty to serve, but it's next time around. So we do get, oh, that was very wide. That should be another half second added to that penalty. Yep, 1 second is now for the number 11, and the Jack coming into the pits very low on fuel, so used the maximum. And now trying to get 12 laps out of those soft tires before the driver swap happens, but we will get a battle of the Porsches now very soon. Snowman within that slipstream range, 1.3, 1.4 seconds currently. Get a little bit of onboard action.
How long is it till the driver spot roughly?
We are having 12 laps to go. 12 times 3. That's 36
good,
minutes.
Half an hour then.
Yeah, half an hour.
Well early now.
Yeah.
I thought it was starting at 7.
We have a little bit of a delay due to that red flag and lobby crash, and so we had like a 2.5 hour race at number 1 in total. So that's why every lobby is a bit behind. We'll reduce the racing laps for every stint now, so we'll get to the 24 hours in the end at some point. So yeah, so you
32 hours of Le Mans.
yeah, the never-ending race at Le Mans. Watch out. And we have the leaders now into the pits. And the battle of the Porsches, it's down to a second now, I think, coming out of Mulsanne corner. Yes, we do. And we just have a little quick look at the gap. 1 minute for the 23 to the next car. That is the 61. So the 23 in the pits now, refueling some fresh rubber, and then away we go. Easy to keep that P1, even with that awfully slow refueling speed. But hey, it's not high tech. Just slow. Okay, here he comes. Pit exit, and there is Pristina into the pits. All right, so also going for another pit stop. So that gap should stay roughly around 1 minute for the leaders. What a stint it is so far. And while we were sitting in the pits with the leaders, we missed the overtake. Damn it. Number 9 got to pass the 11. Story of your streams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you cannot catch all of the racing action, unfortunately, but it was like, yeah, it's a second, so it should be safe. Now, whereas Pristina still sitting in the pits, waiting for the fuel to get into the car. So he drops down to P5. Philo in the 56 Mazda up to P4, so started in P12, P13, that stint, up to P4 now. Good strategy with a one-stop strategy on softs. Not many drivers were able to do that. So shout out to Philo and the 56 crew for coming up with that strategy idea. We have still a battle of the Porsches coming down the long straight. We go a little bit of hood cam action. And I think that 11 Porsche has a low drag setup, definitely gaining on the straight, approaching 380 kph now, going 382, 83, 84, 86, 7, 390 through the little kink, 91, and so he's like slowing down. He gets the massive run on the driver. Will he get it stopped with that massive speed into the Mulsanne corner is the question. Early lifting and perfect execution. But that slipstream might have helped a little bit. So we watch that run, that overtake. Well, the number 9 defending the inside line for Mulsanne corner, but yeah, the overspeed was just too big for the 11 with that slipstream down the long Mulsanne straight without any of those chicanes. Light speed activated. But still we have that battle in hands for P2 between the two Porsches again. Poor exit coming out of Arnage. Opportunity for the Blaupunkt number 9, and Snowman gets the run. We go. That's the wrong camera. This one. Look. Behind, please. But now we see probably a little bit of dirty air affecting the 11 Porsche through the Porsche S's. Still staying roughly within that half of a second gap, coming out of the cutting S's through the Corvette chicane, and now braking for the Ford chicanes. Don't use too much of those curbs, and a great final sector for the number 11 Leighton House Porsche, staying close to the number 9 sister car in P2. What a battle we have for P2 at the moment between those two lovely looking cars. And it's not slowing down. We will see probably the same as last lap round. Oh no, misses slightly the apex, loses momentum, and instantly that gap goes up to a second roughly before Tetra Rouge. Can he bring that gap down once again? No, gets a half-second penalty, cutting the inside too much. Oh, no, he tried. So let's go through the grid once again. The 56 Mazda in P4. 9 seconds, that gap to the 61 Sauber with fresh soft tires and pushing. So can Christina close that gap before the driver swap? We'll find out in probably 25 minutes or so. Then in P6 it's the 24 Nissan. It's roughly 6 seconds, the gap to P5. In P7, one of the fastest drivers out there, cross for the 63 Sauber, the pole sitters. P8, then we have the 62 Sauber. Gaps quite big currently, 12 in front, 8 behind. In P9 it is the Jag number 2 with Mateusz. And in P10 we have the 202 Mazda 787B. 14 seconds the gap. Another 22 to the number 1 Jag. We had the damage for the number 3 car. They're just fixing it, and will they finally use the soft tire compound? Yes, they do. So they have bought it. They can use it now as well. And a big gap for P13 and 14. P13, 10 minutes behind the leaders. It is 3 laps and nearly 14 minutes for the number 8, running with a little bit of damage again. So that's 14 minutes. That is 4 laps down at this stage. So where was the closest battle? A brief moment between the two Porsches, but that gap has gone up. 4.3 seconds now. The snowman pushing in that number 9 Porsche. What about Pilo and Pistina? P4, P5. Yeah. Pilo, the mastermind behind the BOP. 307s, consistent lap times in his Mazda. and Christina with 3:05s. Definitely gaining under 56. But will it be enough? It is like 9 laps to go. He's gaining roughly a second, maybe a bit more. So yeah, this could actually happen. A challenge for position towards the end of that driver's stint number 2. The other gaps are a bit bigger. Just have a look at them, but don't think we are getting a closer gap, maybe between Titan and Mateusz, the 8P9, 62 C9 versus the number 2 Jack, 6.5 currently. I think the trend is with Christina in the 61 currently. Philo and only 4 seconds the gap to P3. Alright. Well, 3:09 last time round. Up to 5 seconds again. Maybe just a little bit of a glitch in the matrix. That looks to be a better lap this time. 3:06 once again. Philo. That's 3:07 maybe? Yep. And what about Pastina? Gains a second at least. Yeah. 5.6 that gap, so playing the Jaws theme now. I'm catching. Da-da. Da-da.
Dun, 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 dun.
No, that is Mission Impossible. Come on, you.
Oh shit, yeah.
Like close, yeah, but okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, dun. Nice one.
That's right.
So, just read the message that Stint 3 lobby is up now. This means we are getting closer to the driver swap sequence. So leader is on lap 30. 7 laps and a bit to go. So 7 times 3, that's 21. 22 minutes roughly before we get to the next sequence and get to the next stream with Grantis, who apparently doesn't know the Jaws theme. Shh! Don't tell him! What is happening between P3, 4 and 5? 5 seconds, roughly, separating each driver. Philo with a penalty will lose a bit more time, but the gap will come down to under 5 seconds. And the 61 is pushing 4.7 seconds that gap. Philo 6 seconds the gap to Heures in P3 in that 11 Leighton House Porsche 962. Another 7.5 seconds to the number 9 Blaupunkt Porsche in P2 it is. So we will keep an eye on the gap between Philo and Pestina under 3 seconds. So Pestina with a great run through the final sector. 2.5 seconds it is. It is on. It is on. Where is FGR? I see one FGR driver, but do we have other drivers? Are you missing someone specific? Please let me know, Maddie. Philo on the edge of getting a track limit penalty at Tetra Rouge. Had to lift probably, and the Sauber is catching 1.7. Okay, so P3 for you then probably should be safe with the speed they're currently going and the cars behind, so 7 seconds in that gap to P4 currently, and P4 will be in danger very, very soon. Now, here and see the 61 charging, blasting down the Mulsanne straight now, braking for Mulsanne corner. It's 1.7. Good on the brakes, good exit, gained a 10th at least. The Mexican is your guest driver, so Cinnamon is running in P12 in that Jag. 4 minutes 40 the gap to the leader. And we jump back to Philo versus Pestina. Battle for P4 incoming. Mazda versus Sauber. .4. Good run. We will probably now get a little bit of a tow. 1.3 heading into the Porsche curves and using the crazy good chassis in that C9 through the Porsche curves. Look at that. Boom, that gap just vanished. 1.4 to 7/10. Just that small complex of corners, but then Pestina gets a half-second penalty coming out of the karting asses. So easy to collect those. Gets a wild exit out of the final chicane, but still within that strong slipstream range, 0.7, 0.8. Well, if he can keep that distance after Tetra Rouge, he's getting closer and closer. Under half a second now. Oh, this could be a long straight for Philo in his 56 Mazda now. Needs to nail Tetra Rouge.
Again, I've started my stream, but I can't find it on my channel. It is on unlisted, but I'm like refreshing my live streams and it's just not there.
It is not there. So I think YouTube Studio helps. So just log into YouTube Studio and you get.
Oh yeah, I'm on YouTube Studio.
So oops.
Yeah, it says on the PlayStation it's been streaming for like 4 minutes. They just cannot find it anywhere. And they're on track at the moment, making their way through the bits, so I should probably get it done now-ish.
Right, so...
We'll find it eventually, I promise.
Oh, look at that! Nearly 400 kph for Philo with the bump shaft. 400 people. 400. Wow! I think also Pestina in that 61 was enjoying that. Getting a nice little bump down that straight. That was crazy fast, but it don't gain on the number 11. No. And with Pestina serving that penalty, now we should see Philo in the 56 moving up into P4 again. A little bit of a wiggle coming out of an arch, but still should get that position. You lose 1.2 seconds with a half-second penalty. And so Philo back up into P4 with Pestina right behind. Again, through the Porsche curves. We saw that on the last lap, where the Sauber gained so much time this time. A bit of dirty air understeer happening, but keeps it within the track limits now. So again, we will see teamwork on the Mulsanne straight between the two cars. Very smooth driving. Oh. Do I see a link to a stream? No way.
I've done it.
Yeah.
I can work YouTube. I had to put it on public and then change it to unlisted, but I did it in the end.
You found it. Great.
Managed to find my own stream. Are you proud of me?
Just, I need to grab it as well. So, I have to touch something now on my setup. Oh no. Please don't make me sound like Helium Boy.
Beat me to it.
Here we go. Again, a little bump. We see 400 again. It's 390. 2, 3. Oh! That nearly went south. That last little bump attempt. Nearly lost it. And then Pestina! Ooh! Magic happened. Just... this can only be achieved by a pad player. We'll look at that once again. I think on a wheel you cannot catch this slide.
I find on pad I can catch it so much easier.
Oh, that was... I mean, that car was gone like twice. And somehow he avoided that spin. I mean, wow.
How on earth did he do that?
What a save, exactly. Yeah, mad skills. Oh, but he has to do it all over again to catch Philo. So, dude is on lap 34, so 3 more laps to go until we go to the next driver swaps. Nearly a minute. The gap to P2, the number 9 Porsche then. Ooh! What happened? Damage. Snowman lost it like all by himself into the...
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, definitely. Blame Jaeger with that. So you see, pretty sure Snowman is using a wheel. And he just lost it and couldn't catch it. Then sideways only, the rear stepping out. Boom! Ouch! That is a big one. Got rear damage, but it's too late to pit now. but just 4.5 seconds now, that gap to the number 11 Porsche. He will lose massively down the Mulsanne straight with that damage, so that gap will come down maybe under 3 seconds. We'll see 4 seconds now. Yeah, he will lose even more. It barely gets to 360 kph at the moment, while the 11 374.5, yeah. You see the gap, 3.5, 3.4, 366, that's the maximum for the damaged number 9, and 3 seconds already. Still a little bit of straight left. So I think it's 11 who will get P2 before the driver swap. So 2.6 coming out of Mulsanne corner. We still have Philo in the 56, but going deep into Mulsanne corner. This gives Christina the run, the opportunity. They go side by side. And inside line already 40 Sauber. Should have the advantage for the Indianapolis complex. No, that Mazda has some legs. Got in front, goes a bit deep, very tight, narrow line, and Bastina again on the curb nearly loses his car again. He's all out now. Look at that intense, close racing. Nope, the telemetry won't be available for you. That's why we have the overlay in place.
I do the complete opposite on Black Flag streams. I love having the telemetry up. So I have all my overlays on the top instead of the bottom.
Yep, that is the philosophy of the ERF. We don't want to present those in-game overlays. They don't look like a good for such a endurance broadcast, so that's why we'll keep it that way. Leaves everyone a little bit clueless, apart from the drivers and the commentators, of course. They see all of the needed racing information. Battle for P4 and P5 and 2 and 3 incoming. Will be under 2 seconds between P2 and P3. Philo versus Christina. That battle rages on. Again, Philo defending the inside line. Out of the Dunlop chicane and through the arc into the Tetre Rouge section. Both with a good run, but Christina with more exit speed. Oh! What are you doing? It's too early to crash now. We don't want to get a safety car. No way. No way. They are not working together anymore. It's lap 35 out of 37. But that Mazda, Philo has found a good setup. Makes it tough to go for overtake. Definitely, and fun. I should prepare the driver swap sequence now as well. Bear with me. You get all of the racing action here, and I'll we'll stay with that battle. What I'll do? Magic in the background. So P2 and P3 also in a close fight, and yeah, but not really, because E9 still running with that damage, and easy overtake for the 11 before the Porsche curbs. So moving that car into P2, but the gap to the 23 is insane. 1 minute 13. Who he's flying is on lap 36, so not that long before we see the driver swaps. 11 in P2, number 3 P3, it is number 9, that way around. And the 56 keeping that P4 with the 61 close behind still. Starting lap 36, the penultimate lap of race stint number 2. In P6 we have the 63 Sauber. P7 is the 24 Nissan. Then in 8th it is the number 2 Jaguar. 9th position goes to the 3rd of the C9s, that's the 62. Then in 10th it's the Mazda number 202 currently. So we go back to Snowman unable to stay with Heures, but Philo versus Christina. Round 4 it is, probably. 7/10 gap for now. Again, we see the sparks flying when the car's steaming down the long Mulsanne straight. It stays at roughly 7/10, so even with that slipstream, yeah, the Sauber unable to get closer to the Mazda. Interesting setups. And I'm pretty sure braking for Mulsanne corner is where Christina will gain some time. We saw it every lap so far. Yeah, and 6/10 gained a 10th. And will it be even more? No, losing a little bit again. So good gearbox setup as well for the Mazda. Indianapolis once again, don't make any silly mistakes, don't run too wide or too narrow. And Christina is back for 10th. That gap now coming out of Anage a bit wide on the exit. Philo struggles to get the power down. And here we go, side by side. They go up towards the Porsche curves. Still think that Mazda should have the advantage. Oh, Christina forcing Philo wide onto the gravel. Unfortunate contact between the two, probably. Oh, let's see it once again. See, no one is gonna lift. And then, yeah. Still no damage. We continue racing. 4 seconds that gap now, and the leader is on the final lap of the stint. 1 minute 17 that gap to P2. Number 11 Porsche in P3 hits the number 9 with that damage. Damage limitation still just 3 seconds to gap to P2, and 7.4 to Christina in the 61 Sauber. Philo in the 56 Mazda in P5. P6 goes to the 63 Sauber C9, and we'll go to the top 10 and then back to the leader. So we have the gaps still on the screen for you. So the 24 Nissan in P7, the number 2 Jaguar in P8. In P9 it is the 62 Sauber C9 and the Mazda number 202 in P10. So here we go. The leader coming through the cutting S's for the final time this stint, and he will be entering the pits now. So we will go into picture-in-picture mode very soon.
Do I sound alright, by the way? My full on my fancy thing wasn't working with PS5
Yeah.
and using the wireless pools.
We'll find out.
Yep. No stranger to audio issues. I'm sure I will get flamed in the chat if I do.
Yep, exactly, yeah. So 5 seconds to get now for the 11, and I think, yeah, we will go to the transition now. Then we'll do this.
Flawless.
Nearly. So
P1 is out.
P2 final sector now. So yeah, 1 minute 20 roughly that gap between those two teams, but then we will have close racing action guaranteed. So P11 entering the pits now. Number 9 doing the same, so 4.7 seconds the gap between the both of them. Then Christina, the 61, is in, same for the 56 Mazda with Philo. Another 10 seconds for cross in the pole sitter car. Where is he? In the pits now. Next up, the 24 Nissan, braking for the pit entry and makes it safely back into the pits. Mateusz in the number 2 Jack, also very close, just under 8 seconds that gap. So we'll wait for the top 10 and then we go full screen with Grantis and see how this race goes on. So the 62 now entering the pits. We have 25 seconds then to the Mazda 202, and then I will go switch the streams for all of us. You're not missing anything.
P4 and P5 coming out of the pits, neck and neck. Perfect handover for car 61 and whether the other bloke is. 56. It'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. And I'm assuming, yeah, I'm fully on stream, my control now.
You're in control.
35 laps of racing here at the Circuit of Le Mans for Stint 3. No chicane, so absolute full send, full beans. We're looking at around 240 mile an hour top speed for these 90s Group 1 cars. See the Mazda and the Jaguar, I think there. Should probably get my, what's it called? Spotter's guide up. Yeah, 56, we got Mazda and a Sauber. As that is resistance going off at the end of the straight on the outlap, not quite what you want to be doing this early on, and that has allowed Mao Power, Mao, this bloke, to just pull slightly, gap up to about 3 seconds. Further back, we have got Tim Law in, we'll go chase cam, car 63 for the Sauber Motorsports. So he runs through the Porsche dressers. Got the last minute step in lobby host for Stint 3. Almost didn't realise it until about as I was joining in that he was taking control. Beetlejuice Finn in the other Nissan, of course. The other one in the lead by a solid 1 minute 18, picking up a half-second penalty on the outlap. Serving it alright though. He's got a nice comfortable lead, just got to get his head down. It's quite close between second and third, the two Finns. Lovely, lovely livery on the car 9 there. If I just zoom in to see what that team name is. Finns. Joris Racing. I'm gonna butcher absolutely everyone's names. I don't recognise a single bloke in this lobby. As we look further back, Ray Racer for car number 2, Slick Cut. Getting out nicely. Is it just softs that are being used?
Nope. We had teams running mediums, so it's
Ooh.
up to them.
Yeah.
But the go-to strategy, definitely using softs only.
Yeah. So it's only softs that are mandatory, but you can use more than that.
Yep. You are free in
Sam?
your tire choice.
If we look further back, do we have Nissan 24 is in P7? Yes, they are indeed. Driven by Beetlejuice this stint. Are we all out of the pits? No, we've still got a couple left. There is the number 3 coming out, being driven by Barbig. Assuming that's how you pronounce it. I mean, I've not really got the easiest to pronounce name myself. It is absolutely insane how much downforce these cars have. It's not bop. This series can all run their own setups, add an extra little bit of spice to it. Let's have a look. Who shall we go on board with? Just missed P1 at the moment for all this lap. So that is Eric Slim serving a penalty. Don't know who that is behind. It is Mauer Power with Resistance following closely. Car 10 and car 8 still yet to come out, and I've already pulled up the chat by accident. We are like 5 minutes into this stint and I'm already mucking it up. Jelly about to start lap 4. I reckon we go on board for a majestical lap around the Circuit de la Sarthe. No chicane. We're going to have a couple of these this race, so we might as well get one done. Looking for the first board coming into the Dunlop Estes. I mean, I know about 3 corner names here, but I think that's them. Very progressive on the throttle. So easy to lose the rear ends in these cars. So much power going into it. You've got to be so progressive with it. Tricky corners there as well, clipping the apex, keeping it nice. He's blue, up by a 10th, not quite the run that you want, especially onto such a long straight, no chicane. So you run through that corner is absolutely crucial. We're gonna be flat for a while. Here, 200 220, still accelerating. Fifth gears, oh, accidentally having a look. Further behind, 5 seconds, we have Heures Racing. Won't be visible in his mirrors just yet, but if he doesn't get his foot down, they will be soon. There's the second chicane we're not taking. So yeah, he has lost about 20 milliseconds, so not much, but a little bit of a slide will mean all the difference as we come into a heavy braking zone down to first gear, 240 to about 50 mile an hour in the span of 5-6 seconds onto yet another straight, keeping it under control for the Finn in second position. As we see the sun absolutely blinding us with the subtle glare effect as we're coming up to the Porsche S's. Another tricky braking zone, very aggressive on the throttle. He's gaining slightly, but this is where you want to be in an endurance race. Already getting into the motion of it, setting laps within a couple tenths of each other. It's a very long lap around Le Mans, even in these spaceships, just over 3 minutes. A lot of corners to get right. As we come through here, this is the Porsche S's, or Porsche curves. There's a couple corners back there. As we got the infamous please refuel that you always see when you're commentating, means absolutely nothing. Getting it nice and controlled, maximising the track widths there. Very easy to get a track limit penalty at this circuit. I've picked up so many in the process as we get through these tricky S's to narrow it across. He keeps it under control, back on the throttle. What's it going to be for the Finn? It's going to be a 3:04.6. Slight improvement, but already getting the laps down. Further behind, Eric Slim setting the fastest lap of the Stint so far. Our first 3:03, a 3:03.8. Everyone is running minimum downforce. Yeah, well, minimum downforce, even in these cars. I mean, I'm used to like Group 4s and Group 3s. I never really touch Group 1s or Formulas, even Group 2s, just because they've got. I find it quite hard to control, so it's more just the car. But yeah, you want as little downforce as much, so you can get as much speed as possible through the absolute marathon that is this straight here. So already the car number 9 taking about a second out of the car 11 in second position. Further up in P1, we have Trenzo in, I believe it is car 23 or 24, one of the Nissans, 23, and he's purple by 4 tenths coming through the Porsche curves. Is that a half second that he's just picked up there? Skimming the white line, he seems to have got away with it. As we go through the final S's, very tricky to get right. Clips a bit of that curve, unsettles the car. That's going to slow him down slightly, but not enough to not get the fastest lap. 3:03.4. As we can see him just starting to pick the pace back up. You sound like an enthusiastic Jensen Button. That is the best compliment I think I've ever heard. Yeah, I can get a bit out of control with my streams. I usually say I've not done a good enough job if my mum hasn't came in my room telling me to shut up. Of course, it is absolutely boiling in my room, but I don't want to turn that fan on because it always gets picked up and ruins the audio quality. Done that so many times, even just racing casually. Let's have a Butchers further down. Battle for P5 is on. One more was on. Looking at the pace difference. Right, I got that wrong. Yep, that is the car 63 catching on Resistance Ital. As we go through the Porsche S's once again. Running more than minimum because Jaguar. Yes, mate. We see the two Saubers there coming through. Absolutely, I love the sound of these 90s Group 1 cars. They sound as fast as they are. So already that gap coming down and down to almost under a second. 3:05.0 for Tim Law that lap. 3:06.5 for Resistance. He's going to want to try and get as close. It is a compliment and keep it going. Hell yeah, man. I've been getting proper back into streaming recently. Black Flag Racing TV, after Pirate left it to me, I've been reviving that with the ZFS Team Throwdown series. Been doing quite a couple stints for Aero. This is my first one for ERF. I do love a good enduro myself. As we come flying down the back straight. Now, slipstream range in this game starts to take effect around now in the 7/10ths. And you can see already, look at that gap coming down and down and down and down for the car 63. With down to 5/10ths, 4/10ths. Is he going to be able to get past before this braking zone? 245 versus 240. The speed difference is real. He got a long race ahead of him. Resistance will know that he is faster. Is he going to have a look around the inside? Not quite close enough. He's just going to back off there smartly. Give it a good lift. I always say, if you're not committed to the overtake and you're behind, lifting just lets you get a better understanding of what is going on. But it's not done yet as we go on to the passenger cam. I love this camera in this game. It gives such a good view as he sees a gap. He's going to try and go around the outside. Ita defends it nicely, coming onto the inside, not quite able to get past for Tim Law. But it's not over yet. What a battle we have on our hands between the two Saubers. I think it was P5 and P6 that they were fighting for in the last stint, or it might have been P4 and P5. That is Erix with engine damage. What has happened there for the car number 9? We're going to have missed it because we were watching the action, but that is huge up front very early on in the stint. But we can't blink from this, as Erix will peel off into the pits, but might impede these, and we've got a safety car because of that. Right, as Tim Law picks up a half second, so that will bunch these guys up even further. Please show the number 2 P8. So 17, 18 seconds. Got a nice, good Trenzo safety car speed. We're looking at about 80 miles an hour. Now, this is the first league I've done. Got some love going on in chat, absolutely. Everyone coming in to get a cheap pit stop. Law and Ita staying out. I don't know what the safety car procedure is. At least does not look like safety car speed. Nope, yep, there we go. So 1 second gap minimum. Mr. T giving us all the info as race director. Jaeger with the lovely graphics, already getting the safety car stuff up. Classic C1 cars indeed. Arix has came out to repair that damage and take a bit more fuel. I know it seems like for the first stint they took about 50% everyone. So pitting now under the early safety car to get a bit more fuel and go for a longer stint. Unfortunately, I missed how Ericsson crashed. So did I, mate. Don't worry. If we've got any insiders that can spill the beans about what happened, I was watching these guys having an absolute bonkers battle, and then I blink and I'm like, that guy used to be P2 and he is no longer P3. But that does promote this bloke here, Malpower 16. I think that's how you pronounce it, but we know how useless I am. The car 56 onto the podium. P1 in the form of Drenzo is going to come into the pits. Not quite how you'd want your stint to start with an early safety car, especially with a 1 minute 12 lead coming down in typical safety car fashion. Everyone coming in now. Now that is not a 1 second gap due to the penalty that Resistance had to serve. That surely they will extend it further after this stop. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce this right. Not Nucaria. What car? Car 62. This bloke. Yeah, I'm useless at that. Eric, after the incident, has found himself in P7, but it should change once these guys come in the pits. Lapped car, shout out to Mr. T for being the best race director ever, absolutely. Lap car passed Ray Racer for some reason. Can't quite see who it is. Beetlejuice in his nice lane, and we can see safety car is still out. It's more of a virtual safety car. Everyone catch the leader. Mr. T knows I'm clueless. He's letting me know in real time what the plan is. You absolute legend. So this is going to make it proper interesting. Up front, I don't know how long this safety car is going to be. He said safety car for 3 times. I've got the broadcaster guide up, actually, because I know for my first, 10 IRO streams, I was clueless. Safety car now. Safety car procedure has begun. Car on lap. In this lap. Timer is used in the total. Oh yeah. Oh, we got some proper F1 style weaving about the place. So is it just going to go on until everyone's caught the leader then? We've still got a couple guys to catch the train. Ray Racer's done it. Beetlejuice will be next. He's pinning it through the back straight. 200 mile an hour. And he's going to let off so he doesn't turn the safety car into a snooker table. There we go, he's caught up to the pack. So has this foreign bloke that I can't pronounce his name. New carrier. Everyone has to catch leader and lap cars need to unlap then catch up so we can start. Wicked. Cheers, mate. So we've got to go until Rotax Mojo is caught up. Well, he's in the train. So yeah, we all seem to be in the train. Bar, Oscar, and car 1. Car 10 can unlap. That's P10. There is... It's car 2, that's a bit of a tap. So we go race director, telling everyone who can unlap each other. Yeah, that seemed to be a little bit of an incident between 2 of the lapped blokes, and he's picked up damage there. Am I going to be able to pick that up? It's a bit of weaving under the safety car. Someone came to unlap. There was a plume of smoke. This bloke's got damage now, but nothing major. So that's car 10. Car 3 is Bob Arrig, who's coming to unlap. Get a good look at that livery. If anyone in chat knows who designed any of the liveries on track today, do let me know, because you know I absolutely love a good looking livery. So that is car 200 and Summit coming in, not allowed to unlap the safety car because he's not a lap behind anymore. As we wait for these guys to get it all underway.
Liveries. You asked about liveries. I can tell you probably a little bit about that. So
Hell yeah.
Mr. T collected them. He did 2 or 3 himself, and the rest just looked up pre-existing replica liveries. So it's
so they're made to replicate like
variety.
Yeah,
exactly. This is like with the historic races here at ERF. So Mr. T wants to have era
as realistic as possible
liveries, especially. So he's looking for those liveries for those cars that actually raced during that period, and there are so many talented livery designers on Gran Turismo that also share their liveries for the community. So that's why it is like a mix of designers. So but Mr. T did the heavy work to collect them, to find them, and see if they are good enough. And if they weren't good enough, he found time to make them himself. So,
So Mr. T is the GOAT.
If it comes down to liveries, yes. Don't mess with the liveries with Mr. T. Let this be a warning.
All right. Jaguar 1, 2, so yeah. Oh, nice.
Here we go.
You say safety car was in this lap? Nope. See, it's interesting to see how the safety car bunches them all up and makes it interesting. I don't think I've actually done a series with a safety car yet, so it's like I'm doing Stint 1.
See, you get like all of the racing action now.
Oh, hell yeah. I don't have to waffle about utter nonsense for 2 hours.
At least for the restart, you have plenty of racing action happening, and then we'll see how that goes then towards the end. But I think we introduced the safety car last season the way it is.
Yeah.
So we're always looking for a procedure for endurance races to get a safety car procedure underway. Even like when you're the leader and having like
they could come out with like a 1 minute, 1 minute 15
you don't
gap.
like that. You don't like that.
Getting your head down, you get some absolute. I mean, look at that: 304, 309, 3034, 3038, 303, absolutely rapid times. I mean, it just gets absolutely crushed because someone goes flying into the shadow realm.
Yeah, so we actually then redefined the scenarios when a safety car will actually be called.
Yeah.
I think when we first introduced the safety car in 2023 with the Nürburgring 24-hour, this was like
24 hours of safety car.
Exactly. Yeah, so way too many of them. So we reduced it, and then we didn't get any. So it was like boring races. Come on, let's find the middle ground somewhere in it. And I mean, I get it from a driver's perspective. If you're running towards the front, you hate it. But if you're running to the back,
you love it. So
if you're at the back, and even like we all know, like with GT lobbies, and you get an unlucky disconnect, and you're suddenly a couple of minutes behind, and basically your entire endurance race would be over because of that. And with that safety car option, the race can come back to you. And so for the spectators, it is a nice
the bloke that's
thing
just sitting on his chair watching actually fast drivers go around. It's an absolute spectacle. If you are one of the actually fast drivers, it's not that good. I say that you're like A+. I think I'm the only one. Just a wash driver that decided to pick up commentary.
And then especially if you like get a very late safety car, that is like, then so you're like 23 hours in, and then boom, you get a safety car, and then all the work you did like when you were the lead team, like building the gap over those 20 hours. But it happens in real life as well. So you are not safe, and so that's why I think it's a nice addition to endurance racing. Of course, it takes some
safety car in this lap.
Here we go. But it takes some manual additional work to implement it, and also like to have a rule book that is not like being easy to read within 10 minutes. So it's getting longer and longer, all this stuff. But you know what? It's like doing something different compared to other leagues, and maybe that's the unique selling point. It's we don't know, but let's get ready. I think the announcement was safety car in this lap. So,
everyone has caught up to the train.
Yeah, and we have the restart zone, like coming out of the karting S's, then the final sector. So this is then when we get green again. So not too long. So Travis now trying to get some heat into those tires. Not sure if this weaving thing actually does anything on GT, but
it looks cool.
It looks cool, exactly.
I always do it in qualies just to get a bit of eating the tires just a little bit quicker than that. So. Yeah, I think it does something past 100 mile an hour, but before that, nothing much. Oh, and we're going back to safety car speed before we get into the green lights. I mean, not the green lights, the start finish, that thing. Finish line, yes. I know motorsport. The checkered thing
Cars
across the
go vroom.
vroom vroom, yes. And these guys do go vroom indeed. We are flat out and racing again. Drenzo sets it up. Green flag confirmed by Mr. T, and I don't know where to look. I think Malpal was the P3 last time I checked. He's down to P5. Was he sleeping on the start? We may never know, but closest two here are Timlaw and Resistance again. Less than a tenth between them. Timlaw was trying to get past before the safety car, getting as close as he could. Couldn't quite get it past. We'll see what he's like now. With a little slipstream train forming ahead, we've got Malpal behind. Eric's trying to make amends after causing this safety car. Already we can see the top two starting to pull away, and that's Drenzo with a half-second penalty. Could we see a change in the lead of this race when he says that? He's got to, it's a very harsh penalty line here. It's not as harsh as it could be. I mean, if it was on this straight just before the start, I think I might uninstall the game, but look at this. 3 cars within a tenth. We're almost 3 wide. There's Timlaw having a look up the inside momentarily there. Just backing off slightly, but that's allowed Malpower to catch ahead. He's late on the brakes. Has he got ahead? Not quite. Timlaw managing to defend around the outside, but with a better exit, Malpower gets ahead and up into P4. Eric's on Timlaw's backside as well. This is absolutely class. And slipstreaming past. There's a little look of the inside, trying to force a mistake, just backs off slightly, knowing he can't make that work, but late on the brakes. Almost into the back of him then. As we get a little bit of bumper camera action there, as I accidentally got on the wrong camera, but we ignore that. As Eric's is ahead and up into P5 now. What a restart this has been. But Timlaw's he's not fully ahead yet. Timlaw is still there. 2 tenths separating the 2 cars. What's it looking like up ahead after serving that penalty? Car 11 is leading the race. Absolutely nightmare restart for Drenzo here in the car 23. Yes, it is 23, not 24. 24's a bit further back. Speaking of a bit further back, these are just starting to pull away. It's definitely this that we want to have a look at up front. Eric's on the back of Malpower there. You don't want to be too aggressive in an endurance race because you're going to burn your tyres and you risk getting in an incident, especially straight after a safety car reset. A spin could mean you're losing your team 6-7 positions. Jelly in the lead. P1 for Jelly. Absolutely, we're on board with the other Finn. Eric's like him having a bit of a butchers at the camera. Didn't even know you could do that in this game. He's done it again. Further back, that is Timlaw. Less than. So close to each other. Ray Racer on the back of him. Timlaw just backing off slightly, not trying to go into the back.
of Heures, and that's caused Ray to catch up with a half-second penalty. But is he going to try and get ahead? Yes, he is. He sees the gap. He's going to send it up to almost 250 mile an hour. He's going to get the double overtake ahead. Ray Race has gone from P7 to P5 in the space of one corner, but it's not over yet. Heures on the behind. I think I've set about 5 replays that have all overwrit each other. So there's just been that much action. I think you can't blink watching this. Absolute scenes tonight. Look at this. That's 5 cars basically separated by a second. Oh, who's that going off? Kicking the grass. That is car number 2 in the form of Ray Racer's got this half-second penalty, so that's going to get him out of it for a while. It's going to peel off the racing line to serve that. And I think we can blink now and have a look at that absolutely class double overtake from Ray Racer, and I've not gone further back enough. There we go, so slipstreaming behind car 63, gets ahead 250 mile an hour down the back straight, going into a tricky braking zone, late on the brakes, manages to make it stick, sees the gap, parks it on the apex, so they can't get past. And that's a wonderful double overtake before serving a penalty and going back to P7, but we ignore that. Can't breathe. Love it when you've got action like this on track. Eric's coming on the back of Resistance. Looking at the times, it's quite similar, but from the earlier stint we saw Resistance wasn't quite able to get it working straight away, but he's picked the pace up now and keeping Heures at bay. Ray Racer has got another half-second penalty. That's Le Mans for you if you're pushing too hard, because the way the penalty system works in this game is if you go off track even slightly, it's going to compare your time to the AI that drives at the speed of wait, I'm supposed to keep this family friendly. It drives quite slow and it's very easy to pick up a penalty. As that is Ray Racer. Is he going to go for the double overtake again? Oh no! He's gone flying off into the Shadow Realm. 100 mile an hour in reverse. What's happened there for the number 2? 250 mile an hour in the slipstream. He's gonna have a look, and as he caught a bump from behind. Oh, what? How did I miss it on the replay? How have I done that? Missed it twice in a row. We're not gonna get another safety car because we've just had one. At least I don't think so. So a lot more speed carrying from these 2 cars, and yeah, just catching a bit of a bump, not quite able to save it, and that's not the optimal racing line. Thankfully ghosting there. Ray Racer, after finding himself in P5 momentarily, has got 5 points of damage in P10 as he's binned it again just before the penalty line. Now I'd probably recommend, if I was in this situation, put some TC on and just get it home. So not quite the stint we would have wanted for the car number 2. Just goes to show how one simple mistake can ruin it all. To get rid of the refuel info when they get close to the pits, put all driver race info off and then on again. You are an absolute legend. How did I not know about that? Every single stream I've done for the past like year and a half, I've had that.
You can, yeah, but then you also present like these stupid.
Yeah,
menu.
but it's entertaining because when there's action
Yeah,
on track, I
definitely.
just turn into Prime Crofty out of nowhere. But I'm like, what's the name of the start-finish line? Why is it still so warm in my room? It's like 15 degrees outside. I hate being British. Why am I just immune to heat? It's like, it is similar on A-Race. You can see that camera angle, just how quick they are going. Similar with a better run with the slipstream. He's got the inside. He's not hit a bump. He stayed alive and he's got up into P4. Let's have a look as that is Ray Racer in the pits coming out in P11. Got to be praying for another safety car. Just got to get his head down, try not to make another mistake. That is a lapped car behind him. He's got 15 seconds to go to Oscar in P10. About the same behind to Need Me in P12. Drenzo has got back into the lead. We missed that. Did Jelly have an absolutely massive penalty? I don't think so. We'll see from the splits. Yeah, 305.8. Is he just starting to lose pace slightly? Be interesting to see what happens, because this battle is still on. Third through fifth, separated by about a second. Seems to be action further back as well. All the action up front has been wicked for the car 3. I think they started this in about P10, P11, up to P6. Making moves, just staying out of action, getting the pace down, and that's what you need to do in endurance racing, but not if I'm watching, because action means a half decent commentary. Be British. I'm absolutely sweating my balls off in here, and I'm not going to turn that fan on, because I know when I did during the IRO broadcast, I sounded like a robot, turned it off, and then Jaeger made me sound like I was high on helium, and I don't want to give him that power again.
Be careful.
Don't know who to watch. Who I've had a proper look at. So that's another car in the pits with damage. Only 2 points though, 20%, 27% fuel, but it's still got like about 3 years of life in them softs. There's 1x on tyre wear and fuel depletion, and then 2 litres per second, which is basically like putting it in through a sippy cup. Drenzo with another half-second penalty. Drenzo definitely quick on track, just struggling to stay on the track. That is allowing Jelly to catch up, but Resistance, this pack, is catching up. Could we see Jelly getting swallowed up into this battle? There's Eric's with a half-second. Timlaw on the back of Resistance there. The slipstream is so powerful in these cars, especially on a straight as long as Le Mans no chicane. Can I get oh yeah, I forgot I'm using keyboard. What are the keybinds again? So G is TV cam. I think we go on board before that. And Tim Law ahead in P3. Little plume of smoke there. But he's got ahead nicely. But it's not over yet. Resistance still in the fight. So there is Eric's serving that half second penalty. Barbaric is going to catch up and he puts the car number 2. No, that's a 3, not a 2. Into the top 5. Let's have a look at that move that got Tim Law into P3. So I think we go chase cam here. Eric's is just behind. He's going to slipstream for as long as possible. 220 mile an hour as we go into the S's there. Little bit of a love tap there, but no damage for any parties. Nothing major. We are ahead. And that is Barbaric just kicking up a bit of gravel there. 30 tyres is the last thing you want going into Le Mans Sector 1. So many tricky corners that you've got to get right. Absolute cinema. Indeed. Top 6, separated by 6 seconds. That is what a safety car can do. Do we have any requests for drivers to see? Pole sitting car finally back in the top 3. Oh, where can I find qualifying results? Is it in the official media chat? So I had like spotters guide, yeah, I had like qualifying, spotters guide, more up, and was
Historic Racing 2025, Le Mans 24.
Barbaric. Oh, is that not how I pronounce this? Barry
BG1.
Barry BG1, alright. Not Barbaric, alright.
No, BG is for Bulgaria.
Oh, yeah, no. Barry BG1, yep. Is there anyone else I've brutally mispronounced? Like, I'm pretty sure this is not Jelly or commentary just makes me feel dyslexic,
tricky.
I swear.
Yeah. So, I think it is Yali.
Yali.
But,
Jelly.
the J is not a J.
As commentary, you told me to butcher every name possible.
Yeah.
The first name you get is what you're sticking with. We don't get second chances. You're now Barbaric. You're driving like an absolute demon. Barry BG up in the top 5. Get a lovely shot of them all barreling past. I would even attempted to pronounce P8's name. That is way too foreign for me.
It's Italian, yeah.
Yeah, New Carrier, Nucci.
Okay.
Yeah. New Carrier sounds decently right. G Nook Cat. Yali is.
Degent is Dutch. He doesn't have a clue about pronouncing things.
Oh, alright.
So don't trust him.
Don't trust him. Nice.
No.
You say that after I've got about 4 names from him.
Yep.
So I swear you're doing about like 5 or 6 days. You're still in the chat, like you absolute legend. Bro just loves a bit of endurance racing. Top 3 under 3 seconds. I didn't even clock that. That is because Yali is catching up to AMS half-second penalty in the lead. Could we see another change of the lead for what is, I think it'd be the third time this race seeing the lead passed along? Don't count Tim Law out of this, or well, any of these. He's still top 6 within 6 seconds. Absolute cinema indeed. You can see the sparks absolutely flying up 240 mile an hour without slipstream. 242 for Yaley is not much, but he's getting into that crucial 7/6/10 range to get in the slipstream. And as I say that, Drenzo pulls about 2/10 in that corner, and now he is no longer in the slipstream range. Or is it 1 second in this game? I think it was like 7.5 in GT Sport. That's 2 cars very close. That's Resistance and Tim Law battling once again. Oh, Billy on the brakes there. Managed to avoid contact somehow. Neither parties with damage. Thankfully, whatever lag issue I was having with Aero has been fixed. This looks relatively smooth.
Now you said it. Damn it.
Oh god, yeah. We love Mr. T. Goated race director here. That is AMS just getting slightly worse line. Yaley is proper in the slipstream. DJ, you're useless, it's came back. We've got a proper battle for P1 on our hands. Oh well, 3-way battle for P1. Top 3 separated by under a second. Top 4 under 2 seconds. This is endurance racing as Yaley on the inside, going into the first corner. He's got ahead, he's late on the brakes, keeps Drenzo at bay. A little bit of a love tap there, but nothing major. That's Drenzo having a bit of a moment, allowing Tim Law past into second position. And that's Drenzo losing 2 positions in the span of 2 corners. We've got a new race leader on our hands in the form of the car 11. It's all kicking off behind as well, as Drenzo going miles off track. That's going to be another one of the half-second penalties.
Wait for it. P4 to P1 after the end of that straight.
Yeah. Oh wow. My word. Crazy scenes after 5 hours of racing. I did not think I'd be getting this much action, as that is Resistance just giving him a bit of a bump draft. Also got the half-second penalty. Let's have a look at the absolute cinema that was that moving out. And there's another move going off. Never mind. Have I missed that? Is that Drenzo back in the lead? What's happened to Yaley and Tim Law? You can't blink, genuinely. Look at that! Top 5, separated by seconds after 5 hours of racing. Oh my word. That's Erix having a bit of a slide further back, allowing Matt Power to catch up. We'll keep an eye on that in the distance, because you can't take your eyes off this. I honestly don't know where to look. Who has penalties in this? It's just the top 2, Resistance and Drenzo. 5-way battle for the lead, absolutely.
Slow down at the front.
Slow
we want
down.
to have 7 cars fighting for the lead. Wait
Yeah.
for them.
That is Drenzo, after serving that penalty, down to P5. Barry BG having a butchers on the inside of Tim Law, not quite able to make it past. Oh, that's Yaley going off, catching the curb. And with how close it is, he's going to be proper out of it. Down to P7, P8,
no.
maybe even P9. For the car 11, let's have a look at what happened there. So coming through the Porsche curves here, it's just going to catch a little bit too much curve there, unsettles the front of the car, goes off, and then that's proper unsettling it, losing the rear, turning right into a left-hander.
He got it, then he lost it again.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Unlucky for the car 11 with how close it is. He is fully out of this battle for the lead. Resistance still leading in the car 61. Honestly, you can't blink watching this. Every time I look at the viewer count, it's just going up and up and up, because it's getting more and more entertaining as we're starting to get towards the end of the fuel tanks for some of them. Drenzo and Eric Slim has a lot more fuel than Tim Law, Resistance and Barry BG, so split strategies up front, spicing it up. So that is Barry BG right on the rear end of Tim Law, gaining 247 mile an hour. Is he going to go for the double overtake? He's just going to back off slightly, not quite wanting to get too aggressive too early on. I say as we've not had like the past 10 laps be just absolute cinema. I think I've taken about 3 breaths this entire stint.
Let them race.
Well, look at this, top 3 separated by 4.3 tenths. That was Resistance, I think, kicking up a bit of gravel. Someone was. Drenzo with that half-second penalty. Gonna serve it again. Gonna drop to P6 most likely. That is who was that? Malpower, yeah. Going for a nice move past Drenzo. Eric Slim very close as well. Resistance will have to come in either this lap or the next. It's got to be about like 5-6% of fuel with 1x. That, don't know how long that lasted. Yes, called it perfectly. Proper strategist coming into the pick. 6%. Look at that. I have functioning eyeballs sometimes. That has allowed Tim Law to be promoted to P1 with clear air. Just got to get his head down and pull away from Barry BG. Remember the driver info on and off. Yeah, might battle for 7th as well. Yeah, 3-way battle for 7th as well between New Carrier, Beetlejuice and Yaley, trying to make amends after that incident. Yeah, I think we've looked enough at the top 5. I need to be cycling through the grid because there's action absolutely everywhere. What a comeback indeed. We have a look, 4 tenths between them all with Slipstream, Bar, New Carrier as all, and it's about 10 mile an hour difference. Such a long straight. Beetlejuice absolutely flies past him. Will Yaley follow through? He's a little bit too far back. Why am I on that camera? I'm not driving. I'm nowhere near this quick. Yaley looking up the inside of New Carrier. Doesn't quite able to make it stick. New Carrier defending it very well. Beetlejuice up to P6. Love how we've got a race director as well to tell me where all the action is.
Everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah. You can't blink. As we see the sunset coming down. So we've got a three-way battle for P6. So that's someone going off further back. Resistance. Nope, that was just taking the line. I don't know, the thingamabobs seem to be a bit all over the place. Is that not how you pronounce it? Is that not pronounced?
We do it like that.
Is DJ just taking the mic?
Maybe he loves some juice. I don't know. But Beetlejuice is driving in a couple of races from my community and the CTC as well. So I've been calling him like that since time being. So yeah, and he didn't complain about it. So.
I think that's my next like proper community stream, CTC, BFS versus Gen X.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that. Now I know Schick actually is the one that goes for it and it's not you.
No, I'm the one in charge for CTC, shut up.
But, yeah, Schick does all the ZFS and BFS ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
ZFS that I've got proper back into like league racing and stuff with.
Yeah.
That is New Carrier with a half-second penalty. Let's have a look if there's any action further behind. Resistance after coming out to the pits. Find himself in P9. Our first lap on these fresh softs. He's not taken much fuel again. Only about 40%, I'd say, maybe 35%. It's not going to last long, definitely not till the end of the race. Maybe hoping for another safety car to get a cheap pit stop out. Further up for the lead is less than a tenth between them. Barry BG having a look, just backs off slightly. Both of them coming towards the end of their respective stints. Tim Law with slightly less fuel than Barry. Check he's going to join tomorrow. Yeah, Chick's wicked with going to. I mean, we all are. Especially when there's action like this. It's not calmed down in the slightest up front. Now, this battling, I mean, you're going to be loads quicker because slipstream down that back straight, as you can see, the speed difference, you go absolutely flying past. But battling too much will slow you down. There's Drenzo with a 1 second penalty there. Drenzo not having the best of races when it comes to the penalty system, but that's Le Mans for you. It's always a hard one with track limits around here. Any further action? We got this battle for P6 still between Beetlejuice, Yaley and New Carrier. Resistance is in a nice bit on his own. It will be interesting to see what this lap time is like compared to the others. Perhaps taking a bit less fuel to be lighter and minimize that effect of not having the slipstream. He's got a nice bit of clear air, 20 odd seconds ahead and behind us. That is New Carrier coming in, as well as our race leader Tim Law, It's only going to be for a lap. But Barry BG, for the number 3, is leading this race. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. You just seem to be calming down. Now, where is Tim Law going to come out with respect to Resistance? Resistance, after taking a lot less fuel, is going to jump him on the alternate strategy. Tim Law, where is he going to fuel to? He's going to fuel to 62%. So a lot more than Resistance. Maybe hoping to do one less stop than him. We're going to go to lap 36 before the handover, as we can see the absolute 1080p spectators having a look around. Resistance is ahead of Tim Law. New Carrier comes out close to Tim Law as well. 4 seconds there. That will be interesting. Oscar's close as well, and he's got decent tyre wear and decent fuel. Haven't seen much from him in this race because we've been looking up front for the entire thing. It's only a minute behind the lead. Spice things up. See him coming for the fight. There's Ray Racer almost losing it again. We saw him have that absolutely massive moment earlier on, which is why he's all the way back here. Although he does seem to have, after that, got his head down, got the consistency down. And that is what endurance racing is all about. Endemis, so I'm going with that. The other, I think this is the Jaguar. Yeah, it's got Jaguar on the front. The number 1 in T12, and then the back to this one, car 10 is 3 laps down, and car 8 is 4 laps down. Just getting out on track, getting the laps down for your team. Every little helps when it comes to endurance racing. P1 and P2 are in. Eric stays out and regains the lead of this race for a short while. Yaley in as well. Beetlejuice staying out. That is P14 coming out on the mediums to spice this up.
Difference.
Yeah,
Wow.
and already off. Will that be a half second for cutting? That doesn't seem to be, but he's got out of the way of, I think that is Beetlejuice ahead of him. Yes, it is. Now, Malpower is about 20 seconds behind after coming out of the stop. Top 3 still yet to pit. Is Malpower pit? Yes, he has ahead of Resistance on the lower fuel. Yaley and Timlaw are close together, under 2 seconds between them. That could spice up. Car 23, car 9 on different strategies. Yeah, loads of people are on different strategies here. Drenzo is P2 at the moment, yet to pit for this round of pit stops though. Yeah, it's interesting to see that there's certain teams that are opting to go low fuel, lighter, and then others that was Eric almost losing it there, catching a bit too much curb, managing to keep it under control though. We've seen multiple drivers make that mistake in the past and in other stints. Bear in mind, we have 18 hours of racing ahead of us. Did we end up finding streamers for the midnight stints, or is it just going to be the first 8 hours and last 8 hours coverage?
Yeah, so the first and last 8 hours will be streamed with commentary. So,
Yeah,
but
mate.
the middle stints 5 to 8, I will be doing a non-commentary stream on my Twitch channel. I can't do 8 hours straight
Yeah.
doing comms.
You're
so
already
I will
doing
be
about
doing
8 hours of this, aren't you?
Yeah, I will be running the race director, and so you can catch a little bit of the racing
Yeah.
action, but there will be no dedicated commentary going on.
Yeah.
Still, you get to see the racing action and a little bit of race directing artwork. But yeah, this will be the compromise.
Sleep is for the weak.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool, we're back with our mainstream here, yeah. I figured it'd work. Top 2 are in, will Beetlejuice follow them in? No, he will not. He will inherit the lead of this race. So we saw, oh, what was that? Tyre spinning there. That's Malpal. Who is that off? Is that a lapped car? Might have been. Someone was in the gravel there. I think it was Rotax getting out of the way under the lap cars. I'm pretty sure Mr. T will tell us who that was in the gravel there. Drenzo comes out ahead of Resistance, but barely, just under a second. Absolute cinema indeed today, as we've still got a battle on for P5 here, separated by about 2.5 seconds. All the chaos. Barry BG finds himself in P8, opting for a bit more fuel. We have 7 different leaders so far today. That's half of the grid have led a bit of this absolute cinema. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more racing action today. Beetlejuice's tyres on. The defo not new, but there's still grip there. Times haven't dropped off in the slightest. Look at that. Lap 20 and lap 21 separated by 20 milliseconds. That is the consistency that these guys have. What a race this has been. I reckon we watched Drenzo and Resistance because they're separated by about a second. Look at the sparks coming off the Sauber there. We've got backfires as well. That's what I love about Group 1. They sound incredible. They look incredible. I mean, they drive incredible if you can handle it, but very few can. Is there a way to display all of the drivers in the race settings chart instead of just 8? That is a problem for Jaeger. I'm assuming not. GT7 issue. Alright. As the leader comes into the pits, which will promote Malpower into the lead. Is that an 8th different one, or has he already led? Honestly, I have lost count. The race has been that all over the place. I'm forgetting English, it's that good. So Drenzo up to P2, Resistance up to P3 after this. Where will Beetlejuice come out? He's going to take 54% fuel. He's got a decent gap to Eric's, who rounds the first corner. Beetlejuice coming out in P4. The 3 Finns on grid. 4, 5, 6. Eric's P5. Ignore the voice crack there, please. Making amends from the massive crash earlier on. Hopefully we will see him further ahead. He is catching Beetlejuice though. They're coming out the pits on cold tyres versus Eric's 1 lap older but much more warmed up tyres. He's not quite in the slipstream range yet, so he's not going to get the major benefits. 8 leaders now today. Manpower is a new leader. So that is over half of the grid have led this race so far today. Utter scenes as that is Drenzo coming up to car number 8, who is going to get out of the way. Very nice. Textbook blue flag defense, not defense, bloody hell, obeying the rules, not defending under blue flags. That is what I meant. Got battle over here between Tim Law and Barry BG. Let's go on board with Tim Law for this one. 4 tenths up the road is Barry. Prentice want to join or the last stint tomorrow at 12:50. Unfortunately, I'm at work, mate. That's the thing. Well, I could only do one because I work a part-time job for every Saturday and Sunday, and this was the only one that I could do, I'm afraid. Yeah, if it's anything like this, I'd love to join you, mate. I just don't have the time, unfortunately. Yeah, this has been a very nice debut to ERF. Alright, would have been a blast. Would have been a blast, absolutely. Yeah, what a way to make my name known at ARF with a stint like this. Action all across the field. Even what, 15, 16 laps after the safety car, we've still got drivers within tenths of each other. Even further back, that is Enigmas going off and letting Racer through. Let's have a look at what happened there. Coming along the black straight into the tricky braking zone, clips the apex, runs out wide, clips the inside curb, and then accidentally touches the outside with his rear wheels and goes off into the barrier. So easy to do there. Who's that behind him? He's got P13 of Kofulo behind him, but he's 2 laps behind, so he's not really got anything to worry about. But 2 points of damage. He's going to be losing about 20 miles an hour on the back straight. Let's have a look up front. Our 8th race leader today is still in the lead on the alternate strategy. Borderline fresh tyres after that round pit stops. 6 seconds behind is Drenzo with what seems to be another penalty for the American. Came into this stint with over a 1 minute lead for the team, and then after Ray Racer binning it and bullying out the safety car. Absolute cinema has prevailed. He's found himself back in P2 after all the shenanigans, but it just seems he's been getting one too many penalties this race, as that is Resistance. Further behind in P3, but very low on fuel with the alternate strategy. All of these guys seeming to take more fuel for less stops. Resistance in the Sauber taking less fuel to be lighter, more nimble, faster, but it does mean he's going to have to do an extra stop. And here it is. 3 Finns in the battle for P4 are still very close. We're about 7/10 separating P4 and P5. P6 close behind as well, as we're coming up to a black marker in the form of car number 8, which will bunch everyone up. Eriks could use this back marker to overtake. Look at how close we are, bumper to bumper, as we round up to T1, as he's just going to back off slightly, not wanting to go into the back of Beetlejuice. Who would have thought Mazda would be leading after about 6 hours of racing? Yes, we do have a Mazda in the lead now. I don't know how like Group 1 like meta works. Which of the cars are like fastest? Is the Mazda a bit of a wheelie bin? I mean, it's a very fast wheelie bin, 230 mile an hour. Sounds absolutely lovely. Blue flag for Rotax Mojo, having to be reminded to get out of the way of the faster drivers by the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. T. For all that, Beetlejuice still stays ahead. But look at this, we got another battle on our hands from P4 to, so like 19.7. P4 to P8 separated by about just under like 3.5 seconds after 6 hours of racing. Look at this. I know there's a couple back markers in there as well. As the lights start to come on, Drenzo crashed. Drenzo crashed. He's got damage. Have we got enough time to see it? No, we could see him going slow. Mr. T caught it. Front damage to Drenzo, going from bad to worse, as that's a bit of a slide for him as well. Who is that off in the distance? Must have been a back marker. So that's Drenzo. Oh my word, what is going on here? Drenzo in the span of less than half a lap, going from 2nd to 8th, going to show how close this race is. That's Tim Law getting on the back of Barry. So will Drenzo come in and repair this? You're going to lose a lot of time down the back straight, but you're also going to lose a lot of time in the pits. Resistance calculating the fuel to perfection, coming in with 0% of the go-go juice. Beetlejuice on the rear end of one of the lapped cars. Who is it holding them up? Wait, no, that's Beetlejuice. Eriks and Beetlejuice close together. We got Yaley, Barry and Tim Law making up this battle after Resistance and Drenzo come in the pits. This is to say this is insane action is an understatement. Considering this is my first impression of the league, I will be doing absolutely every single one of the events. I'm definitely a member of the media team now after this one. Okay, like 27 of 37. We've got 9 and a bit laps to go until we hand over to, I think it's Jaeger doing another stint after this, is it?
One? All of them.
Your commentary is amazing. Thank you so much. It means a lot. I mean, it's easier when I've got action like this. Yeah, I've been doing a lot on Black Flag TV as well as IRO. I've got the experience down. And yeah, when I've got action like this, I could just bounce off it, bounce off the chat. And it's just so much fun. I love doing commentary. I know you can't see the size of the grin on my face is absolutely massive. Don't think I've enjoyed a stint so more in my life. And I said that about the last one with Helium Boy. That was a fun one as well. Do more with NFS. Yeah, mate. No rain on the radar. 5-way battle for P2. Absolutely. P2 to P5 separated by about 4 seconds. We are under the lights. We go into the late evening, yes. The lights are out, it's not quite dark. That's Barry BG going a bit wide, catching the gravel, manages to catch it though. Tim Law on the back of him though, having to capitalise on that with the dirty tyres ahead. Is he going to be able to get past, or will Barry BG manage to stay ahead? It looks like he's gone away with it now. What does his fuel look like? About the same. Let's have a look at what happened to Barry there. If I managed to catch it. Yes, I did. So on board with the Bulgarian now as we go towards the Porsche curves. Just misses that apex a bit. Catches the grass. Comes off the throttle. Manages to contain it. And keep it on the track. So many cars we've seen do that and go off. Superb car control from the Bulgarian. I think I remember in chat seeing what one of these guys is like one of the top pad guys in the world, like top 3 or something. There's Arix and Beetlejuice right on the rear end of each other. Arix with a half-second penalty, but also with the slipstream. Is he going to be able to get past? He's going to have a look. No, he's going to give him the bump draft, effectively giving 2 cars slipstream at once, wanting to try and pull away from Yale. And you can see the gap between these two staying constant, but look at the gap to the leader coming down and down and down. Very smart work from Eric to try and turn this into a 2-horse race. It's going to back off slightly now to give him the gap as we go into the tricky braking zone at the end of the straight. Could Tim Law be saving fuel? I know we will see. He's still on the rear of Barry. Giving us plenty of action today. He was a bit faster in the previous stint before the pit stops. Perhaps he is. He did take a lot more fuel though than Resistance, who the extra pit stop has came back to haunt him. We saw him leading the race at once and he's down in P9. Same with Drenzo after having that damage replaced. Starting the lap of the stint from P1. And he's found himself in P8 at the moment. New Carrier in a very comfortable P7 at the moment. On lap 28. It's nowhere near over this. Manpower still in the lead, the 8th different driver to lead this race, and he's holding it perfectly. Doing nice consistent laps, managing to keep that gap around 18 seconds or so, jumping them in the pits and staying ahead, but he's got a lot less fuel than these two here, meaning spending less time in the pits. That's why he would have pulled ahead. After Eric serving that penalty, that has brought Yaley in the pipe for P3. Beetlejuice is off in the distance, about 2 seconds or 1.5 seconds up ahead. Barry BG as well is close, as well as Tibalor. This battle isn't calming down in the slightest. Have a look further back. Drenzo with yet another penalty for him. It seems every time I go on board with him, he's got another one. I mean, Le Mans is a very hard track to stay on with the track limits. That was the car number 8 in P14. Having a bit of a moment there. Drenzo comes across to lap them. Rotex Mojo is on lap 24. When the lead cars are on lap 29, so yeah, 3 laps behind. It's getting so buns. Does anyone actually know how long the straight at Le Mans is if you don't run the chicane? I'm assuming someone's got the number, like, just memorised. Battle for 4th. Barry overtook Yoli. Good spots. Barry finding his way up to P4.
Internet.
Yeah, but I could do it, but that's effort.
Yeah,
that involves me doing something. When there's action on track.
I'll try to get it from GT Engine. They usually have some nice stuff going on.
Yeah, P5 to P3 separated by under a tenth. Beetlejuice also close ahead. That was P2 to P5 within about 1 and a bit tenths, all on different strategies involving the fuel all over the place. Just goes to show how close the racing is here.
So from Tetre Rouge down to the Mulsanne corner, it is 3.54 miles or 5,700 meters.
God
if you
damn.
just go from the straight, it is 2.3 miles. So
Long as straight.
wow. So you're telling me it is long? Yes.
Absolute insights from the media team here. The sun straight up. DJ's a little bit late there, Mike.
Too late.
Snooze you lose here, and you can't snooze on the track as Eric's once again on the rear end of Beetlejuice, 0.3 going into the long 3.7 mile straight. Now that I know how long it is, Barry is out of slipstream range of these lots, so let's see what Arix is going to do here. Is he going to give Beetlejuice the bump draft again? No, he's not. He sees the gap. He's going to go for it. Arix up into P2. Is he going to be able to make it stick there? Yes, he can. Beetlejuice slipping back into the slipstream, giving him bump drafts like he did again going off across the dotted lines there. That could be a penalty. I know they're quite it's where the radar ends, them dotted lines. He does seem to have made it through though, but maybe lifting a bit too much. That has allowed Barry BG to catch ahead and crucially get into that slipstream range. Yaley is further back at 1.1 not quite in the slipstream range, but he's still in the rear view mirror of Barry BG, very much still in contention for this. How is Malpower doing up front? He's doing alright. Very nice laps for these guys, definitely with slipstream, with bump drafting, are lapping about a second faster than him. We've got 6 more laps of racing action of this stint. I don't think Mal has enough fuel to make it to the end. Could that be a half-second penalty at the Porsche curves? Seems to have got away with it. But I do think definitely Arix might be able to make it to the end. Don't know about anyone else in this. Look at how close they are there. I thought, how long? 6K was on point if they were about 220 miles an hour. Yeah, minute end to end. Yeah, props to Philo for the custom bop. Load different cars from all over the track, proper close to each other. Just goes to show how the bop could be if we had people like Philo working on it. Yeah. Is Philo like an engineer like in real life, or is he just knowing the ins and outs of the physics engine? Because that's what I'm studying at uni next year, motorsport engineering. Can't wait. Just gotta survive my A levels, and it's not looking good. Never felt so burnt out during an Easter holidays before, and I thought GCSEs was bad. It's insane the support we're getting on this stream. It's Barry BG up into P3, but not for long. So that's Beetlejuice having a look up the inside, up the outside now. Barry with the inside. Who's going to be ahead? Who's going to be last on the brakes? It's going to be Barry BG ahead up into P3. As that cloud is looking very menacing, but apparently there's no weather on the radar, so we should be good. What a stint this has been. Oh, on chase cam, I'm not supposed to use that. Yeah, from 3rd to 5th, under a 10th. We've got Barry, Beetlejuice and Yaley in the fight. Yeah, the safety car was, what, like an hour and a half ago? Are we still this close? 19 seconds from P1 to P5, and that's even with a 17-second gap from P1 to P2. Don't know. Mal might be able to make it to the end on this fuel. He might not. Don't use chase camera, please. Alright, mate. Barry BG with a half-second penalty. So I think it was the Porsche Curves we saw him go off. Look at that, them all snaking through. Simula's close as well. Are there any battles further back? Doesn't seem to be anything as close as that. That gap between Heures and Malpower is coming down. Malpower's pace seeming to drop. Eric Slim is on the charge, pulling away from Barry. As Barry, with that half second, is going to serve and allow Beetlejuice and maybe Yaley as well to get past that gap. About 4 tenths between Beetlejuice and Yaley is not going to be close enough to go for a move, but how close will he get to it as he's going about 5 mile an hour faster? I said he wasn't close enough. I seem to have lied. Beetlejuice and Barry with half-second penalties. Late on the brakes for Yaley. Is he going to be able to stay ahead? Yes, he is up into P4. P4 for the car 11 as there's blue flags up ahead. Which car is that? And Davis having a bit of a spin there. Yeah, car 10 Hyper Cafulio is getting caught up in this battle. Is going to want to get out of the way as soon as possible to not anger the wrath of Mr. T. We say that, and he's gone in the chat, the race director, to let him know, get out of the way, mate. Further up, who's that battling between each other? That's Yaley and Barry on it again as Beetlejuice serving the penalty. So Yaley getting past Barry BG up into P3. Malpower still out on track up ahead, but that gap that was once 20 seconds down to just 13. Driver for car 56 is not in the lobby.
No, that's sorted.
Yeah.
It's sorted.
It's for Stint 3. No, this is Stint 3.
Stint
4. I'm doing Stint 3.
You are, exactly.
Yeah, Stint 3 has been an absolute cinema. And by the looks of it, Stint 4's gonna be just as good. Depending on what Mal does at front, he's fuel saving very nicely. He might be able to make it to the end of this stint on that tank. I mean, he's got a lot less than the others. They're gaining a lot in the pit stops that's why he got that lead in the first place. That might be why the gap is coming down, just aggressively fuel saving. Be interested to see what he does at the end of this, as that is someone getting the blue flag. Is it Cafulo? Yes, it is by the looks of it. Nope. Cafulo is further back. That was Yaley getting past Cafulo and Barry BG as well. Not losing any time. Barry on the charge. Look at the speed. Manages to get past Yaley. Sees the gap. Up into P3. He's comfortably ahead. Late on the brakes was Yaley, but not late enough to get ahead, but not quite the exit that Barry would have wanted for that. Time progression is perfect with real time, absolutely. It just got in, I think. Yeah, oh yeah. It should be most fuel efficient. It should go 3 more laps on fuel than the other cars.
That's I'm not sure because of a custom BOP Philo came up
Yeah.
with. So there, it's a bit different compared to the in-game BOP. So I think they tried to then make fuel advantage and tire advantage less of a factor with that.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously
just what I
worked,
heard.
whatever is done to bring the cars together. I mean, this has been some absolute scenes that we've seen today. Trenzo is still with the fastest lap as he's got back up to P7. Past Nucaria, didn't quite see that move happening as we were too focused up front. But I caught it out the blimps of my eye. Look at his flames, absolutely. Especially as the lights start to come on as the sun starts to set. You can see the flames more and more as the laps tick down. 33 out of 34, actually out of 37. So not quite the penultimate lap, but the penultimate lap. I don't know what the pre-penultimate is, or if I'm just making up words on the spot. But when am I not? 2 tenths between Barry and Yaley. That's before we even got onto the main straight. He's going to back off slightly. Very crucial corner here. Gets a good run through there. Roughly the same for the 2 6 tenths before the minute-long flat out straight. Got a better run by Beetlejuice as you can see that gap going up and up and up. 12.2 seconds the gap between the lead there and the fuel. I think that 6.8 means he's got like 6.8% of fuel left. I'm trying to scan this, see if there's anything we can pick up. Blue flags may move. The race leader is behind you. He's moved, given the position to the race leader. I mean, the red light has come on Malpower's fuel gauge, so that means he's under 10% fuel, but with only 2.5 racing laps to go, may be able to make it to the end. And the last thing he wants to do in this position is run out of the go-go juice on the last lap while leading it, especially if it happens towards the start of the lap. It's a very long one to get around with no fuel. Coming from experience, I've done some questionable strategies in league races in the past. Hyper Cthulhu not getting out of the way again. I'm feeling the wrath of Mr. T, as that was, who was that getting past? Timlaw? Yes, Timlaw. Timlaw fuel saving on his last stint. Timlaw, another one on low fuel actually, on the alternate strategy. I mean, he's pulled back from the absolute scenes up front. Same with Manpower. Eric still gaining on Mao with a half-second penalty. Yeah, fuel over there, 5% fuel for Manpower. Is he going to be able to make it to the end of the race? See what happens. That is car number 3 behind after getting lapped. Now, I think couple. So we're on the penultimate racing lap now. I can go over the order at the moment because it has changed a lot over this absolutely incredible stint. So it is car 56 that is leading at the moment. Then car number 9 in Yoast Racing. Then we've got car number 3 for the Jaguars. Car 11 in P4, and then car 24, the first of the Nissans, in P5, car 63, the Sauber, in P6. Then we've got the second Nissan, car 23, in P7. Car 61, second Sauber, in P8. Third Sauber, car 62, in P9. Then the Mazda of car 202 in P10. And then the Jaguar of P2, driven by Ray Racer in P11, going off there into the barriers. What happened there for Ray Racer? Coming behind a lapped car, or is he the lapped car in this case? Picking up the slipstream around the back corner, and this is what happens. So easy to outbrake yourself. Did he go into the back of him there? I don't think he did. If there was, it was very tiny contact.
Bit of a misjudgment.
Bit of a misjudgment. Very easy corner to do that. There, especially after such a long straight without the chicane. You're travelling at 230, 240 mile an hour, and it's a braking zone that you're turning into as well. You've got to try and straight line it as much as possible. And if you get it wrong, just on the brakes a little bit too early, that is what can happen. It's not sustained damage from it, fortunately, but not quite the end of the stint that Ray Racer would have wanted, especially after being the reason we had that safety car earlier on. He was leading at one point, I think, in the leading group. Yeah, half-second penalty as well. So P12, to finish off the round order, is car number 1. Then car number 10 in P13, 3 laps down, or 4 laps down actually, and P8, 5 laps down. As we are on the last racing lap for the leader, he stayed out. He's got rear damage. I don't know if he's had, how long he's had that, if he had a little bit of an incident. What's his fuel looking like? 1% fuel as we're going on to the back straight. Fuel saving mastermind for Mile Power, leading the stint at the end. Damage for the leader, rear wing damage. I was using chase camera to have a look at which car number it was, and I like it to just get a better view of what's happening. But if you don't want me using it, I won't use it. I'm sorry. So 7.8 seconds gap between P1 and P2. We're coming on to the handover with damage and very low fuel. Is he going to be able to make it to the end?
Oh, yeah.
We could see P2 in the distance there. Do we have any drivers further back in major battles? No, we don't. So let's keep our eyes on this here. The fuel-saving magician. Now, damage does affect your aero slightly, so you're punching more of a gap in the air. You do burn ever so slightly more fuel. He's not quite got that luxury there. As we come towards the end of I'm forgetting my words. Onto the run to the Porsche Restless. That's what I mean. It's not ran out yet, so you can barely see it on the fuel gauge there. As we come towards the handover, our gap down to 6.9 now for Arex, with a lot more fuel than Mile Power. Now, the good thing about this being such a fast flowing section of the circuit, even if he did run out of fuel now, which he has, It's gone full red. The race leader
No
has
way.
run out of fuel just before the pit lane. There is P2. What order are they going to be going into the pit lane? And there is the pit lane. He's going to go past Eric. Slim takes the lead of the race at the last second. Car 56. Where is car 3? There they are, overtaking in the pit lane. I knew he'd taken slightly too little. He's going to come into the handover. P4. Absolute scenes. So yeah, Resistance took P7 from Demo after that. You're going to have an absolute field day during Stint 4. The entire grid. Like, you don't know where to look.
Hopefully.
I could tell for the last couple laps, just had a feeling that my power had put a little not enough fuel into that car. Is it swapped over when the top 10 are in?
We do.
Yeah.
So we have interesting, less fuel. Dude with a massive mistake didn't refuel, so he's low on fuel with just 9 liters. Has to do an in-lap right when he gets back. That is a massive mistake. I was wondering why he was in the lead. He jumped the Porsches that were leading. So the Nissan 23 with a crucial mistake didn't refuel, just new tires. That is crazy now. So we have close gaps between the other cars. Again, different amount of fuel for the drivers. That's why we have bigger gaps between the drivers when they left the other lobby before the driver swap. So interesting, but yeah, AMS in panic mode. So they won't make it very long with that amount of fuel. That's for sure.
You need the go-go juice.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a costly mistake for the 23. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars out on track in Stint number 4.
Been in,
And,
it's a 2-minute gap
Welchie
between 10 and
coming up.
11.
So I will go then full screen for Stint number 4. Thank you, Crantis, for your commentary. It was a blast, as always.
Absolutely,
And-
mate. Seamless transition.
If I turn it on, now I turn it on. Third time lucky it is. Alright, so we have 10 cars out on the track for Stint number 4 with Dude on the outlet, but as I mentioned, didn't refuel. So he is very low on the racing juice, the go-go juice, as Grant keeps saying and telling us. So this is a crucial moment for the race, maybe. Will they pit? Will they go for one more lap? No, pit now. Emergency pit stop for fuel. So we have the 56 Mazda back into the lead, closely followed by the number 9 Porsche Cookies behind the wheel for the Finnish drivers. So then Dude pitting, Razor and the 24 Nissan up to P3, and it's the Finns taking over in P4. We have Heures. I hate that name, by the way. So can chat tell me how I should pronounce this weird name, or I just go with the car? It's it's the Porsche number 11. Probably that's the thing. And look at that. That Jaguar, number 3, running P5. Where is this car coming from? They were running P10, 11, 12 for most of that race. Now in P5. Well done. P6 we have the 63, C9. And in P7 it's another of those lovely Sauber C9s. That's the 61 entry. Dude, still not being released now. He's back out on track in P8. So look at that, the gap. 1 minute roughly to the leaders. We have my boy Blasi in P9. Hey buddy, the 62, I'm not biased at all. Go Blasi, go! Okay, now that's out of the way. In P10 we have Matre Racing League entry. Welshi, oh, pitting for damage early. That's also probably not part of the plan. The Jaguar with Mateusz running the number 2 car in P11 will they get up to P10. No, 2 minutes and 30 seconds again. The big too much. And the third Jaguar then in P12 currently the number 1 with Alexis. And then we're still waiting for P13 and 14 to perform their driver swap. So there are a couple of laps down. It will take some time. And we have the elite battle going on again. It's a bit dark though, I know, but that is endurance racing, right? It will get darker, trust me. But I may have cheated a little bit with the exposure settings, but I don't want to get too crazy with the settings, so it's still
between cheating and being allowed to see.
Yeah, it's just like there are 2 cones of light driving around and another set of them. We don't know what's going on, but I mean, that's endurance racing, 24-hour racing. You have to run the night stints, the night through the night as well, and then luckily those lights are looking very, very solid. Not those like really crap lights from back in the days where you couldn't see a thing. They're actually working, and still good lighting around the track at Le Mans, that is. And Boku for the 56 under pressure. We hear and see and whatever cookies in that Porsche right behind. Oh, a little moment just coming out of before Tete Rouge, that is. I'm getting confused with the camera. And gets half a second penalty. No, cut too much of that. So, but the 56 Mazda is running a Philo approved setup, and that Mazda got some legs. It's pulling on those straights with those settings. So all of the cars in the previous stints, they had trouble to keep up with that Mazda on the straight. Look at that, cookies in that slipstream. He's trying everything. He's gaining now 390 plus 93, 94, 95, nearly up to 400 kph. Now they're going side by side. He does get the run, but was it too early? He's defending the inside line for the braking zone through the kink. Will he get a compromised run? No. Boku lifting off early. Doesn't go for the run. And yeah, cookies. He gained easily 2 seconds after the pit stop. So a bit more pace currently. So the Porsche number 9 leading again. But here comes the Mazda out of the Mulsanne corner. Side by side they go through the kink. Approaching Indianapolis. Who has the car in front? It is the Mazda once again around the outside into Indianapolis. The sparks are flying. And Cookies has to give up that lead position for now. But what a race it is. It is like more than 6 hours in. And again, Boku has to serve the penalty, so Cookie's back into the lead in his Porsche. So the 56 in P2, then it's 7 seconds the gap to Razor in the 24 Nissan in P3. And also the number 11 Leighton House Porsche right behind, just 1 second the gap coming through the Porsche curves. That Porsche should suffer a little bit from the dirty air through that section. Yeah, 2-3 tenths lost. But I'm pretty sure on the straight can get back this time. Lost 1.4, 1.5 now. Okay, that's a bit too much now. In P5, it's the best. Jack, the number 3. Less than 7 seconds.
Shoot off for now.
Yep.
That was absolutely wicked.
Absolute blast, yeah.
See you, mate. Good luck.
Have a good one.
Thank you for everything you're doing today.
See ya. A big round of applause for the one and only Grantis. So my mic is a bit too loud, you say? So I'll bring that down for you. Not an issue. So I have the tools. Or maybe I was just used to shouting because no one in the party chat could hear me apparently. So now I'm on my streaming mic. So maybe that is a bit better now, and I can relax and calm down and have a chill little stream for that one. So let me know if the mic level is a bit better now. It's not too loud. In P6, then we have Cross in the 63. Sauber trying to close that gap, less than 5 seconds to P5. In P7, another Sauber. That's Il Caperman or the 61 crew. And Dude with the charge after that mistake, not refueling, get the run out of Tetra Rouge, giving that Sauber a little bit of a bump. We go on board, now pushing the car. Thank you for the feedback. Right, so we keep that mic level that way now. Massive bumping, 402, 403, 4, 5 kph. That Nissan is flying and leaves the AMG behind. No, they're going side by side into Mulsanne. Oh no, really? Come on, get me to the TV camera for that one. Sideways. And the Sauber back in P7. But I think the Nissan 23 will get the run now into Indianapolis. Really close. Going around the outside. Interesting, isn't it? We just see sparks flying. And goes around, brakes for Indianapolis. Will he get it stopped? They go side by side coming out of the slow turn. Still side by side. A little advantage for Dude now into Arnage. And here we go. What a move. Clean racing. So Dude up a position into P7 for the 23. And 61 then down to P8. Blasi in 9th position for the 62. C9. And yeah, 16 seconds. A bit of a lonely race at the moment. But it all can change within a blink of an eye. And then Welshi in 10th. Currently 1 minute, that gap to Blasi in P9, so after that pit stop with the damage repair. In 10th, currently still has roughly 2 minutes to the number 2. Jaguar and the Battle of the Jacks. Maybe we'll see that happening between Mateusz and Alexis. Number 3 and number 1. Number 2 and number 1, sorry. The number 10 car is out on track and is facing some blue flags, currently getting out of the way. So it's still the number 8 waiting for the driver swap to happen, and the Porsche number 9 extending that lead roughly 3 seconds after the overtake, and AMS Dude in that 23 with a 3:02.55. We're getting closer to that quali pole lap time with a 3:02.3. Nighttime conditions always like ideal for setting really fast lap times. And their Dude is definitely pushing. In P3 we have D24 still running with a small penalty. 3.5 seconds currently that gap, and but also the 11 with the same amount of penalty to serve, so that gap will stay the same when they serve this penalty. Cross got the move done, moves up into P5 for the 63. And the number 3 Jack then serving that penalty, dropping out of that slipstream range with the 23 opening up that gap to the car behind, going wide purple lap. We see the fastest lap so far in an official session, that is. He's coming out of the karting ISIS, seems to be a good run. Can he keep those purple sector times alive for the final meters of the lap? We'll see exit under 3 minutes. That could be a new fastest lap. 3:01.077. What a lap it is. And we'll have an eye on the 23, of course, how that charge will continue. So at the front we have the number 9 with 5 seconds, also doing great lap times, 3:04s, 3:03s. And the Mazda number 56, 3:05s currently, so losing a little bit of time. 3:06 last time around for the 24 Nissan, and that was due to a penalty. Same probably for the number 11 Leightonhouse Porsche, and they're gaining again, so we could see a battle for P3 coming up very, very soon. The 63 car doing some great lap times as well. Bit of hot lapping now. See where they can end at the end of this driver stint. Then the best of the Jacks in P6. 4 seconds that gap already, and that ever so charging Dude in that 23 Nissan. 25 seconds the gap, but a couple of seconds per lap quicker than the car in P6 currently. What about the 2 Italians and Sauber C9 drivers in P8 and P9? Il Caperoman doing 3:04, 3:05s, but lost 4 seconds on that lap. And Blasi, 1.5 second penalty. He was pushing that car, 3:04.9 last time around, but now will lose a lot of time, 1.5 second penalty. That's probably worth 4 seconds of a time loss. So 13 seconds. And then let's wait. 15 going up. 16, that's 3 seconds. Okay, just 3 seconds for 1.5 second. Still a lot of time, that is. So Welchie in 10th with 42.02 Mazda. A bit of a lonely race at this stage. Same for the number 2 Jaguar with Mateusz in 11th. 15 seconds the gap to the number 1 Jag. And then we have bigger gaps to P13 and 14, the number 10 Porsche. And 13 minutes 48 seconds to the leaders. That's 4 laps. And 90 minutes the gap for the number 8 on the outlap now. Quick math, 6 laps down at this stage. So where was the closest battle? Here we go. Found them back with the racing action. And 56. Whoa, a 3-way battle is, in fact. We have the 24. Now got past the 56 and the number 11. Let's see, run out of an arch a little bit over wiggle. Here for Boku. That gives Razor the advantage to keep P2 at least through the Porsche curves. And just saw that Boku had a moment coming into the Porsche curves, which gave the 11 car a bit of an advantage. So we'll have a look at the replay, what happened. Side by side and a little bit of contact, but 56 backing out of it and dropping down to P4 at the moment. Half a second that penalty and lost even more time to the final sector. But we have a challenge for P2. Porsche versus Nissan, 24 versus 11. And well, now they're keeping it single file through the Dunlop chicane. Half a second that gap, still within the heavy slipstream range. So can the 11 stay close through Tetra Rouge and gain in that slipstream? Lost a 10th, not too bad I think, but a great exit for Razor. And in the 24, and we have 3 Finnish drivers leading that race. What happened to Capero, man? Damage. Has to pit for repair, so you'll lose that P8. Dude already up to P7 and a 301.887. Alright. Alright. It's really on a mission. Gaps Blasi up to P8 in the 62 and the 61 now. Fuel, fresh tires, damage repaired. P9. And they continue with the race. So P10 is still Welshi. That gap will come down to the car in front. So once he crosses the start finish straight, we'll see how much time Camperman did actually lose during that pit stop. Quite some time. See the gap? 30 seconds, roughly. 35 it is. Wait for the Dunlop chicane. We see 34 seconds now. That gap, we go back to the battle for P2. Razor versus Heures. Nissan versus Porsche. And the one benefiting the most seems to be the number 9 Porsche in the lead, Cookies, with nearly 10 seconds. No? Into the fall chicanes once again, under a second. The gap, nice and smooth out of the final chicane. 5/10 that gap. What about the Mazda 56 car? 4 seconds that gap now. So has to worry about the Sauber, the 63 car, right behind, under 5 seconds. And let's see if the 11 can get a run this time. 7/10 gets a better exit out of Tete Rouge and instantly gaining on that Nissan driver. 6/10. How close can he get down the long Mulsanne straight? So from Tete Rouge to Mulsanne corner, it is just under 6 kilometers. So a long straight definitely. And I'm having a look at the speed. 389, 390 kph, 92. Gaining. Now strong slipstream. 30, 95, 6, 7, 8. Close to 400. But not close enough for the mighty Sand. Has to wait for the next lap maybe, but brought that gap down. So 3/10 it is, with the run towards Indianapolis to 3/10. That should be still good enough for Razor and P2 to keep that position. A bit late or a bit early for the Porsche driver, not risking like being last of the yeah, I know what I mean. Didn't want to break that late. Last of the late breakers. That is what I wanted to tell you. Sometimes words just don't come out of my mouth as I want to. But yeah, still amazing close racing. Here 3/10 into the Porsche curves. Understeer for days. The loses 2/10 easily. Wiggle for the Nissan through the end of the Porsche curves. Now approaching the karting asses. A little bit of a wiggle again, not the cleanest exit, and boom, you lose a second. That's how it goes sometimes. Still powerful cars, those Group C machineries. You have to be gentle with them and then trust the downforce. But yeah, still less than a second between P2 and P3. The gap between P4 and P5, the 56 Mazda and the 63 C9, under 4 seconds. Cross is pushing. What about the gap between P6 and P7? So last time it was more than 20 seconds. 15 now, and even with that 3:05.1 last time round for a dude. Is that correct? Yeah, it is correct. So didn't gain during that lap, but on the other laps, 3:02, 3:01, 3:01, 3:02. What? What? Yeah, definitely on a mission. The 62 then a bit of a no man's land in P8 after the sister car got some damage and not really gaining in time on P8. The gap to P10, that Mazda 202, 35, now 33 seconds. Nearly 2 minutes, the gap to the number 2 Jack in P11. So outside of the top 10, bigger gaps between the cars. The number 1, 37 seconds the gap. And then the 10 Porsche with some damage at the moment. Doesn't help. And the number 8 Porsche with some good lap times, 3:05.9. That is great pace for Finto Adulto 18. And let's go back to the battle for P2 and P3. So still the 24 Nissan keeping that P2. For how long? Through the Porsche curves. Once again. No drama on the exit for both of the drivers. And definitely 11 keeping the 24 honest. Gets a good run out of the final chicane, half a second. So again, crucial first sector. So you want to stay within half a second before Tete Rouge. This looked like a smooth run out of the Dunlop chicane. So yes, still half a second. So now the little asses, decent run for 10th. So now the all-important Tete Rouge, and not so sure about that one. Was it within the limits? If so, it was a massive run though for the 11. Apparently it was. No track limit penalty appearing above the driver's car. So Eddie doesn't want to go for the bump draft. Side by side they go down the Mulsanne straight, Les Unondiers, and who has the better top end? For now it seems to be the Porsche, but that Nissan with the counter-attack. And again, slipstream battles down the long straight. It's the 24 front again, but on the inside for the Porsche. So we had like 3 changes for positions on that long straight. And the 11 gets the better end for now, coming out of Mulsanne corner and moves up to P2. So can they keep that position now? I felt like they had a bit better pace through that final sector, but the run towards Indianapolis might be crucial. For now they keep it status quo, so looks promising for the 11 to keep that position. Yeah, good exit out of Arnage, 8th, and has a decent gap before they enter the Porsche curves. So how does the Nissan cope with the dirty air through those fast flowing corners? Lost 2, 3, 10. So the aero wash is real. 1.3, 1.4. Maybe that Porsche is just very strong with the setup the team came up with. So a massive lap after the overtake. 1.5, 1.6 seconds trying to sneak out of that slipstream range now. Nearly 2 seconds. What a lap it was for the number 11 Heures. Razor then in the 24. In P3, down to P3 it is. And we have a battle for P4 and P5. Oku and Cross, the two American drivers. The Mazda number 56 versus the C9 63. Same. Now, poor Cross needs to get a good run out of Eau Rouge. Had to lift for a long time, didn't get the power down, so lost some momentum through the right-hander, and now loses hundreds after hundreds on that straight. Now getting back into the slipstream range now. Was a bit the sparks are flying, so great visuals in those settings. Look at those sparks. Wow. But Cross is gaining in his Sauber 3/10, under 3/10 before the braking zone. Smooth run out of Mulsanne corner. So overall gained on that straight. And again, the acceleration, that Mazda not too shabby at all. Into Indianapolis we go. Get a look at these guys for a little bit. So we see the stars and some clouds, but nothing to worry about. So it looks like a dry stint so far. And staying with the battle for P4 and P5 between Mazda and Sauber. So little tap, love tap, set hello to Mr. Barry R. But no damage, of course. Keeping the momentum up. Keeping that gap at roughly half a second. So Boko doing a good job so far. Defending that P4. Let's get across point of view once again into the first braking zone, the Dunlop chicane, left, right, don't cut too much. Dude in the pits after that charge. So going for the two-stop again, by the looks. And Buku all over the place before Eau Rouge. It will have dirty tires and probably will be very vulnerable down the Mulsanne straight now. 410 still got a decent run out of Eau Rouge. Then again, that Sauber will pick up that pace now. Watch it, watch it, watch it. Gaining now under 3/10, massive gain. And will be going for that move, pretty sure. Down the inside, we have another side by side. Down the long straight. And who has the better top end? 63 for now, having the inside line, but it's not over yet. Just 1/10 between both of them. But it looks like the 56 is not up for a fight yet. Taking it very, very easy. And this moves cross, and the 63 crew up into P4. And P2 open up that gap to P3, nearly 3 seconds. So we have a look at the rest of the grid. Dude, P6 for the 23 on the outlap. The blue flags, nothing to worry. And we have Caperoman in P7 for the Sauber crew. Our team 61, the number 3 Jack, and on the outlap as well in P8, and outlap for Blasi and his crew. 15 seconds currently the gap. Welchi with a different strategy, staying out for longer, brought that gap down to 15 seconds to P9 in that Mazda. In P11 it's still the number 2 Jack with Mateusz, and then some bigger gaps to the number 1 Jack. Alright, so where's our leader? Here he is. I was just wondering. Alright, let's do some more fact checking things, shall we? So we go to the 61 car. I think that is Mr. Blasi. So that Sauber C9 with the 88 model, the chassis number 4, competed in the 1989 Le Mans 24 Hours. Car was driven by Mauro Baldi, Gianfranco Brancatelli and Kenny Aitchison. They finished in P2, started in P2 as well. So that is the background check for the 61. Then we go to the 24 Nissan. So Nissan R90 CP, the chassis number 3. With the information they had a spare car at Le Mans, but this car didn't compete in Le Mans. It entered in the 1919 JCPC Fuji 500 kilometers. So just 2 drivers were on that car. That was Masahiro Hazemi and Anders Olofsson, and they finished in P2, started P2 as well. And then let's have a look at the number 11. I think we did that already. Did we go with the number 9? No, I don't think so. Oh, that's a great time to actually say something about our leaders. So Porsche number 9, 962C chassis number 145, entered by the Jost racing team out of Germany. And the crazy thing about this team was like they entered 1989 Le Mans 24 hours with only 2 drivers. It is the legend Hans-Joachim Stuck out of Germany and Bob Wallach. And they finished P3, started in P5, finished on the podium. That's a maniac drive, hell of a drive for this team. Oh, some more background information stick. They also top of the race. Alright. But yeah, still what an achievement. To do a 24-hour race with just 2 drivers. I think this is... With these days' standards and regulations, I don't think you are allowed to run with just a 2-man team. There are some required breaks for the drivers. So yeah, top 3 we covered them. The 63, C9 still running in P4. Dude with the 23. Again chasing for the fastest lap nearly. Look at that, 3:01.889 last lap around. Then the 56 Mazda with Boku behind the wheel in P6. Another Sauber C9 with the Italian Caperoman. Whoops, that was a big wiggle. The number 3 Jag in P8 and with medium tires. So interestingly, they're going from mediums and want to get till the end of that driver's stint. 10 seconds the gap. Ooh, the 62. Car with Blasi. It's actually gaining, I don't know, looks like 308, 305. So yeah, should be gaining on those soft tires. Well, she in 10th position for that Mazda number 202 with some severe tire wear now. Will they go for the 1 stop once again? Most likely. Let's see some gaps for the 7 seconds to 8 seconds between P1, P2, P2, P3, P3 to P4. This might get interesting. So the 24 on also very second-hand soft tires, 306, 307s, and the 63 with Gross doing 304s, 305s. So definitely catching. It will be a matter of time, probably, but also the tires not in the best shape anymore for the 63. But they're on a similar strategy, and just 5 seconds roughly between those two. So, yeah, Dude with another improvement of that fastest lap, 3:01.4. That's nearly a second faster than the whole lap time. Still that gap. 1 minute and 9 seconds to the leaders. So we'll see what they can do. P5 doesn't sound too bad, but the gap, yeah, it's quite big. The gaps between the other cars also now that gap between the number 3 and the 62 is definitely coming down. Bloody pushing that C9, and we have the 202 now hitting more fuel and also a little bit of damage, but that's not too bad, I think. Just roughly midway through the stint, so they can go for a longer second stint in that driver's stint number 4. So when will the top 3 make it top 4? When will they pit? So they're running low on fuel now. So to me it looks like this should be the end lap for the number 9, the number 11 and the number 24. That 63 though the fuel definitely more in that tank compared to top 3, but the tires a bit of an issue. But still can gain some time during the pit stop because less time waiting for the refuel to happen and complete. So the 63 in a good position, in my opinion, to get at least P3, maybe P2. We'll see. So I'm expecting the top 3 now to go for the pit stop. And with the tire situation on the 63 car running in P4, and also reckon they will go for that pit stop now. Let's stay with the leaders, and in it is for the number 9. Same for the 11. What about the 24? I could squeeze out one more lap if they really want to, but it would be really close. So not a bit more fuel compared to the other twos, not much. So, and the 63 going for an overcut. Here we go. Getting into the lead. Did that car lead, by the way, or just do we have another car leading that race? I heard we had like 8 different race leaders so far during the event. Is this car number 9 that is leading, or was the car up there already? This is our pole sitter. You are correct, yeah. But did they actually lead the race? did they get overtaken on the first racing lap? So I don't know. It's been a while since we started this journey for the 24 hours. So more than 7 hours. So now Cross will be pitting this lap, and or will he? I don't know. I'm just assuming, looking at those tires, but the gap to Dude is just 40 seconds. But if I'm not mistaken, the 23 they go for a two-stop strategy, so one more pit stop. But still crazy to see that car back up to P2 and improving the fastest lap again, 301.1, and I just spotted a purple sector time. Still purple gets a little bit of a draft as well. That Nissan is indeed flying. Oh. Could argue that Dude is definitely in the zone now. Nearly half a second up on that fastest lap of the race so far. So we could see a 3:00.67. I don't know. It's definitely on track to go sub 3:01. Lost a tiny little bit, but still has 2/10, like in the delta. We will run on board with the Dude for the final sector. Into the Porsche curves we go. Flooring it, keeping that speed up, crazy. And then drifting it a little bit, costing him some time. Gets a decent run. They lost a little bit of time. So yeah, crossed the 63 is in for the pit stop. Overshot the entry a little bit. I'm not sure if this is a new fastest lap. Looked a bit messy towards the end. Yeah, and lost some time. Still a great lap, a 3:01.5. And I'm pretty sure Dude is on the hunt for that 3:00 lap time. So leading that race again, but there's a little bit of an asterisk with that involved. One more pit stop incoming. But so far this is again after that mistake during the driver swap, getting that car back into the lead. And let's do a bit of quick math. 7 seconds to P2, 8 to P3, that is 15 to 17, 21. It will be P5, but could be on for a mighty charge towards the end of that race stint number 4. The number 2 Jag is in P11, still roughly 2 minutes the gap to the top 10. Not really gaining or losing time, just minding their own business. And we have The 61 pitting again for damage repair. Oh, that's not good. It's more than 40 seconds the gap to the sister car, the 62 in P8, and Blasi is also catching the number 3 Jack in P7 with just 6 seconds that gap. And medium tires for that Jaguar and soft tires for the Sauber. Probably also going for a 2-stopper here. Alright, so Welchi again, getting some hope. Yeah, with that soft one-stop strategy, but a 1-second penalty is not really helpful. We see the number 1 Jack pitting for damage repair. The rear has taken a little bit of a beating. So tires looking good, but yeah, that's the damage. Probably just changing the tires as well, and then going for a long stint to the end. So damage fixed. The number 10 car in P13, 15 minutes. So that's 5 laps now down for the number 10 and the number 8 trying to maybe catch the number 10 towards the end of the 24 hours. 19 minutes down, that is 6 laps still. And under, yeah, just what's that? Close to unlap themselves and get back onto the same lap as the number 10 Porsche. Right, so when will our leader visit his pit crew? 1 second penalty, pushing too much now. Number 9 car in P2. 10 seconds the gap now. We'll gain a little bit. And D24 Nissan in 3rd position. We could see a battle for position again between the 24 and the 11. So we had that a couple of laps ago, and it's heating up again between those two Finnish drivers, Razor and Heures. I just go with 24 and 11 from now on. Another 7 seconds to the 63 after their pit stop as well, so it's P5 for the moment. Get P4 when the lead car, the 23, is pitting. Shouldn't be like that long, I guess. So your fuel's still looking okay, tires looking okay, but I expect maybe lap 23 for the pit stop. Let's jump back to Blasi, who's catching Cinnamon. under 3 seconds. And with a personal best coming into the Porsche curves. Can he improve? That personal best looks like it. And also gaining on the car in front. 1.7, great final sector so far. Just keep it clean through the 4 chicanes. And then we're looking at a 304.3. Nice run. And down to 1.3, 1.4. We could get the toe down the Mulsanne straight. It was a massive lap for the Italian driver. Didn't get the apex. Had to lift. Lost a bit of time. Gets on to the power early out of Tête Rouge and gaining a second. Now and picking up that slipstream pace now. Getting close to 390 kph. Here we go. '91, '92, '93, 6/10 probably before going on to the anchors. He's close now. On the flip side though, that fuel is a bit too low to get to the end, and the drag on medium tires and plenty of fuel. It's probably just a brief moment of victory for Blasi and the 62, but still, gaining a position is gaining a position. And will he get the run into the Porsche curves? He's not close enough. It will be a mighty send. No, it isn't, but he has more grip on those soft tires, then suffers a little bit from the dirty air, so has to be cautious. You don't want to get a track limit penalty, especially on the exit of the Karting SS. Just kept it, I think, within the track limits. This should be a nice setup. Probably not into the Dunlop chicane. No, keep it smooth. Gets a decent run. Has to lift a little bit, but 2/10 that gap. And now we wait. A bit turned into early, didn't get the best run through Tête Rouge, but stays within half a second, and now should get the run, closing that gap already. Under 4/10 now, pushing for it. Here we go. Time to make that move stick early down that long straight. Was it too early? That is the question. So Cinnamon will use that slipstream. maybe go for a move into Mulsanne corner. Under a 10th now, but he's on the medium tires. He has to brake a little bit earlier. And I think now Lazi should be good. Keep that P7 on now. So where is our race leader? Still pushing on lap 24, still running. But I can tell you that the fuel is also getting lower and lower. So we have a quick run through the grid, shall we? So the 23 Nissan leading that race, but a pit stop just around the corner. Then in P2 it's the number 9 Porsche. They're good to go till the end of that stint. Same applies to D24 Nissan in P3 and the 11 Porsche in P4. And we have a fast cross in the 63 Sauber in P5. Also good to get till the end. In P6 it is the 56 Mazda. So trying to get till the end. Blasi in P7 for the 62 crew. Low on fuel, so one more pit stop incoming. The number 3 Jaguar in P8 on medium tires and with lots of fuel remaining. So they don't want to visit the pit crew. In 9th position it is the 61 C9. Also enough fuel to get to the end. In 10th we have the Mazda number 202, also trying to get to the end. Could be a bit of a stretch, but we'll see. Then we have the number 2 Jag in P11, still roughly 2 minutes behind P10. Also tires and fuel, no drama, and the leader is in now, dude. Alexis in the number 1 Jag, then P12, roughly 2.5 minutes to gap. Oh, someone went a bit deep into Indianapolis. Who was that? One of the back markers. Alright, so we... Now wait. The leader is in, going for a final push. Now, soft tires again. The fuel, so P5 it is for now. So we have the 9 leading, 24 in P2 and the 11 in P3 just separated by 2.5 seconds. What is going on with this race? Like, no one can clearly like break free. So Cross then in P4 and Dude out on track, just 21 seconds behind. Just need to say just because he had to do an additional pit stop because of a bit of a whoopsie during the driver swap. So, but it's still crazy to see, and a battle for the lead here. 1 second separating P1 and P2. Cookies in that Porsche P9, number 9 in P1, and the 24 Nissan in P2. 11 in P3 had a little moment, probably the first sector, so lost the slipstream. But the top two, and a big moment for Cookies coming out of Mulsanne corner. This gives Razor the opportunity for the run. Less than 2/10. Will he get the run into Indianapolis? Going left, going right, trying to see where's the gap. He still has the run. No, not anymore. Advantage gone for now. Cookies is feeling the pressure, so let's see what happened to Cookies. Maybe a bit too deep. Just too early on the power, nearly losing the rear end. So big opportunity now for Razor. Suddenly, Razor made a little mistake, and it's the 11 right behind. So it's still not decided yet. And of course, how should it be decided? With not even halfway through the 24 hours. But still great to see that the top 5 cars are not separated by much at all. The 26 seconds P1 to P5, under 20 seconds between P5 and P4, and dude is pushing again. This 23 Nissan Cross also. Pole sitter gaining on the drivers in front, and it could be a challenge for position between the 24 and the 11. Once again, the two Finnish drivers going side by side down the Mulsanne straight. I just see the 56 Mazda in the pits, and the 11 got past the 24 for now with a massive run into Mulsanne corner. 3/4 still, so should keep that position. So we'll have a look at this overtake once again. Got the run, still side by side, but then number 11 gets his nose in front, and then before the braking zone makes it look easy. And Razor now struggling a little bit with that relentless pace. A second already the gap to P2, and 3 seconds the gap to the 63 right behind. And Cross is pushing. He's gaining. Where's Dude? For the 23 Nissan, also gaining. The gap to the leader is coming down, 25 seconds. So then, whoa, in the background I just saw a weird moment. Quarter 56. With some blue flags, but it's not a challenge for position. Maybe unlapping moment. jump back to the replay and see what happened. So far, no drama, braking for the Mulsanne corner. And then, whoa, hit that inside Bollard, and he was flying. So that what happened to the 56. So a bit of air time happening. Oh. Run through the rest of the grid. In P8, we have Caparaman in the 61. And Blasi in the 62. Blasi with the tire advantage. 10th, it is still Welchie. A solid Stint. With the one stop gaining on the cars in front. But then the number 2, Jack in P11. Also gained a little bit. The number 1 Jack in P12. What's that? 3 minutes, roughly the gap to P11, so a lap, nearly a lap. But they're close on track here. You see that. And then our 2 brave teams at the back for their first endurance event with the ERF, P13 and 14, the number 10 Porsche and the number 8 Porsche. We need to jump back to the front where we see 2.6 for the number 9. And the 11 is pushing. Good lap times, opening up that gap to the 24 in P3, and the 63 with Cross closed that gap. It's 1.5 seconds now. Gaining even more through the final sector, 1.2. Will we see an American jump one of the Finnish drivers? Most likely a second, heading into lap number 28. So at the end of lap 35, we'll see the next driver swap. So not much time left for the drivers to go for some moves in this lap. Might be the opportunity for Cross. Less than a second coming on to the Mulsanne straight. And a good exit for the 24 Nissan. Keeping it at roughly 1 second. And the gap between the top 2 also coming down. 2.5, 2.6 seconds. Close. Really close. What about the 23, 303.3, that's not the lap times we're doing, but going purple. So will we see a 300 this time for Dude? We'll find out. Let's jump back to P3 and P4, half a second. So Cross closed that gap, but not close enough to go for a move. For now. And just a little bit of an early announcement here from my side. So the broadcast on the ERF YouTube channel will end after this stint with commentary. We will be back with commentary in the early morning hours, so at roughly 7 a.m. British Summer Time. We will be back for stints 9 to 12 with commentary. In the meantime, for the night stints here in Europe, there will be a non-commentary stream. It will be running on my personal Twitch account. So it will be Twitch TV/Jaeger78. So I won't be doing any comms, or maybe just very little. I will be sitting in the lobbies helping the race directors then with the race. But you will still see a little bit of the racing action. Then what's going on throughout the night. So don't be disappointed. But yeah, you still get a lot of racing then with commentary, and the final 8 hours will be interesting when we come out of the night, entering morning, and then getting closer towards the race finish. And here we go, cross. And he go for the move now. 7/8, that's still not close enough, and we see Dude didn't get that 3:00. But still closing that gap to the leaders, and P4 and P3 as well. So it is 22 seconds P1 to P5 and just 14 seconds to P4, and those two, they seem to be fighting and losing some time. Cross now with the run into Indianapolis. No, still has to back out of it. Has to wait for the next lap, probably half a second. It is close, but again, not close enough really to get the car in a position or a clean overtake through the final sector, unless there is a mistake, of course. So half a second still separating those two drivers. Into the four chicanes. And still roughly half a second. Bit of a wiggle for cross, and he nearly lost it. Oh, I instantly pressed the save replay marker. So let's go to the replay. I think just the rear stepping out, coming through the final chicane. Let's see. Yeah, great catch. No damage, just lost a little bit of speed. So 2.2 seconds now, so we have to wait for that battle for a bit. And the 23 now with some mistakes, 3:04.6, and gets another half second penalty, pushing like crazy. 23 seconds to the leaders. And also look at this. Half-second penalty for the lead Porsche, the number 9, and the 11 just 1.7 seconds behind. So we found out like 1.1 seconds probably the time you actually lose serving that penalty. So this could get close, really close between the two Porsche teams. 11 versus 9. We have Razor picking up a 1 second penalty, so that's roughly 2 seconds also. This will get close between P3 and P4 and P1 and P2, entering the final 5 laps of race stint number 4. So racing action will continue in the next stint. Okay, so now Cookie's serving that penalty, and we get told for the lead once again, probably half a second then between the two drivers. And also Racer versus Cross. The Racer with that 1 second penalty just keeps P3 before entering the Porsche curves. So half a second separating P1, P2 and P3, P4. Coming out of karting as a good run for the Sauber 63 car. 3/10. Now again a smooth run through the 4 chicanes. Last time around was a little bit of an issue. Keeping it very easy, a bit too easy for my liking maybe. And also Cookies could increase that gap half second to 1.2. Oh, and the 11 with Heures picking up a half second penalty. The good news is that it's 10 seconds to P3 and P4, but the bad news, he will be losing that slipstream again. Oh. So I guess we stay with Racer versus Cross, Nissan versus Sauber, battle for P3. A second, a very good exit for the 24 Nissan. And opening up that gap, and suddenly Dude, again with a 3:01, under 9 seconds, that gap to P4. We smelling blood now. We'll probably see them in the distance, see some sparks flying, and another purple sector. You know, what else is happening? 56 in P6, 6 seconds, that gap to D3 Jag. And the two Saubers, the 61 and the 62 in P8 and P9, 8 seconds separates those two drivers. Welchio with a penalty in P10 and a late pit stop for the number 2 Jag in P11, so 2 minutes 30 that gap to P10 now. The number 1 Jag in P12 to 21 that gap to P11. Then we have the 10 with 6 laps down, and the 8 pitting will be 7 laps behind the leaders now. So 2 seconds now the gap for the number 9. 11 struggling a little bit now to go the same pace. What about P3 and P4, Razor and Cross? A second between the two. It was closer, but then again, dirty air through the Porsche curves, not that easy to handle. Cross doing a good job, gaining 3/10, coming out of the cutting S's. Once again, half a second. And starting lap number 32. And 23, pushing. Under 20 seconds now, the gap to the leaders. 8 seconds to P4. Still having 5 cars within 20 seconds after nearly 8 hours of racing. That is great to see. And so I think we can give an early round of applause for Philo for coming up with that BOP. Currently we have the Porsches, the Saubers, the Nissans running. Just that Mazda struggling a little bit currently with the pace. But I don't know, 16 hours to go and some fast drivers. Also that Mazda. Oh! The 11 with a big moment and gets the damage. The front is damaged. Oh no. Mulsanne corner once again. So the curb, the exit. That inside curb, and then a big snap suddenly. Whoa. Again, good catch to avoid even more damage, but now 4 seconds the gap and a half-second penalty on top of it. Again, getting damage late into the stint. You don't want to go for a pit stop now. Cross got past Razor now. He would say finally. But up to P3 for the 63. Maybe Razor needs to save a little bit of fuel. Now cannot go flat out anymore with 3 laps to go in this stint. We have number 9 leading Cookies. In P2 it is Heures for the 11 Porsche with damage and a penalty, so that it will lose even more time. P3 we have the 63 Cross driving, then the 24 Nissan in P4, and just 3.4 seconds the gap to AMS Dude, who is flying again. 301s on that previous lap. Under 3 seconds now. A hell of a ride once again. P6, 7 bigger gaps between those drivers and between the 2 Italian drivers, Il Caperoman and Chico Blasi. It is under 7 seconds. Didn't change too much really. So Cross pulling a gap on Razor, 1.6 seconds. And yeah, the number 11 losing time now. It needs to serve a penalty as well. Can they keep that P2 before handing that car over most likely. Yeah, Razor is low on fuel, cannot push, and dude, less than 2 seconds away, gets a nice little toe. Oh! What happened with the 10 car? That looked scary as hell. A bit of a misjudgment, maybe both of the drivers. Whoa, that could have ended like in disaster. Still less than 2 seconds away, while the leader will be starting the penultimate lap for race stint number 4. P2 also on that penultimate lap. Just 3.8 seconds the gap to the 63 car in P3. And dude got past Razor. The Razor has to save fuel. So the 23 got past the sister car, the 24, and Razor a bit out of shape now. Yeah, really concerned about that fuel. And dude is pushing 3 seconds the gap to P3 and 30 seconds to the leaders. What a run it is. The fuel now lower on all of the cars, but they should be good. Under 3 seconds now. How much will the number 11 car lose down the straight with that front aero damage, and the suspension also having a bit of an issue? Two seconds. Uh-oh, this is getting close. Maybe too close. Maybe the 63 will catch the 11 and hand that car over in P2. And don't forget that 23 car, the 24, fuel saving could be just fine, but it's very, very close to not run out of fuel on that final lap. So 8 seconds for Cookies in the lead, under 2 seconds between P2 and P3, and under 3 seconds between P3 and P4. This could be an epic final lap of the stint. Now Porsche driver is struggling now through the Porsche curves. 1.2, got it a little bit wrong, touched the wall, didn't pick up any more damage, but definitely feels the pressure now cross within a second. But there's a car between them. Bit of unlucky with the lapped traffic, so 1.4, had to back out of it. 1.5 seconds. Will this be just enough for the 11 to keep that P2? I don't know. On that long straight, we'll lose so much time. And dude, the 23 caught up with the 63. So final lap of the stint, and P2, 3 and 4, nothing is settled. don't get a penalty, probably. That's the call. And Cross gets a penalty in the 63. No! Not good. So we see headlights flashing, blue flags. And gets the massive run. Yeah, that 11 car without any slipstream help is a sitting duck on that straight, so Cross will get that position. What about Dude? He's also flying, but also has a half-second penalty. We go 2 wide, 3 wide to that little kink. Wow! You see sparks flying everywhere. I don't see anything, just lights coming down the long straight. The 11 car gets completely out of shape and loses it into the Monza corner. No! 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 Well, I think we have to go a little bit with the chase cam, otherwise we don't see a thing. It's just too dark. But then, yeah, on the inside loses the car, drifts it, and loses the position. So, unlucky moment. The 9 car will hand over. In P1, the 23, P2 Bartolux, the 63 in P3. Then it is the number 11 Porsche in P4 and the 24 Nissan in P5 had to do a hell lot of fuel saving to get the car back to the pits. Alright, so this is the leader now pitting. Nine seconds is the gap. Then P2, it will be a 23 Nissan, closely followed by the 63 C9. Good is in, Cross is in, Cookies is in, Heures is in, Razor is in. So top 5 are in the pits. So we have the number 6, or the 56 car in P6 that way around. 1 minute to go. We have damage on that 3 jack in P7, and the gaps have come down between the drivers. So on that final lap of the stint between Blasi, Capero and Cinnamon, it is close. So top 5, they are in the pits, and once Blasi is in, the stream will end, and then it will continue without commentary on the Twitch channel. See the link in the pinned comments for that as well. So 2.5 seconds P7 to P8 and 5 seconds P8 to P9. The 56 is in the pits. Can Cinnamon and the number 3 car keep that P7? It looks like it will be. So P7 for the number 3, P8 for the 61, and P9 for the 63 car. Alright. So with that being said, this stream is gonna end now, and the Twitch stream will be up and running probably 1 or 2 minutes. So thank you all for now, and hope to see you at least for the final 8 hours back with commentary on the ERF YouTube channel. Right. See you soon.